So I do want to say hello to everyone. Today, I actually started it yesterday. I set up to do a space to ask if Dave Jose's webinars suck or does he teach the real law? I wanted to do that because we had a gentleman who was a New Hampshire representative who had quite a bit to say. And then he has about, it seems, 70, 80 AstroTurfer accounts that come in and they don't have a name or a face and they like to just say certain things without showing any evidence or proof. And it seems that they're dead set on trying to stop people from knowing their rights. And for me, I'm not down with that. I think that the people need to know their power. I believe that there's no way for us to stand and do what we need to do unless we have an idea of what it is that our powers are in law. Um, I believe that for a long time in America, as the maxims tell us, the law has been hidden from us, just like the Bible tells us in Luke 11:52. The Bible tells that there are lawyers who will hide the key of knowledge or take it away. And not only will they take it away, but they will also try to hinder those who try to stand up and use the truth, use the law, right? And then the Bible says they're not entering in themselves. Betty, is your mic working?
Yeah, it's working. I didn't get your co-host invite if you wanted me to co-host.
Uh-oh. Hold on. Let me see. That's weird. Let me see. I'm going to try again. Okay, so we got Betty. Oh, wait. We got Celestial as a co-host. Who else did I make a co-host? I must have made a mistake and I really don't know what happened.
You can check who you've got a co-host invite out to if you click on that little 2-person icon down at the bottom.
Oh.
Click on that and then scroll down and see at the bottom of the...
Oh, Celestial and Denise, thank you so much, you the man.
You can give her my co-host and I'll be a speaker besides.
Denise has never worked, so
you can make her a
that's why he did take the co-host, because it's probably happening that Twitter is blocking her from being able to have the co-host position. But yeah, so I wanted to open a door and I wanted to get people's ideas when it comes to the teaching and the training. So we could just come out and say, is it legit or is it a hoax, right? So there are AstroTurfer accounts that try to make the point that what I teach isn't real. But a lot of you guys have been to the webinars. A lot of you guys have came together to study with us. A lot of you guys have your own PMAs now, and a lot of you guys have fought against bad government. A lot of you guys had to go against the lockdowns and the mandates and the such, or had counties trying to lock you guys down and were successful in fighting. So I thought, yep, I should open the door so people can give their testimony. Whenever you do something that's not normal, what ends up happening is that those who use normal tactics, or your normal tactics, actually, if you bring forth something that's not normal, it doesn't mean that it doesn't work or is not legit. What happens is sometimes when we are dealing with situations where the law is hidden from us, then that which was normal at the creation of our nation is no longer normal, but is right. So let me say that once again. Sometimes you bring forth something that was here at the beginning of the nation and was here for quite a long time. And then when it is suppressed, it becomes abnormal. And a lot of times when you're dealing with things that are abnormal, to those who are brilliant, it seems dumb. So the very thing that your forefathers wanted you to look into and wanted you to preserve seems dumb to those who are brilliant. And I'll give you an idea of what I mean about this. So when you look at something as simple as common law today, which a lot of people say, well, that's not simple. You'll see where a lot of time legislative body members are under the impression that the whole idea of common law is gone because it's been phased out by statutory law, which is supposed to phase out the common law. The problem is when you really start to understand what common law is, you as a legislator, you don't have the power to phase out the common law, except for in the fundamental law where the people allow for you to do it. And so I'll get into some of that later. But a lot of you guys have attended the webinars. A lot of you guys have, as I said, went against government entities who attempted to shut you down. You guys know that a lot of the work that I've done when the UAW wanted to force vaccines, when they wanted to force people to do tests in order to come to work, the big three, the UAW, Stellantis, Ford, GM, we took out the time to go against all of those entities. Hundreds of business entities around the nation, when they got into a situation where their doors were being shut, you guys know that I went head up against government in multiple states, and I have the testimony of hundreds of business entities, hundreds. So my methods are they're not what people would call normal. But I don't think that my methods are not normal because it's not the law. I think that is not normal because people stop teaching it. So that's my point. So is there anybody here who actually came to any of the webinars who would give testimony about what they think? Do the webinars suck? Does it seem like it's real law? Is it a hoax? What do you guys think? And anybody can ask for a mic.
Okay, anybody who has a mic or co-hosts?
You can start up, jump in now. Anybody
Okay.
else who want to grab a mic and let us know what y'all think? If you're an AstroTurfer account with a fake face and a fake name, all I ask is that you show a name of who you are. And if you want to come bring that action to me and you're ready, you can bring it to me any freaking time you want to. Just show who you are and come on and start. Let's get that action in. Go ahead, though.
Yes. Well, I had heard you for quite a while and had seen your free videos that you had all over the place. And as a matter of fact, I collected all of them wherever I could find them. I have them. And
Hey, wait, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Do you have my real estate video where I did the $58,000 in deals and
Yes.
you got it? Did you record it?
I have all your videos that I could possibly get my hands on. And I even had 3 websites, and they were listed in order of when you created them by dates. And I had, transcripts, but then YouTube got rid of my accounts, and then it got rid of my websites because they all went black. They all disappeared. But I had them still in my computer, and I have backups.
Wait, did you record the $58,000 video called Real Cash Secrets with Coach Dave?
I probably have that too, because I have several.
Please tell me you got it, because
talking with your students.
YouTube got rid of my account, so I lost that video. But some of those videos were in my ebook, and I kind of need to get them back. I will pay you if you just can hook me up with those, because a lot of that is my coaching, where I helped a lot of young people and older people retire by doing different businesses. And so I had real estate coaching videos that YouTube took down. I never realized that if I dealt with stuff like elections and stuff like that and talked about it, that YouTube would kill my account, but it happened. So if you could, please let me know later. But go ahead. Let us know what you think. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, this is good. This is good. I like this interaction. This is how you are. It's so fun to talk to you. You're like your family, and we talk, and it's back and forth. It's really, really nice. Well, because I had seen the way you taught everything, and I saw that you always back it up with written evidence, with real sources. I mean, and on the besides the fact that you're a real Christian, zealous, the zeal for the Lord, right? And I love that. And so to me, it was valuable for me, and it was a blessing that you created the webinars. You gave us the opportunity to learn in depth, to learn even more, and interact with you, and even ask you questions as they would come up. I have joined all your memberships. I'm missing, I believe, 2 of them, but I will be, God willing, will be taking those as well. And I think I have like, was it almost 40 or something, 40 something PMAs that you've done? I know I lost count, but there's several. So to me, it's worth it. And I'm not a rich person. So, we've struggled to hold on to our things. So our money is precious to us because we have kids we have to take care of. But this is a money well spent. It is time. And I have been studying ever since. Every source you've taught us, I go in there, and you learn very fast and, and very well. And you don't have to go back a bunch of times, but we do. We're not all blessed with the same mega brains, But to me, I had to, study it longer, repeat it, watch them again. And you are so nice. You let us watch it over and over. And I just say, yes. And there's one coming up that you're doing next week, and I got that ready. I'm ready to go. Thank you.
It's gonna be nuts. So have you used any of the techniques that are taught inside of the webinars to help you in any fights?
Absolutely, I have. And I have several affidavits already in the oven, ready, cooking. Like if you know cooking, you know that there are some things you put in the oven, and when it's ready, it's going to be great, a great feast. But definitely, I used your methods to stop the stress of my husband. They took her home. They over the line. We had many properties, so they had used many tricks to take them. But the last one, I worked on that one because they really destroyed our family and made us go back to breadlines. So I used your methods to get an attorney to stop sending us attorney bills, because on top of the fact that they took our home completely without will, this was our home, and they took all the way to the last drop that they were supposed to give us money on its sale. To us, they give us 30 days. To other people, they give us much time to get it. And they sabotaged it. They sabotaged the escrow. We were in escrow. We lost the escrow money too. But it was all their games, and the judge didn't want to do it. So anyway, I said, I used your method, notice an affidavit, and I sent it out, and I got this man, this attorney, this crooked attorney, evil guy, to stop sending this bill, because my husband, we have 8 kids, 5 at home, and I was a homeschool mom. So he was putting us with all this stress of paying for the attorneys and paying for this and that. And on top of the fact, trying to have us somewhere to live and what to eat, he was going blind. All the stress was just going to his eyes and making him lose his eyesight. And so, yes, I said, okay, for any bill you send us, $200,000 for any bill from this date forth. And did you know he stopped immediately? And that guy wanted everything, because how
much did he want from you?
We owed him about 70, was it, honey? 78,000? Around there, between 75, 78,000 dollars that we owed him. And every month it would increase, because they love, okay, you didn't pay us this month, you owe us more, Oh my gosh, it was so stressful. And and that's above what we already paid him, a bunch of money. That was the monies we still owed him. We had already dished out from everywhere that we could, borrowing money, everything to pay him. No, that guy was really after everything. He wanted the rest of it. We had a few properties left that we were barely hanging on to by the thread. Just by God's blessing, we were able to hold on to them, but not enough to give us money to be, we were just surviving to hold on to them.
Yeah.
But with this, the notices and the affidavit that we sent them, he stopped. He literally just stopped sending us bill, instantly stopped sending us bill. Not one more. And so now, because we still had bills, the way they put us down. So I've been turning in my notices and affidavits, they even to do certified mail, for us, because we don't have a lot of money. It takes money to do that, So, but no, we managed to put in a few more affidavits for the rest of our homes that every time it was attorneys with their trickery. And I won't get into all the trickeries that they use, but it was absolutely against our constitutions, or they were in trespassing against our rights to do this. No trial, no trial by jury, nothing, no court of record, just them doing it, and sneaky judges and sneaky lawyers.
Yeah,
But
I
no,
noticed the pattern of attorneys in a lot of those courts sending notice to the wrong house.
yeah.
It's hilarious. They know it's the wrong address and they just send it to the wrong place. And then they just try to steamroll and do things wrong or whatever. But it's funny, one of the guys in Maricopa County who was dealing with houses, he told me after seeing one of the notices we did over something else, over the election stuff, the board of supervisors got scared in Maricopa County and gave him the document. And so we were at an event and we were talking, and he said, yeah, well, I work, in Maricopa County, and I just got frustrated because they were stealing people's houses and doing bad stuff, and the attorneys were working together. And I'm like, what? Yeah. So he bought somebody's house back because they got ripped off. He paid cash for their house so that they wouldn't be able to steal it. But the attorneys were doing him wrong or whatever. But it was funny because he was telling me about the board of supervisors. And I said, oh, yeah, they're bad. We sent them a notice. And then he was like, oh, yeah, there's one notice they got over the election stuff. And I read it. He was saying he read it. And it kind of hit him pretty hard. He's like, oh, I like these people's style. I said, that was us. And he's like, what? He's like, you guys are the ones who wrote that? I said, yeah, I'm surprised the board of supervisors showed it to you guys. He said, yeah, they were pretty concerned. And they gave it to him. So the stuff that we had during the time we were giving notice to Karen Fan, he was actually he wasn't a recipient, but he got to see it. So ask your husband real quick before I let you go, how did it feel when he was able to get from under that debt? What did it make him feel like?
How'd you feel, honey? How'd you feel when you were like, no more bills and everything? It was just fantastic. Oh, yeah. Here, come here.
I found out that the best feeling in life is relief. That's the best feeling I have.
Relief. He was so relieved. He's a strong Christian man. He and he has a kind heart, and it was just so heavy. He wasn't used to all this wickedness.
Yeah.
I'm used to more wickedness. So I think a little, even though it was very stressful, but I'm used to a lot of wickedness. But he was not used to all this awfulness. And it was a big old shocker. But this has helped because we were finally able to breathe. It hurts every time you open the mail and there's the attorney with a threatening, it's going to attach the rest of your properties. Oh my gosh. It's terrible.
In the Bible, it says, the hope deferred maketh the heart sick. But then the other half of it is the Bible tells you that when the desire comes, it's like a tree of life. So one thing that I hate is when the people are suffering and breaking and crying and going through hell, going through pain, and they can't fix stuff and there's no remedy. There's nobody to tell them how to stop the bleeding. And then once you see the bleeding stop, you see a person's attitude change. You see their life change. They're able to breathe again. The ones that hurt the worst, though, is when you hear of people suffering and they kill themselves. When they can't take it anymore and they just blow their own brains out or poison themselves and die. And then you realize, this is some sad stuff because the law that's being hidden tells that the procedures that's being used are not lawful. But if none of us know, they can continue to run game on everybody and continue to do the same dirty things over and over again. But I do want to thank you for that, for giving us testimony of what happened with you. I know you don't have to share what happened, in your own life, but that's good stuff. And tell your husband, I'm thankful for him that he could have relief too, because it does suck when you're under heavy stress and the heavy hand of people in government who won't hold up. They won't do the same things that they're trying to make you do, but because they seem to be in power, a lot of times they go full speed ahead and just crush.
That's right. And Dave, I have to tell you very quickly what it did for me. You know how you see me in the webinars and you say, you know, that I'm happy, I'm smiling, and you know that several things took place that were a little bit uncomfortable, you know, that you were aware of, but you saw that my attitude was still pretty positive, really happy, and
Yep.
just because, Dave, I was not like that when this last thing happened to us. It was so devastating. It was incredibly devastating. I was so depressed. I could barely get out of bed. And I could not smile. I was just ready to just walk off a bridge, because what in the world? How is this world like this? And because, a long train of suffering too, long train of suffering all my life. It's just, and then to a big old hammer on top of that. But when I saw oh my gosh, they stopped sending us the bills. It's true. I was so happy. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. And especially now learning more and more, because every time you show us a new thing in the webinars, it's deeper, stronger truth. Oh, it's amazing altogether. It's like this mountain of truth. I am so happy. There's nothing that we're going to be okay. This nation of ours is going to be okay. We are going to get it back on the correct path to benefit the people. So the people are benefiting, not the government servants and not the bar members, as they're doing right now, ripping us all to shreds. No more of that. That's why I'm so happy. Thank you, Dave.
Hey, it's all God. It's all God. I enjoy hearing, the good testimonies, the suffering you go through, the hard things, the bad times is not as bad when God allows you to see other people winning and having fun and enjoying their life. And, when you see the heavy hand of government officials coming at people, and you hear people say stuff like, well, yeah, they got guns, so it's nothing you can do. When the government came after Mountainside Fitness in Arizona, they had 18 or 19 gyms. I can't remember right now, but they had 18 gyms, and their head guy got a ticket. And then I think they arrested him or were threatening to arrest him. They put it all in the news media because, of course, when bad actors start doing stuff, they enjoy making an example out of you in the news. And so they put it in the news media, and they're like, yeah, we're going to shut you down. And, Josh brought me forth to one of the second or third guys in command named Mario. And we had a meeting, and he was telling us what they did, and I'm getting mad, right? So I'm sitting in there and I'm hearing, yeah, they gave us a warrant. And I said, really, was it a warrant? Right? And he said, yeah, it was a warrant. I said, did it say administrative citation or administrative warrant, or did it say warrant? Right. And then he slowed down and he's like, wait, it might have said administrative something. And I said, oh, Lord. Right. And so he said, can we go into a meeting with the main guy? So I went into a meeting with the main guy. Right. And I had this little business card for my PMAs that has the law that they use to try to lock people down in Arizona, and nobody ever reads the second half of the law. So what happens is, when you look at these citations that they do to give you a ticket, they show you the first half, and it says in so many words, if any person does not abide by an lawful order in a shutdown, it is a class, whatever, misdemeanor, and you're guilty, this, that, bull, right? So I asked the owner, I said, hey, so what law did they use to prosecute you? And he said, oh, they're using this. And I started cracking up, right? I said, so what's the rest of it say? And me and Josh looked at each other, right? He's like, oh, I don't know anything about that. I said, really? So no attorney showed you what the rest of the law said and how to get out the jurisdiction? And he said, no. Right. So he started turning red. Right. So I gave him the business card and I let him read the whole thing. And so he read the whole statute. And then he looked at me and I said, so you didn't know the second part of that? And he's like, no. And so I said, okay, well, we can set you up and get you entities set up, and you can open back up next week if you want to. And the government can't touch you. And he's like, You really think so? I said, I know so. I said, we did it with other entities already, and we went straight to the government and told them, come get us if you can. And we we had an understanding with Doug Ducey. We started doing video with guys with their shirts off and people working out with no freaking masks, working out like crazy. They were sending police to people's establishment or arresting people. And we would do a video every day and tag Doug Ducey with us working out with no mask on and all that stuff. And we'll tell everybody, hey, everybody, we're open right now in the middle of COVID. I bet you Doug Ducey don't send no cops here, right? And Doug knew. He knew this was one of those games you don't play with. And anybody can verify this. Go look up Mountainside Fitness. Go look at all the court cases. Go look at all the freaking newspaper articles. And then anybody explain to me why in one day everything just stopped. All of it, right? And that doesn't make sense because anybody who deals with government coming after you, you know that a lot of times they will prosecute you hard, come after you. They are not slowing down. They're not playing. They're not giving you an easy time. They'll send the police. They'll shut your stuff down. They'll arrest you. But Mountainside Fitness in Arizona, one of the biggest entities here, 18 gyms, I think, or 19, they all open back up. And Ducey and them knew don't interfere. If you look up Diesel Muscle Gym, they opened up. They wouldn't be touched. If you look up Diesel Muscle, Mountainside Fitness, shucks, there's so many of them I can't remember all of them. But we started in Arizona, and then they were losing millions of dollars though. So they were thinking about shutting down their establishment because they couldn't deal with the COVID stuff. And the governor was coming after them so hard. Like I said, one day they flipped everything. So when you get to see somebody totally change the whole situation that they're under, and they're under the heavy hand of the government, and then you see it flip, then it's like, holy crap. So we did that. We did those. And then we opened up New Jersey. So the one guy who was getting arrested, he got arrested, and he got the big beard, and he goes on Twitter Spaces and stuff. They were coming after him, and he called me because a guy named Tommy who had a fitness center in New Jersey, and we set up an entity for him, and we went after the government there. The first entity, the government realized, like, okay, we realized what you did. So the chief of police called him, and we still got the recording. I played it for some of you guys before. But the chief of police was like, oh, I see what you did. Right? I see what you did, and I understand what you gave me. So I'm not coming to arrest you or mess with you over your entity. Now, they were arresting people all over New Jersey. Everybody else who tried to open up were getting arrested. And everybody knows this. We all saw it on TV. But Tommy, we did some stuff and set him up, and then we went after the government the same way. And the second entity he did, the police and the prosecutors and the county thought that, or the town thought that they could get together and come after him. So what was funny is one of Josh's friends was dating an attorney in California. So at the same time I was doing New Jersey, we set up California, and we did all self-made entities. So, and I think I did one or two self-made entities in Arizona too. So a ton of them in California. So these are the hardest states to get a win in, because New Jersey was like commie state, terrible governor. California, commie state, terrible governor. So what ended up happening is Josh kept telling everybody that I knew how to fix it. And then I couldn't go to sleep because like hundreds of people came like, hey, fix mine. So when we went against New Jersey, the guy with the big beard, Ian, just got arrested. Like, I talked to him that night on a Thursday night, I think it was. And I told him what he can do and gave him some stuff to put in. And what he did I think he waited a little bit, and it didn't get out to the next day. And so he had previous trouble. So they arrested him, right? So by later that day or the next day, after he got out of jail, the judge got the documents that I sent. And after the judge got the documents, everybody started freaking out, right? So you can see that Ian went on Tucker Carlson face to face. You can see him on video, and he says, "Hey, Tucker, you know, the judge arrested me and boarded up my building. I'm getting ready to go kick the door down in their face and open back up." So not everybody knows this, but I set up an entity for him that destroys the government jurisdiction. And then he went and told the government, "I'm going to kick the door down on live TV." Now, the judge already arrested him before. So you have to ask the question, why the freak wouldn't the judge arrest him again? Right? Because if somebody says you have to shut down and I'm closing your doors, well, why wouldn't you get contempt or something worse if you just say, "Screw you, now I'm kicking the door down," right? So in Arizona, all the cases went away. They dropped everything, stopped the news media attacks, and they knew they couldn't interfere. In Jersey, they did the same thing. He kicked the door down. He went back in and started working out. They knew we can't arrest him anymore. Don't arrest him, right? And it's funny because I've done some things where I asked the government officials, I'm like, "Look, if you want to mess with them, here's what the law is. Go ahead, mess with them. As a matter of fact, we'll give you 10 days to give us a reason that you can mess with them if you want to," right? We give them an open challenge. Most people run from the government. We don't run from them. We run straight at them. So we did that. He never got arrested again. But see, later on, he wanted to keep doing things to show that he was taking power over the jurisdiction that could have control over him. And he screwed himself a little bit. They wouldn't arrest him, but he was having a fight with an attorney, and the attorney took some of his money. But it's because he didn't understand what to do, and he kind of got with his partner and got a little sideways on the work they do. But we did that same thing with 200 entities plus a couple of hundred family entities. Plus, we did it on Indian tribal land, challenged them. And there's not one single prosecutor in America, or if you want to call a native land, a foreign land, not a single one could stop us. And all the entities either ended up making way more money than they ever did and growing because, like with Tommy, the police actually joined him in New Jersey as they started joining his entity. So the government knew, we can't touch you. We can't interfere with you in law. As a matter of fact, with Tommy, they tried to run a court case against him, right? And then usually when the government is attacking you and they feel like they got all the power and they're the bomb, they just railroad you and run through and make judgments against you so freaking fast. You'll turn silly trying to catch up with them. Well, what ended up happening was the first day Tommy had his hearing, he talked to the prosecutor and started, like, I gave him like 2 weeks of prep work to let him see what the real law was and give him sources for the prosecutor. And the prosecutor was like, "Holy crap, like, this is pretty deep what you're showing me." So they had a little conversation. And then the prosecutor came back in front of the judge and was like, "Hey, judge, this guy really knows his rights." And the judge was like, "Oh, okay, cool. All right, well, what we gonna do?" And he's like, no, judge. He really, really, really knows his rights. And so the judge is like, "Oh, okay." So little, communication between the two. And then Tommy, which if y'all want me to, any one of y'all who want to talk to Tommy and verify what the freak I'm saying and see the case numbers and all that stuff. And I'm going to ask the freaking question why these prosecutors were railroading everybody in New Jersey. And then the case just stopped being prosecuted in New Jersey for Tommy. And they never could shut down this entity. They talked about they wanted over $1 million. All that junk died. So any one of you guys who want to check with him and see if I'm telling the truth, you can do it. He's done video and shown testimony himself. But all that junk died. But that's the crazy thing. This is what's crazy to me. Tommy and those guys, a lot of these business guys have access to millions of dollars. I mean, millions of dollars, millions upon millions. And they couldn't find a single attorney in the country to get them out of the jurisdiction they were in, or out of maybe I should say faux jurisdiction. It wasn't real jurisdiction that the government had, but not one would fix it. So they're like, "Look, man, I got millions of dollars and I'm begging attorneys to help me and nobody will help me." And then in Arizona, they had attorneys, but the attorneys were like, hey, well, we got to wait for the judge to figure out if we have the right, if the government has the right to shut you down and stop you from doing your business and making money and making a living. We got to wait for us to be able to get some guidance from a judge who's going to make a decision over this administrative issue, right? I was like, shucks. Well, if you don't know if you're legitimate in bringing the action against the people, why the freak would you not go to a judge first then and ask before you start terrorizing people? See, it's really stupid to me to say, well, we don't know necessarily if it's constitutional what we're doing to hurt you, but we're going to figure out if it's constitutional when the judge tells us if it's legitimate or not. To me, that's the most ignorant and dumb thing I've ever heard in my entire freaking life. That's like saying, hey, I'm going to punch you in the face until a cop tells me that I shouldn't be punching you in the face. It's like, it's stupid. We already know what's right and wrong, right? We already know that in America, we're the land of the free and we're supposed to have liberty. So if you tell me I can't go to church or you tell me I can't go outside after a certain time, I've never seen anything in fundamental law that says you can do that. So why the freak would you think you can do it and that we got to fight our way out of it rather than us standing and saying, hey, dude, constitutions are grants of authority. Show me where we granted you that, right? Totally different type of lifestyle. But sorry, I got off to talking about some of the things that happened, but the attorneys did not give remedy to the people, nor did they teach the people. And it became obvious that a lot of the attorneys knew that this was one of those off-limit things like audits of elections, right? When Karen Fann wanted to get an audit of the election, she told me, Dave, I went around to all these attorneys and I asked them, can they help me? And pretty much they were telling her like, well, the way that everything is going, we're not supposed to touch that. And I don't want to mess my license up. And I'm like, what? Like, are you serious? So then I started seeing Giuliani and all these, Giuliani and what's the other lady's name? What's that lady's name? Shucks. What is her name?
Sidney Powell.
Sidney Powell. There you go. I saw Sidney Powell, all these people where they were, they were making threats like, look, we'll go after your bar license if you ain't as help these people. So I'm like, wait, so we got election issues. Now, everybody who had election issues, they kept saying fraud, 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 fraud. I'm like, why the freak are y'all saying fraud? Like, are y'all going to prove who committed fraud? Like, did you see them do it? Like, what's their name? I said, look, guys, why don't we just use maladministration? People looked at me like I was dumb. Why don't we just use maladministration and force the legislature to do an audit? That'll never happen. They won't listen to you. That's not how it works in the world today. You got to go ask a judge to give you the ballots. I'm like, says who? Right? So once again, abnormal type of stuff. But I started realizing that the courts were trying to interfere with the people to have a chance to have an election case. So I'm like, this ain't right, But, I'm different. And I saw things differently. But, I just feel like I don't like seeing the people get abused when we can clearly read the law in plain English. And here's the funny thing. A lot of times you'll get people tell you, government officials, attorneys will say this. Why do you think you can understand the law? You're just a layman, pretty much you're dumb and we're smart and you can't understand the law. And so why do you think you can handle the law? And I'm like, wait. So you're telling me you can prosecute me and put me in jail over what you call the law and tell me ignorance of the law is no excuse when you want to get me. But then you're going to tell me I can't understand the law when it comes to dealing with the law. So you can prosecute me because I should know and understand the law. But your clown ain't just going to tell me it's not possible for me to know the law. So which one is it? Right? If you're controlling the situation, it's probably really convenient to say there's no way you can know because you want it to look like the people are too dumb to handle their own affairs. The only problem is that's not how it was in history. Now, at the same time, when the people handled their own affairs, we weren't in trouble like this. So psychologically, that tells me that when the people know, the people do better. When the people don't know, it's easier to run roughshod over people. I think that's the same thing that's happening to Trump right now. Because the people don't know, they rate Trump through the coals. Because courts usually like to be perceived as fair. But if nobody knows what the law says is fair, then they do whatever the freak they want to do, and you can't even get enough support to stop them. But when the people know what's fair, then the people can hold people accountable. But let me ask, is there anybody else who been to the webinars who want to give their idea? Does David Jose webinar suck? Does he teach the real law? Or is he a big hoax, a fake? Let me know what y'all think. Anybody who want to take the mic next? We got a ton of people up here. Y'all can let me know.
Yeah, hey, Dave, I got my hand up. I don't know if you get to see that, but
Go ahead.
so hey, I don't know if anybody is new in here, but I think I started listening to you, Dave, about a year and a half ago, and I think I'd love to kind of give, I guess, my testimonial if it's going to benefit anybody else who's never heard what you've done. So about a year and a half ago, I started listening to you, and just like a lot of people are listening to a lot of different people. So we have to kind of use our best judgment. There's a lot of people that say a lot of things. You know, I got caught up in the David Straight stuff. I got caught up in that type of thinking, and I was listening to you or Telegram, Rumble, things like that. Any type of video you'd put out, you'd always tie it back to the Bible. And I have never seen anybody do that until you did it. And once you started doing that, things started clicking for me. And that's when, just on happenstance, I found Jaron Jackson kind of around the same time. So I'm listening to you, and I'm listening to Jaron, I'm listening to you, I'm listening to Jaron. I'm like, holy cow. Eventually, you guys you had to talk, because Jaron was 100% about the word, about the scripture. And that's truly what it is about. But I didn't want to get too far off the path. But anyhow, about 3 or 4 months later, after just listening to you, and you verified 100% of everything you always said, you had proof, you brought the receipts, you went to the book, you went to the law, you went to the beginning of everything, and you backed up everything you said. So after that, I threw everything else away and off to the side. You know, just like most folks, we were kind of, looking for the truth of what's been happening in our country. And, everybody is, you said it best, the hope deferred maketh the heart sick. So I kind of cast aside everything I had been listening to, and I haven't listened to mainstream media or legacy media in probably 2+ years easily. Just because I've kind of immersed myself in with your teachings, the Bible, the constitutions, the maxims, ever since you told us where to look and where to get the source material. Nothing else really matters, because it can just be, misconstrued or lied about. So ever since then, it took me about 3-4 months after listening to, that's when I ended up getting a couple of PMAs from you, which completely changed my mindset on how our government relates to the people. So the main webinars, I would say, and I probably have, over 20, maybe 25 webinars I think I've taken of yours. I would say the public versus private webinar is a game changer. The court of record one is a game changer. The bundle is a game changer, because it puts everything else in perspective with how our taxes are used, but then also written in such a way to confuse people on who it is actually applied for or applies to. So highly recommend that if anybody is listening and trying to decide. What else could I tell you? Since the knowledge that I've been taught from Dave, and again, all backed up in the scriptures, I've been put into a couple of very, I guess, I would have never guessed it would have happened. But once you start learning these things, I believe God puts you in certain situations to kind of, once you know it, then he's like, all right, now go to war. And then he'll put you in these positions where you have conversations with people you'd never think you would ever have.
Let me ask you this: do you have discussions and teach your legislature?
Many times. Yep, I've gotten.
Do they recognize the law you teach as real law, or do they think it's a hoax and sovereign citizen stuff?
They know it's the real one, because when I show them exactly what it is and they swore to it, and they can't refute it, they get really quiet. And they usually start asking, okay, so what do we do?
So do they know you by name?
They do.
Is
They
that
know
normal in your towns for your government servants as legislative body members to know you by name or talk to you and try to get information and understanding and wisdom from you? Is that normal?
It's not normal. In fact, it's almost kind of hard to even bring it up to just an average, a friend or a relative, or even people that you bump into at, the bakery, or at work, or, just in the grocery store, you bump into an old friend and, hey, what have you been up to? And he's like, how do you start with that? How do you lead with that? Just talking to senators and reps and things, just governing the government, just another day. So that's what's been happening. I got put in front of two judges, actually three judges, two that were running for the Supreme Court of Wisconsin here. And both times during their campaigns, this was a year and a half, 2 years ago. It was a year ago. Actually, it was exactly a year ago. I think this is when the big campaigns were happening, I think. I got put in front of both judges that were campaigning and just shut them right up because of the questions I was able to ask. They got so uncomfortable because of what I knew from Dave, what he teaches. They didn't know how to respond, and one of them actually got visually upset with me and yelled at me to try to shut me up. And that's the power of the law, knowing the law the way it is, that when you walk into the room, you're going to be the smartest law guy in the room by far.
Now, let me ask you, your partner, like Summer, actually had one of the ex-Supreme Court Justice Kelly. He actually heard her speak, and then he said something to the effect of, hey, I want you to check this out too, because I know you've been doing this for like years or a long time or something. She said, no, I only been studying 2 months.
Yep.
But in the time that he heard her speak in one session of just dealing with things in the law, he heard her and thought she was a long-time student of law. She
Correct.
told him, no, it's been 2 months. He was blown away.
Right. Yep. And she was talking to him around the same time of our elections being messed up.
Mm-hmm.
And then it was almost 2 years later that I bumped into you and I got taught by you. So then he bumped into me twice, actually in 2 days, twice in 2 days. But this is the same guy that, and he didn't know that rights cross state lines. So our God-given rights, he told me that if I quote a right from Vermont, right? He said, you don't get that one. You're in the wrong jurisdiction. I'm like, what are you saying?
Did you ask him, do you know what the word inherent is?
Right.
Go ahead, Federal.
I had-
Federal got something he got to say.
Yeah, go
Hey
ahead.
guys, I'm one of those stinking attorneys you guys hate so much.
Oh, no, I don't hate attorneys. I just love the good. I love talking to the good ones that love the people. I correct the ones that are bad that hate the people.
Well, I'm teasing you a little bit. I know Mr. Kelly, Daniel Kelly. He is a solid dude, and if anybody knows a lot about law and rights, he does. I mean, I don't know what the context of the conversation was, but I think you'd be hard pressed for him to admit that, or for him to say that your First Amendment right in Wisconsin, your right to speak, doesn't cross state lines with you when you go to Montana or whatever.
No.
Well, he wasn't talking
specific right I was talking about was the one where it said that we have the right to hold all of our government servants and trustees accountable at all times. I quoted one from another state, and he says, well, you don't get that one because you're in Wisconsin.
Well, if it's another state, if it's a state that you would exercise, it's a right that you would exercise in another state pertaining to that state. Why would it apply in Wisconsin?
Oh boy.
So you think it wouldn't, Federal?
Well, we're talking I need something more concrete. We're talking in generalities. I mean,
No.
No, it's not general.
yeah, it is.
No, actually, it's not. It's a
All right, tell me specifically what right it is, and where do you find that right?
Okay, so we have what's called an inherent right to instruct our servants in every single state.
Where does that right come from?
It comes from God.
Where did you get that? It's not in the Bible.
Actually, it is in the Bible. When you look,
Where?
we'll start with Israel. When you look with Israel, God said to Israel, "Hey, Israel, you should worship and serve me." Israel said, "We want a king like our neighboring countries."
Wait a minute, that's you don't instruct God.
They told God that they want a king like the neighboring countries, and God said, "If you want a king, I don't want you to have it, because if you get a king, he's going to rule over you, send your children to war, and take your best vineyards." And he said, "But if you want a king, I'll give you what you asked for, but I'm going to pick him."
Right, but there's a difference between asking and instructing. You're not instructing God. You can't instruct God.
No. They instructed their own government because they created the idea of having a king, and God allowed them to do that.
Well, they didn't create the idea. They saw their neighbors and they wanted one. I agree with that. That's what the scriptures say.
So then when the neighbors had a king, where did they get it from? They created the idea, right?
No.
Okay, so
did we create families?
Where did the kings come from?
It's like saying, where do we create families? And the answer is, these are all created by God.
No,
God raises up nations as He pleases. Everything comes from God.
Okay, so where did God order the other nations to have kings in the Bible?
I lost you guys. Did I lose you?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I don't remember. The last thing I said was everything comes from God. Everything.
That's not true.
If it doesn't come from God,
I'm going to prove it to you real quick in 2 seconds. In the Bible, God said that they were killing and causing violence, killing children and burning them to Molech. And God said that did not come into my mind, nor did it come out of my mouth. You created that. So are you telling me that God created the idea of killing babies and burning them to Molech?
God created humans who created that idea.
Amen.
So everything comes from God. Everything. Does he know that we're going to sin and commit evil? Sure, he did. Why? Because it started with a man, a woman, and a tree. And guess what? It ended with a man, a woman, and a tree, that being the cross. So he knew.
Did God create evil, or did he know? See, you changed the terms.
No. God is, we have to go back to first principles, and God is perfect.
Amen.
Right? If a perfect God, can a perfect God commit sin? No.
He can't.
Can a perfect God, is he all powerful? Yes. Is he omnipresent? Yes. Can an omnipresent, all powerful God create a boulder, a rock that's so heavy that he can't lift it? It's a trick question. I don't agree with it.
That syllogism that's not connected to what you just said.
Well, hold on. I'm trying to prove a point to you.
Okay, but let's remember that you said God created everything. That's right. Point. So God didn't create raping kids. God didn't create Molech. God didn't tell people to create.
Wait. Raping kids isn't a creation. It's sin.
The idea of raping kids and doing it never came from God, and he said that. So if God says...
no, I never said. I said if God is perfect, right? He's completely perfect. That means he can't be around sin. He can't be around things that are imperfect.
He do it, though. It wasn't him. Somebody else created it and did it.
But I guess we're quibbling over the word create. I wouldn't say create. God gave us, I believe in free will. God gave us free will, and unfortunately, we use it to talk against his law.
Or create things that's not his. See, when the Bible tells us that people make false gods to themselves that he never told them to. So because they did that, that's their creation. They made it. It don't speak. They can't hear from God through it. It's their work. And God had nothing to do with it. When they created the Tower of Babel, God had nothing to do with it. So he doesn't create everything. God creates some things, and sometimes God creates things that go against him.
Let me ask you, did he create the materials that the Tower of Babel was built with?
Yes, but the materials are not it.
So they constructed this Tower of Babel from the materials that God created.
God created Lucifer, and Lucifer became the devil because he wanted to do wrong. God didn't.
Yeah, right. You're making my point, and I don't think this is a point that we don't need to quibble over. The question the original question. Let's go back to the question so we don't go far afield.
Mhm.
You said that it's an inherent right to instruct government. Where
Yes.
do you see that inherent right? Where does it come from? When you say inherent, that word inherent means it belongs to you because you're a human being.
It belongs to you because God put it in you as a right when he created you.
Where do you find that?
So I started in the Bible. So the Bible talks about men being in league with one another. Have you ever saw that?
Well, sure. That's the nature of man. That's natural law.
No, that's not man, because
You have ungodly men like Jeremy Bentham who
Yeah.
talk. I don't want to cut you off.
no, by nature, men are by themselves. You have men born, you have different people born in different places, and they have a natural right to protect themselves. It's not until they become in league with one another that they agree by consent to create a state and have a separate person in a state that they control by the rules that they make to govern it.
Well, see, that sounds like the state of nature. That's Hobbes and Rousseau, the French
No, The state
philosophers.
of nature, men have the right to protect themselves.
No. I guess what I'm trying to say is I don't see any example of a state of nature existing in history. We either have families or we have nations. There's no loners walking out. We're designed to be together in communion.
So if you start with Adam and Eve, if you start with Adam, he was alone by himself.
And what did God say?
He said that he should have a helpmeet.
Why? It was not good for man to be
Alone. Yeah. But
And
that
so we
doesn't
start with the first family.
have inherent rights in himself. And if you look in your state constitutions, it'll tell you that men have individual rights that they have the right to protect on their own without the rest of society protecting it.
Well, yes, sure. You have the right to petition your government. You have the right to.
I didn't say petition your government. I said the right to protect your rights, property, liberty, all individual rights. That has nothing.
Well, sure. That's like saying I like clean water. I like clean water. Yes.
No.
I mean,
not the right to possess, protect, defend. All of those things are individual rights that have nothing to do with government, that are before government.
oh, I get what you're saying. So we'll make a distinction between a right and a privilege. How about
Amen. Amen.
right? So
Yes.
I understand you now. So when we're talking about natural rights or rights belonging to us because of our being a human being,
Mhm.
yes, God gives us certain rights. But saying that we have a right to instruct the government, I don't know. It's like saying I have a right to
Oh
breathe.
no. So that's easy though. The reason you have a right to instruct government is because the people created.
Well, that doesn't necessarily follow because the people created communism too, but you didn't have a right to instruct the government. I mean, there's that
Well,
old.
No,
There-
that's not the case.
Remember, there's that old joke that Reagan used to tell where he met up with a military officer in the United States met up with a Soviet officer in the United States, and they were talking about their respective countries.
Mhm.
And the Soviet officer, they were out talking about freedom, and the American officer said, "Well, I can go right to Washington D.C. and pound on Mr. Reagan's desk, and I can tell him he's wrong, and I have a right to tell him so." And the Soviet officer said, "Well, I have the exact same right as you do." And he said, "You do?" He said, "Yes, I can march right into Mr. Gorbachev's office and I can pound my fist on the desk and I can say, Mr. Reagan is wrong and I have the right to say that." This idea that we don't have rights to speak, these are all inherent natural rights, but I think we forget, we want to enumerate rights.
Hey, Federal.
Yeah.
Hey, how many state constitutions, bills of rights have you read?
Probably about 46 or 47, along with Daniel Kelly, Justice Kelly.
Okay.
Justice Kelly rewrote the Constitution actually to carve out flaws in our current Constitution. It was done just as an exercise in futility.
Let me give you some context on how the conversation went. So, in the beginning of the conversation, Mr. Kelly was telling everybody in a room, and there was probably about 30 or 40 people there. This is in Fond du Lac, Wisconsin. And he said, as long as we do the right things and vote for the right people, we can fix this issue. And I said, well, I stood up and I raised my hand. I said, well, what we should be doing is instructing our government at the state, local, county level, sending them notices and affidavits instructing them on what to do. And he immediately
And what if they don't? What if they don't do?
Hang on.
Yeah, go ahead.
He immediately got visibly upset with what I said because in our state there were notices being circulated. So he was very calm about everybody else's questions until I said notices and affidavits. Okay, and he said, "What do you mean by that?"
Yeah, I would ask the same thing.
What we're going to do is we're going to ask him some questions. We're going to show them the law, and at the end of the notice, we're going to ask them to respond. And if they don't, they agree. He yelled. He said, "You can't do that." I'm like, "What do you mean I can't do that? You can't contract with those people. You can't force contract."
He said you can't
He is
contract.
not Mr. Dan Kelly. I'm sure he's a nice guy. I had 2 conversations with him, but he doesn't know the law.
Well, respectfully to you, I don't understand a word you're saying when you and if you're saying to me that you can walk into a public official, hand them a notice and an affidavit, and you think that the public official is going to listen or do what you say, you're sadly mistaken.
That happens thousands. That happens.
Yeah.
It doesn't.
That's federal.
That's
It
how the
doesn't, guys. I'm
nation's
sorry.
looking, pal.
Federal.
I've been doing this for 25 years. Okay. I've
But-
argued cases in appellate circuit courts and federal courts. I've been doing jury trials in state courts. I'm representing Harrison Floyd in Georgia.
Give Leah a mic. Give Leah a
One
mic.
second. So, federal, you're telling me that politicians or government officials won't listen to the people when they tell them the law because people in court?
I'm telling you, if you go to a judge and you say, Your Honor, you got the law wrong, here's a notice and an affidavit. And nothing in your notice or affidavit speaks to the grammar, the language that he's used to hearing.
Used to hearing or just
Correct.
the law?
Well, the used to hearing the language. Look, if you're playing a chess game and if you don't know the rules of chess and you go in there and you think, oh, I'm going to show them the checkers game, they're going to laugh at you.
So let me ask you the question. So then, if the laws in the state constitution that they agreed to, and I show them the state constitution, are you telling me that they'll just ignore me?
Well, they don't agree to the laws. None of us agree. Listen, none of us agree to law.
What?
You don't agree to law. Thou shalt not murder. That's not something you agree to. You have no choice not to murder. If you murder, you sinned.
Wait.
You can't agree.
I can go in the Bible and I can show you where God showed the people the law in Leviticus, and then he asked his servant to ask them if they all consent and agree, and they had to agree, and then you can see the same thing.
But that's don't confuse covenants with law necessarily.
Okay, so you have
the covenant of Israel. That was, yes, you enter into a contract. They entered into God didn't have to. He could have imposed his will.
Okay,
but in his mercy, he said, look, I want to get.
Because you're missing the process we see for what he could have done. What he did was he said, tell them this is the law. And if they agree to say amen, and they said amen, we will follow. So they made an agreement with God.
A covenant, right?
Yes. And in the constitutions of every state, you have the terms and conditions that the trustees in government are supposed to carry out, and they give an oath and swear that they're going to do it. That's a contract.
No, I disagree.
That
a contract,
100% a contract.
Okay, well, tell me what the definition of a contract is.
A contract is mutual agreement between parties to carry out and perform some duty, some action, some act.
So if I agree to cut your lawn, and you say okay, and you say, well, I want it done on Tuesday, and I decide, I'm not going to cut his lawn. Can you sue me and enforce that as a contract?
Yeah, you can sue.
So what is
wait?
Is
that what you're saying? If I pay you and they screw me, you're not doing it?
I didn't say pay. I didn't use the word pay. I said, if you and I agree, you say, Chris, I'd like you to cut my lawn. And I say, I agree to do it. Is that an enforceable contract?
Consideration though, right?
What?
In contract, you have to have consideration. So you're not explaining a contract.
Well, who told you had to have consideration?
That's the law.
Okay, I agree with that. I'm just saying, but I know where it comes from. Okay, so I'm trying to tell you, your idea of what a contract is, it's an offer, an acceptance, and you have to have consideration. And consideration can be money. It can be something else. If I
Yes.
say, I'd like to cut your lawn, and in exchange, I want you to wash my car. You agree? Yeah, we agree. Boom. That's it. That's a contract.
Yes.
Right?
So does the government constitution, when we pay them for their duties and they swear by oath, and the oath is the binding, the highest way to bind each other between man, you're telling me that's not a contract?
No.
Okay.
I didn't
so what-
listen. I didn't contract to have the United States Constitution on top of me. I didn't contract
Of
to have
course
the.
you did.
Hold
Amen.
on. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. I really didn't. I got birthed. I got birthed 1971, and not any time since then. In any state I've been in, have I ever contracted with the state or the federal government to have the constitutions of the states or the constitution of the federal government apply
agree.
to me?
I agree. Me either.
Yeah.
But the government officials who swore to do the job, they did, and that's a contract.
It's not a contract. It's a duty that that's imposed upon them. It sounds like a contract.
That's imposed upon them because they don't have to accept it. They don't have to run for office. They don't have to take money from us, and they don't have to do what the Constitution says as a legislator or as a judge or as a representative in any way until your anus say you're gonna do it. Then I get your anus. So
No, they have to do. Listen, if they take the oath,
Uh-huh.
they have to do it. It's not a contractual matter. It's
That
a
is
duty.
not- What's the
Well, hold on. Did you take a contract with God on the 10 Commandments?
What? No, that doesn't apply.
Wait. So if you didn't contract with God over the 10 Commandments, then I guess you could commit murder, right?
That doesn't make sense. I contracted with God to be a Christian.
Well, before you were Christian, is it okay to commit murder?
It's never okay because the Creator
Why?
is written.
Why?
Because when God puts you on earth and you're birthed in his earth, it's never okay to do opposite of what he says is right.
But wait a minute. I didn't contract with God. You just said I'm talking about the situation.
You don't have to contract with the creator of earth to be bound by the laws of earth. That's like if you go outside and I tell you don't come back down.
So you don't have to.
You're bound by the laws of earth because God put it there. But there's laws of men that you're not bound by. Like if I told you to go and write legislation tomorrow, you could say no. Why? Because you're not bound by that law. It's not over you. It's not for you. But when you swear and you get elected and you put your name on that piece of paper and you give the oath, you are bound to the people by law, period. And
I agree, but not by contract. Contract has nothing to do with this. Zero.
Okay, what's a compact, sir? What's a compact?
It's an agreement.
Is that not a contract, sir?
It's like a contract, yes.
Okay, so it's a contract.
It is not. What's a treaty? A treaty is an agreement between nations. Is that a contract? Yeah, it's kind of a contract. It's kind of an international contract.
Yeah, between the nations, not anybody else.
And what's a compact? A compact's kind of like a treaty.
Okay.
So you have all these different ways of describing agreement, but that doesn't mean that the oath, for instance, here's why I say this is why it's important.
Mm-hmm.
I don't need to go after a legislature and say, you're under contract. What I need to do is to go to the legislator and say, you violated your oath of office. You broke your oath. You swore to God that you would enforce the law or you would pass the law or you wouldn't violate the constitutional provisions. And that you did.
They swore to the people too, right?
No.
So
it's
wait.
not about the people. It's about
what?
It's about the legislator or the government official taking an individual oath applicable to them that binds them. Their oath doesn't bind me, it binds them.
Who binds them?
The law binds them to that duty.
Law binds them? What law binds them?
Oh, that's easy. Let's pick it. Give me an example. How about this? How about a vanilla traffic accident?
Let's just do this. Let me give you an easy one. The state constitution of New Hampshire. Who does it bind, sir?
The state constitution of New Hampshire?
Uh-huh.
It would be binding in the state of New Hampshire.
Who does it bind?
People in New Hampshire?
The people or the legislature?
I wouldn't say it binds people in New Hampshire.
Okay, does it bind the legislature in New Hampshire?
It's supposed to, sure. Only if they take an oath to it.
Okay, and who wrote it?
Well, it's probably written by legislators and passed by them in convention.
Wait. Okay, let's stop. So you think the legislators of New Hampshire wrote the New Hampshire Constitution
Well, let me back up.
Okay.
Convention, they're like town halls where they meet together and they put together provisions like the Virginia Constitution in 1970. That's from a 1970 convention.
Who is they you're talking about? Who is they that meet together? Please explain that to me.
Typically, it's some of them are legislators. Some of them there are a lot of lawyers. I hate to say that. I mean, there are a lot of lawyers. Probably a majority of them are lawyers.
So in order for the legislature to be created, you have to first have a constitution that is put together so
Correct.
that the office or seat called a legislative body member or the legislative branch. So when you're creating the legislative branch, does the legislature exist yet?
Well, in the case of the United States, it did. It was under the Articles of Confederation, if you remember.
Okay, so when you have Articles of Confederation.
Wait, but then we had a Constitution which had nothing. It replaced the Articles completely. It didn't amend them. They just went away.
A new entity got created. So are you telling me that offices and seats?
I wouldn't say a new entity got created, but I would say a new form of government did.
Okay, so the entity that is established, instituted, or founded, is there a such thing of the legislature of the United or of New Hampshire before you have New Hampshire created as an entity?
Well, New Hampshire isn't an entity; it's a state. The legislature doesn't create the state. I don't understand your question.
Who was it that created the Constitution of New Hampshire?
Which one?
Take anyone. Pick anyone. Who created it?
Well, it would have been people that created it. If that's what you want me to say, I can say that very easily.
Amen. So the people created it, right? So
Right.
you control what you create.
But I didn't create it. So if I'm a New Hampshire resident, how is that applicable to me?
Because
if I'm born in New Hampshire, why am I bound to it?
Because you're not bound to it.
So it's lawless.
No, it binds whoever decides to fill the seats that are created inside of the entity. So
it doesn't bind anybody in the state.
Let me help you understand. I create PMAs all the time and destroy government across the nation. And I'll give you resources of people that you could call and ask them if I do this every day.
What are PMAs? I'm sorry.
Private membership associations like the Bar Association. That's a private membership association.
It's actually not private, but
no, it is private.
I belong to it. It's not private. I've actually belonged to several.
Membership dues to it?
Well, sure, but that doesn't mean it's private.
Gotcha. Which government official governs y'all?
Which government official
governs the bar? Which government official governs the bar? And that allows y'all to practice.
It's a board. It's a board of lawyers that are, and there's actually one layperson, and they are elected to a term. It depends on which state, but every 2-3 years typically.
Okay, so
they don't govern it. They kind of oversee policy when it's necessary to do so. They're not meeting all the time. They don't sit all the time.
Amen. So the Bar Association in Arizona, is that government or is that a private association?
It's quasi-government.
It's no such thing of quasi. Can I find it in the Constitution?
What, bar associations?
Yeah. Can I find them in the Constitution?
Well, you can't find quill pens and parchment paper other than the fact that the Constitution was written in quill and parchment, but you don't find computers in the Constitution. You don't find keyboards. So what?
Who signs off on your bar card, sir?
Who signs off on it? Nobody signed off on it.
So you don't have your president of the Bar Association in your state signing off on your bar card?
Nope.
Okay. So I'll tell you.
The Supreme Court of Virginia signed my license. They swore me in to uphold and preserve the Constitution. And that's what I did.
To the Supreme Court roll of attorneys in your state is what they did.
They what?
They swore you in to the Supreme Court roll of attorneys that keeps a list of attorneys approved to be able to represent people in courts in that state.
No, they didn't swear me into a roll. They made me take an oath to the Constitution.
Your name is on the roll.
Sure it is.
They swear you in to have the ability to practice in courts in the state, but that's not
correct.
The bar,
that's right.
That's not the bar membership. That's the Supreme Court. That's what they
do. No, that is the bar membership. That's how I get into the bar.
Sir, the Bar Association is ran by either the trustees or the president of the association.
No. So you're wrong. Respectfully, David, listen, I'm a member of Virginia. I'm a member of the DC bar. I'm a member of several different district courts. I can tell you with all assuredness that that's not how it is.
Let me make it simple. Does the Arizona legislature rule over the bar, sir? In any one of those states you just said,
Well, I'm not familiar with Arizona's laws, but here's what I would venture to guess, and I'm probably right about this. The legislature can pass laws that the bar has to follow.
They can pass law that the bar has to follow.
Correct. That's their legislature. That's what they do, pass laws.
Title 32, where the bar could be public, and that's sunsetted. The bar.
I don't know what Title 32 is. Is that Arizona?
That used to be Arizona until it was hidden, where it says it was 10 years that they had to try out allowing them to be under a certain title. Then it fell off, is no longer there. It's sunsetted, and the Bar Association acts privately. In Alabama, they act privately as an association, and their president signs off on their bar cards, and then they go to the Supreme Court the Supreme Court to get on their roll of attorneys who have the permission to practice inside of their court.
Yeah, but you're making it more complicated than it is, David. All an attorney does is swear an oath to uphold the Constitution. They say, welcome. We hope that you will uphold yourself and acquit yourself in front of the public and serve the public and follow your oath. Now, that's as far as it goes, and I have other problems with the fact that they don't follow their oaths, but that's a different story.
Quasi-government, though, they're not government. The Bar
They are. They actually are.
Okay, so what part of the Constitution, constituted by the people, can I find the Bar Association?
Well, you can't find the bumper height of your car, but it's in the statutory regulations. Which
it's something statutory. Then is not something.
Right. It's something the legislature passed because they're allowed to pass laws. You see that?
Yeah, they're allowed to pass laws over who?
On who?
Over who?
You.
Really?
The people. Absolutely.
So which laws that do they have that they can pass over? Let's just say the Bills of Rights, or Declaration of Rights of the state.
Do you have a right to travel?
Yes.
Then why do you have a license?
Because people got tricked into doing things that's not lawful.
So but do you have a license right now?
Of course.
So why do you have a license? Why don't you just exercise your right to travel without a license, which is a privilege?
Because I believe in doing things by the way of least, what do you call it? Least
pragmatic. And that's okay. I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing with you.
I fight big things. I don't fight little things. So
okay. Well, fair enough. By the way, I do think there's a right to travel.
It is.
But you have to be pragmatic about it. You can't fight the system on the license issue because, for all practical purposes, it'll shut you down. What are you going to do? Go by bus or go by bicycle? No.
I have people in my family who don't use them, and they won't get arrested. They drive and they do nothing. But for me, I fight so many things like government shutting down entities and them stealing people's kids and stuff like that I don't have the time to be getting pulled over for little stupid stuff when I'm fighting big stuff. So I don't.
Well, you got to be faithful in the little things, and God will bless you with bigger things.
Well, that's probably why I have thousands of wins. That's probably why. So the thing is, when
let me ask you this, David: if what you say is true, all these things, I know attorneys. And the one thing I know about attorneys is they love money. They love the billable hour.
Of course.
There's the old joke where a woman comes in to pay her legal bill and she peels off 5 $100 bills and she puts it on the desk and the attorney doesn't want to count it because he doesn't want to be rude. He's excited he's getting paid. And he escorts her out the door and he sits at the desk and he starts to count the money. And all of a sudden he finds out that there's actually 6 $100 bills because they were brand new, right? And one got stuck. And she actually paid him $600 instead of $500. And the joke is, now he's faced with an ethical question. Should he or shouldn't he tell his partner? You see, so it's crazy. But my point to you is, if things like this actually work, guys, trust me, attorneys would flock to it and they would charge for it. Because they are greedy bastards.
You wouldn't do that because you wouldn't get billable hours.
Oh, yeah, they would. They would charge you $10,000, $20,000, $30,000 just to go do it. And guess what? People would pay it left and right.
Okay, so let me ask you this question. So do we the people, so are you saying that we the people in the states don't have the authority to instruct our servants?
I'll tell you what. You get pulled over by a cop and you start telling him that you start instructing him that he has no authority to pull you over and see what he does.
So let me ask you.
I'm asking you. Can you? I mean, I could instruct him. I could tell him, but do you think it's going to be effective?
I think you're dealing with level C. See, and I think this is a mistake that attorneys make. They look at how things are now, and they start to get to the point that they think, well, hey, because we got guns with the police officers, we taught that we don't have to follow the law because this is the way it is. But if you start in the beginning of the nation, anywhere up to like 1910, you definitely wouldn't do what you're saying you would do. So the norm,
Well, law was done differently after
Yeah.
about the
Yeah.
1900s.
law was done differently because the people knew the law and you couldn't play the junkie.
No, the people bastardized the law, and after 1900, we lost it.
Well, some people lost it and some people actually know what it is. And I think the reason, just like the ATF right now, how they're getting destroyed in front of the Supreme Court and all the brilliant attorneys who say this would never work, you guys are arguing with the Supreme Court. Why won't you give us wins as attorneys? And scholars are doing the same thing.
Do you think I don't want to win?
I don't know.
Do you
but I'm
do you,
telling
do you think if I thought for a moment that going into court with a notice and an affidavit would yield me a win, even in Harrison Floyd's case, do you think I wouldn't do that?
I don't know. I don't know.
Of
I
course.
haven't had
What do you mean you don't know? I want to win.
But
Who doesn't? Who among us doesn't want to win?
Let me help you understand something, because I've been the guy who deals with the police officers with the guns during the lockdowns of 2020. And I can
Okay, well, I was a police officer for 3 years in West Palm Beach. Okay, I was one. I know the system cold, and I'm just telling you. You know, you say you give me all these anecdotal stories of one-offs of what you've done. I'm just talking pure law.
200 PMAs are one-offs.
That's an anecdotal story. Yes.
Okay,
Give me a case. I'll look it up. I mean, I looked up one case involving a J6er who was accused of what's his name, Neely or Beal? I can't remember his name.
I don't know.
Anyway, he was accused of being a part of the Oath Keepers, and he was acquitted because the judge said there wasn't enough evidence, and he said, "Oh, I gave him I did the notice and affidavit, and that worked." That's not what got him off.
Okay,
you can't. So I would need to look at a case you're talking about, and I would have to dissect it. You just can't tell me, well, I've done 200 successful PMAs. Well, so what?
I'm talking about PMA. Would you like to get the PMA people's information and go look up the cases and come back and tell us what they say? What the court
Glad to do it. I'm glad to do it. But you got to give me specific cases. I can't just go hunt around for nothing.
Phyllis in New Jersey, who I spoke about earlier, I'll give you Mountainside Fitness. You should be able to. Matter of fact, you got Pacer. You could pull up the cases right now if you wanted to.
Okay, let's do it right now. Hold on.
Yeah,
You're right. Actually, right. I do have Pacer.
Amen.
For the folks on the channel, tell them what Pacer is.
Pacer is a site that people can use in order to pull up court cases and get information on things that are happening in the.
So is this a federal case we're talking about with Mountainside Fitness?
No, Mountainside Fitness is in Arizona.
Okay, so then it wouldn't be on Pacer. Pacer's for federal cases.
You have Pacer, and you have the ability to look up cases all across the country as an attorney, right?
But you don't have Pacer. Only looks up federal cases. It doesn't look up state cases. So let's tell me where was it in Arizona? What province?
Look up Mountainside Fitness in Arizona, and you'll see they had 18 gyms. It's one of the biggest gyms in Arizona. And then Tommy Travillis is in New Jersey. TommyTrivillas. He had 3 entities in Jersey. That'll probably be the best one to look up now because you can see his case.
Right, so I'm looking online right now at it looks like they actually appealed it to the U.S. District Court for Arizona.
For which guy?
Oh, that's.
Oh, you talking about for Mountainside?
I'm looking right now. Hold on one second. Just give me a second.
Mm-hmm. And you should. I'll just say this while you're looking. You should be able to see that he was all in the news. The government was prosecuting him, going after him. And they were coming full steam ahead. You should see news articles everywhere. And I want you to.
I do. And the news articles, and I got the ruling right here, and it says he lost.
Did he?
Yeah. It says right here. I'm looking right at it.
So why did his entity stay open? That's what I need you to answer for me.
He might have created a new Mountainside entity. I don't know.
No, I created a private membership association, and the government realized they couldn't mess with it.
So Mountainside Fitness closed, but they just opened up under a new entity. That happens all the time.
I created the entity, and the government couldn't stop us. Thank you. So why did that work, sir?
Because you're allowed to create entities.
Sir,
Anybody can create an entity.
hold on, sir. They shut down every LLC, S Corp, C Corp that they wanted to. Why couldn't they shut us down? You just admitted it. Why?
Why couldn't they?
Why did they arrest people in Arizona and shut people down? And you're reading that the guy opened up and stayed open during COVID. Why did
No,
it happen?
I didn't read that he opened up and stayed open during COVID, but you said that. I said to you, he lost the case.
If he lost the case as an LLC, how come they couldn't shut him down in Arizona, sir?
I don't know. I have no idea whether he even opened back up.
Sir, everybody in Arizona knows the entity stayed open.
2-inch energy.
Everybody in Arizona knows. Tommy Trevillis stayed open too. This is what I'm telling you. I opened up an entity which you probably not used to and other people are not used to. And
All I'm seeing online, I'm looking at the Google so everybody can do it themselves.
Okay, so
it says Mountainside Fitness can't legally defy shutdown order, judge says.
So
I don't know what to tell you.
So why did they do it then? If he can't legally defy it, how the freak did he defy it, sir?
I'd have to see the court case. I can't get into the court case.
Wait, so you believe that you have to see a court case to tell this man why he could be open, and I'm telling you, I opened him up as a PMA.
No. I'm not saying I need to see a court case, but when a judge, if this is about the lockdowns and the lockdown, I sued UVA about the lockdowns. I mean, that's not the point. Is things happen all the time, but
let me tell you what I did. I opened up entities that the government wouldn't have jurisdiction over, and they stayed open, and the government stopped all their attacks, and everybody came there and worked out. Thousands and thousands of people all across Arizona. At the same time, everybody else was going to jail. How?
Because it wasn't because you opened an entity; it's because he just stayed open.
You know, you weren't there. How?
Because I'm looking at the law. I'm not the law, but I'm looking at the Google. I'm just giving you articles that I see.
Were in the establishment every day when the government said his LLCs and all that stuff are supposed to be locked down. How the freak does that happen? If the
I'll tell you how that happens. Because when they told me I had to wear a mask, I didn't do it. When they told me I had to get a shot, I didn't do it.
Okay, so all the news
I didn't shut down.
The news articles stopped. All the freaking court cases stopped. Everything stopped, and we stayed wide the freak open. And I'm telling you the entities I did. So you're gonna say it just happened because they justified it when everybody else went to jail?
So how did you create the entities?
Because I'm smart enough to do it. That's how I did it.
No. You could don't hide up the key of knowledge. Tell me how you created them.
Oh no. I created a private membership association like your association. That's how I did it.
Did you ask the state for permission to exist?
Heck no, I don't.
Okay, so it's an unincorporated association.
I'm a boss at creating entities. I don't ask permission to my servants to create what I create.
Okay, so they're unincorporated entities.
Yes, and they're wide the freak open in every state that I did, and Indian tribal land. And you can look at Tommy's, and you'll see the same thing. And he didn't pay them the $1.4 million they wanted either. So explain that. Because no judge
who didn't pay the $1.4 million.
Would go with what I'm saying. I'm going to let Tommy play the audio for you so you can hear them tell him they're so happy that he brought law that nobody else brought because he gets to hear the same old attorneys talking the stupid stuff every day and it's boring and he loves what we do. I'm going to let them tell you in their own words, and you're going to see they didn't shut down at all and they got richer. And no government can mess with us.
I didn't shut down my businesses either, but they told me to and I didn't do it. So what? I didn't have to create other entities to do that.
Okay, but a lot of people went to jail for the same thing that we flourished at. So
do you think the government's going to say, well, he created an unincorporated association, therefore we can't arrest him? Oh, no, that's not how government works.
That's exactly what the freak they did.
No, they would have arrested him immediately.
Sir, see, this is how funny it is. They would have arrested him immediately, yeah, but they didn't because they knew what the freak was up. That's exactly what happened.
Federal. I've got a lot of common ground with you. So I was a sheriff's deputy for 20 plus years, right?
Right.
I became a student of Dave's at the end of my career as a law enforcement officer. Man, you're arguing something that you don't understand. I didn't either. And I'm telling you right now, the statutory law is inferior to the common law.
No, it's not.
Let me ask you this question. Can you just tell him so he understands? Did you not make your freaking sheriff drop their license to carry a gun and become a constitutional carry area and stop their $750,000 in fees they were getting every year?
Not only did I do that in my county, I made the whole state a constitutional carry state without having to have a license.
Okay.
How did you?
So-
Let me. I love it. I
Federal.
love it. I love it. Wait. But that has nothing to do with a PMA. We're going afield.
It has something to do with fundamental law. So
It has to do with your Second Amendment rights.
Hold on. Here's a man that was a sheriff officer, sir.
Right. Great.
Just like you were an officer.
Right.
And
Great.
these gentlemen, use what I said to show the government that they were doing it wrong, and they flipped it and stopped making people get.
All right, well, how did you show the government that they were doing it wrong? Let's
Go
go.
ahead.
Let's,
Tell
I
us.
sent.
I'm going
I
to
sent.
I'm
Let
going
me
to
let me answer the question. I sent multiple sheriff's notices, including mine, along with others in my community that I got together.
Okay. Great. Love
and
it.
taught them how to do it. I sent notices.
Great.
Using the law, using Dave's prescribed method, sui juris, et cetera, et cetera. I don't want to go into detail right now here, but we did that.
What do you mean sui juris?
We'll get into that later. But
when you start using Latin phrases, if we're going to see, here's why, guys. Here's why this stuff is. It just doesn't. There's other reasons why things happen, not because of doing PMAs or doing notices.
Okay, this is the man who met with him. So you're going to discount what he did as an officer? What
makes you think I'm discounting what he did?
Because you're trying to say what don't work and you're not present.
Oh, no. Wait.
It's perfectly before I got to my point.
Yeah, go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
All right. My point is, we did this in several counties, and then with the state legislature, and then the state legislature removed the requirement to have a license to carry concealed in the whole state.
That's beautiful. Beautiful. But you could have done it any other way. You could have done a letter writing campaign. There's not a special form or format for you to do that.
Sir,
you did exactly
No, you're wrong. You're wrong.
Constitution. The format is the state constitution that nobody teaches us in school. That's what it is.
The format isn't where you send them a copy of the Constitution?
No, we instruct them in the parts of the Constitution that deal with the rights that they've been invading on or infringing on for years.
Hey, you're an attorney, right?
Right.
If you bring the wrong argument to court, what happens?
You lose.
Yeah. So if our notices bring the wrong argument to government officials, what's going to happen?
I didn't say that you brought the wrong. I didn't say your notices brought the wrong argument.
Sir, he's saying he's letting you know that when we bring the right law that's been hidden, we give people knowledge of the law. That's what the Bible says do.
Common sense tells you if somebody doesn't know the law, if it's a sheriff that doesn't know the law, that you can write him a letter to try to instruct him, hey, what you're doing is wrong. Okay? That is nothing special. I do that all the time.
You're talking about common sense.
Hold on, Steve. Steve, stop. Hey, Federal. How many times did you come on Spaces and teach the people of America how to do it?
I'm busy defending the people of America, so I don't often get here.
We got to fix America. America's messed up. Trump is messed up. Your
that's
is messed up.
That's why I'm here.
How many times?
That's why I'm here.
How many times did you already teach the people of America how to be free since it's so easy?
I didn't say it was easy.
Okay, or if it's just normal and you do it all the time, why the freak don't the people of America know already?
Because
I work on my car and go have fun, but I can't because the people need to know the knowledge. And you got it. You say it's you do it all the time. Why?
Right.
Millions of people. Why aren't you training Trump and all these people to do it so that everybody in America can hear their law?
What makes you think I'm not training Trump?
Why didn't you tell him to tell everybody in America, stop everything we're doing, and everybody get a powwow with President Trump and let him tell us what the freaking law is because we love him and we'll listen to him? Why did that happen?
Give me an example of a common law pleading you use.
Why do I need a common law pleading when I can common law?
Because if you don't know
hold on, wait, let me get it out. If I can teach the legislature and get them to realize what the law is and they stop making statutory tribunals to attack us, why the freak do I have to go to court to fix a legislative issue? Have you ever stopped to think about that?
Have you ever stopped to think that the common law had common law pleadings?
Sir.
I'm asking you. You're talking common law. I'm trying to help you out.
Sir, let me help you out. I don't have to go to court to tell my legislature they're off the mark.
That's right. You don't. But that's
it's it's dumb to go to court over every issue when you got the right to teach the legislature that, hey, you know those attorneys who's telling you can steal our money, steal our houses, steal our kids, steal our dogs, and do all this stuff? Yeah, they didn't show you this part of the law. So before you make another statute for these idiots, let's first understand what your duties are and what you can write a statute over. And then they look and they say, holy crap.
So you're not saying that all statutes are bad.
No, I'm not. We created the legislature to make some statutes like, hey, what are we going to do about the trash? What are we going to do about marriage certificates? What are we going to do about immigration? That's fine. Don't make a
I don't think it's fine over marriage. I think the churches have jurisdiction over marriage, but that's another story.
Well, how you keep a record is what I'm saying. You can have your method of putting if you want to put the records in alphabetical order from left to right, that's your business. You want to put it to right to left, where you want to store it, I don't give a freak. But don't make legislation over the right to take my car, my house, my kids, or just prosecute people for things in tribunals that don't follow the fundamental law.
I guess what I'm trying to say is there's no magic bullet.
It's
zero.
Sir, let me help you understand. Sir, for decades, we have not had the fundamental knowledge of what the state constitution say the dang government is supposed to do.
Why? Why? I mean, it's been published for years. Why don't you read it?
So why didn't they teach it in school, sir?
They taught it in my school.
They taught the state constitution in your school.
They did.
Hey, Dave, how many articles, federal, how many articles, inherent rights from the state constitutions do you use in your pleadings, sir?
Oh yeah, since we talk about pleadings, can you show in your pleadings what maxims you're using and what fundamental rights in the state?
I don't use maxims because those are merely principles of law. I sometimes will quote a maxim, but I don't quote hundreds of them because, first of all, most judges don't know Latin anymore.
I'm not talking about Latin maxims, sir. I'm talking about fundamental principles of law that are national.
Yeah, but they're under the common law, for instance, all the way back to 1200. Maxims were contained in Latin phrases because they were impregnated with meaning.
Okay, so in due process,
why don't we use Latin anymore? If I walk in, what
the maxims are in
law,
English.
Sir. I'm not talking about language. Let's not miss what we're aiming at.
Yeah, somebody said sui juris, so I'm thinking about
in English, sir, in America, in due process of law, don't we have to follow the maxims when somebody's going to be prosecuted? Aren't there maxims of law that deal with every single case, how somebody's going to be dealt with?
There's procedural law, right?
No, procedural law is what's created by legislatures and rules of courts later. Are there not maxims of law that are universally accepted already in the law by forefathers of law like Koch and I didn't say forefather of the nation, forefathers of law like Koch and Locke and others? Aren't they already accepted as true universally?
No. First of all, we Cook and Locke. No, John Locke is, well, we can talk about that's a different issue. But Sir Edward Cook, that's what you're referring to,
yes,
it's different. If you've read Cook's Institutes, as Jefferson said, he was a squirrely old scoundrel. Jefferson said when he was a young lawyer. But then as he aged, he thought the man was a genius.
Okay.
So it's called wisdom. You have to acquire wisdom and acquire learning. And that's what makes, hold on. But that's what makes law like, I'll give you an example. Do we do brain surgery? No. Why? Because I don't know it. I'd fall down on my knees before I touch somebody with a knife or a saw. Because I'm not trained. Okay.
Amen.
And so don't get me wrong. I think the court should be open to everybody. Amen. And I think the sheriff, the retired sheriff, amen. Kudos to you for going to your legislature and lobbying and getting these guys to do what's right and pass laws to enforce their own constitution. That's fantastic.
Sir, it wasn't lobbying. It wasn't lobbying, sir.
Before he went to the legislature, he had sheriffs doing what was right based on what was written, like Jesus said. See,
the sheriffs are in a different position, as the sheriff will tell you. The sheriffs have a lot more power.
Yes,
in states.
Amen. And how did he know that? How did he know that sheriffs have more power?
Because I was taught.
To who?
I was taught that.
No. How did he know? How did Steve
Because
know?
he's a sheriff.
No, he knows because he studies the law with us. That's how
Steve, did you know that the sheriff was more powerful when you were working there?
Yes and no. It was at the end of my tenure.
Okay.
with the sheriff's department that I began to learn under Dave.
Right, but let me ask you another question. As a sheriff, did you ever read the United States Constitution?
Of course I did. I swore to it.
Okay, you are an anomaly. Most police, and don't tell me you would disagree with this. I guarantee most police officers don't even read it.
But
That's irrelevant.
No, it's not. It's not irrelevant. Here's why. I agree with you.
You swear to it.
I agree.
You swear to it. If you swear to something, it's your responsibility to
I
know
agree. How can you uphold something that you haven't sworn to, right?
That's my question. How can you uphold something you didn't how can you uphold something you swore to that you never read?
I agree with that. Yeah, no, my point is this. When I was a cop, I was a young guy. I swore to uphold it. I never read it till the end of my tenure.
I say this all the time, Federal. This is my problem. Isn't there a bar association member that is legal counsel to every agency, to the legislature, to different officers in the executive? Don't they have legal counsel?
Not from the bar. I mean, they have lawyers.
Okay, so they have legal counsel, right?
That's a pretty broad statement. There's legal counsel throughout government. Yes.
Every one of them got lawyers, right?
No, not every one of them.
Okay, so does the
your state legislature, for instance, would have he would have an office, and he personally wouldn't have a general counsel in his office if he's a state legislator. They don't have the money for that.
I can tell you, Leah Cushman, who's a legislator who studies under us, was just on here, and they got a ledge counsel. Arizona got ledge counsel.
Legislative counsel is different. It's not
their attorneys, sir. Their
attorneys. Oh no! But you said each one has it. No, they have access to legislative counsel. Meaning,
so when I go to Arizona, there's a ledge council member in the building every single time I go. When you go to New Hampshire, they have ledge council. Okay, so why is ledge council allowing people to swear under oath to be accountable to the Constitution of the state of New Hampshire or Arizona, etc.?
I think I lost you.
Can you hear me? Test. Can you hear me? Okay, guys. I think
lose you guys.
I think the app is messing up his phone, guys. So one of you guys are going to have to unmute and tell him.
There you are.
If you can you hear us now?
I gotcha.
Can you hear me too?
Can you hear Dave? He just spoke.
He can't hear me.
I hear you, but I don't hear anything else.
Okay. So tell him he got to go out and come back in.
So
because his
Federal, go out and come back in because you can't hear Dave, and the signal got messed up.
And we'll call you back up. He'll
Roger that. See ya.
Yep. So, hopefully, and he should hear this when he comes back in, but he wanted to jump in when I talked about a friend of his, sounded like he wanted to get in on it when I said Dan Kelly. And I think everybody in here should realize that he's having the same problem as Dan Kelly. Dan Kelly doesn't believe that government trustees and servants and officers.
Hold on, wait. I'm trying to get him in as a speaker. Okay, it worked now.
Good. Federal, you hear now? Can you hear?
You got to unmute, Federal.
All right, gotcha. Dave kicked me off because I was about to win. No, I'm just kidding. I'm teasing. I'm teasing you.
Let's go back to the beginning. So there's a reason why you jumped in and you wanted to interrupt when I was talking about Dan Kelly. There's a reason for that, and I'm okay with it. But it's important that we go back to the beginning of why
Can I tell you the reason?
Let me go, and then you can say. Okay, so the reason why you wanted to jump in, you want to defend your friend, and that's fine. But the same issue that Dan Kelly has, you have. And here's the issue. Government trustees, legislators, whoever takes the oath, they contract with the people under the constitutions. Dan Kelly doesn't agree with that either. So I can hear your arguments in his voice in a way, and I think that's because you may not understand the difference between public and private and what a republic and what a republic is. You're missing that the jurisdictions are different between people and what is in the public realm. That's where you're missing it, and that is key. So go ahead.
All right, so I don't defend Dan Kelly because he's my friend. He is my friend. I defend Dan Kelly because I know him well. I know where he comes from. Both of us went to a very unorthodox school, Regent University in Virginia Beach, and it's a Christian law school. Both of us were taught by one of the finest legal men legal minds on common law. He used to be president of the ACLU. This particular individual was a professor at Syracuse University School of Law. And one day he happened to go to a Christian Legal Society meeting, and the entire meeting got very quiet when he walked in, because this particular professor was also in charge of, president of the local ACLU, and was doing pro-abortion cases and stuff like that. And this particular professor told me later on in life that when he walked in, it was as though he dropped a turd in the punch bowl. It just went dead quiet. You know, there were 20 students in there, and they knew that the devil had walked in. He was a liberal, a commie. And so over time, over the next several months, he began to read the Bible, and he converted to Christianity. And he remembered this, and he asked them, why did you, I remember the first time I walked into this Christian Legal Society meeting, that all of you got very quiet. And since then, I understand that there's you all pray for professors. Can I join in that? And they got quiet again, and they said sheepishly, yes, professor, we have something to confess to you. And he said, what's that? Well, we made a list of professors. We ranked them from 1 to 30 or 40. And we ranked them based upon those that we thought we could turn and convert to Christianity, and we would pray for each one of them. And he said, oh, where was I on the list? And they told him, you were dead last. They never expected it. This man, his name is Herbert. You can look him up. He is the premier expert. He died 2 years ago at the age of 76. I had the honor of being taught by him. He taught me how to read. He taught me all about common law. The man was a genius. Okay. And I'm sad because all the knowledge that he knew, and he knew far more than I did, but he taught me enough so I can continue to read and study on my own. But he was a brilliant lawyer, went to Harvard Law School. Okay. So Dan Kelly was taught by him. I was taught by him. We know the common law like the back of our hands. All of us have read original source material. So when you tell Dan Kelly it's a contract and he says to you, like I did, it doesn't really fit, it's because all that we have read from the year 1200 to the year, I'm going to peg it at about 1855. And I use that strategically because that was Darwin's On the Origin of Species. That's when that was published. Up to that point, they wouldn't, the founding fathers, the old common law lawyers would never have seen it as a contract that way. And I understand your point. And politically, it's like a contract.
Let me ask
federal.
You though. So let me dig deeper just to see if we can make it simple. So do you at least believe that government in America, the states, are compacts and political associations, voluntary political associations?
You mean, okay, you're throwing me off when you use words like voluntary political associations. Okay. Right now, the commies are in control. They have guns. Okay, the sheriff will back me up.
That doesn't mean very much because the King of England had weapons too, and he got his anger.
Yeah, but we're a lot stronger.
I don't look at what it is today. I do like God says. God says, don't think about the old things in the way that it is, because he does new things. So trust in him for the new things and seek the truth and speak.
He also says, don't worry about tomorrow, for tomorrow will take care of itself.
Yeah, but God tells us to speak the truth and to not worry about the old things, like in Isaiah 49, Isaiah 49, 43, 41, 42, 43. He tells us he'll do a new thing. He tells us he raises up people to learn the law the old way, because people oppress people based on new laws that are not correct. God will raise people up to correct the issues.
And by the way, I haven't talked to Dan Kelly in probably a year and a half to 2 years since Herbert Titus died. Y'all are welcome to look him up. Herbert Titus has a fantastic book. At first I hated it, but like Sir Edward Cook, when Jefferson was reading Cook, I thought Herb's book was I called it the Green Devil. If you look it up, it's called God, Man, and Law. Fabulous book. And Herb was a great guy, but I'm sorry, I'm going off because I'm thinking about him.
I'll look at, and I apologize, and I'm sorry for the loss of such a good man. You know, we need good men to give the word. We need it.
Well,
Now, here's one thing for me. I'll tell you, I'm a big time Christian. I'll open the Bible with anybody, any given time. And this is where I've been able to learn and study the law the way that God said it, starting in Psalm 119 as one of the pillars of law, equity, justice, truth. And as I just quoted to you from Isaiah 40, 41, 42, 43, 49, 45, you can see where God explains that it's in his character to raise up people who never went by the way of the law, to learn the law in order to bring justice back to the people who are waiting for it. That's in that text. And when I ask you about, do you think that it's a voluntary political association, or do you think that
No, I don't. I don't think it's voluntary anymore. Nope.
Okay, so do you think that our forefathers created states as voluntary political associations that are compacts and covenants between them and the people, between government officials and the people? Do you believe that?
I would say that they are definitely compacts in that sense. Well, a constitution is more than a compact. Okay, a constitution is more than a contract. It's a higher.
Is it a covenant?
Yeah, well, actually, you know what? I don't believe it's a covenant. Here's why.
Mm-hmm.
I have no duty to the government. I have no contractual duty to the government.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Zero.
Amen.
What I have is that document, that founding document, is supposed to protect all of us. It's not supposed to let them act on us. Now,
Amen.
I'm not talking about evildoers, right? Because
it shows us a birthright. We have freedom by birthright, just like God would show. And
I wouldn't even say birthright, but go ahead. I don't want to argue with you.
It's definitely, if you're born in America, you have rights in any state already just by being born, by being posterity.
Well, I would suggest to you that the natural born definition in the Constitution would say otherwise, but nobody looks at that anymore. That's meaningless.
So
but let's not get sidetracked.
Okay, so very simple. The states are political associations that are voluntary, and they are covenants. And being that they are covenants, the people covenant.
Covenants with whom?
The people covenant with each citizen, and the citizen covenant with the people as a whole.
See, I didn't covenant with anybody in my state. I didn't covenant with the government. As posterity,
after the covenant was made, just like with God, God got the first people, told them to agree, and then he says, I will bless you, your children after you, and everybody who becomes part of this people. That's what God says. And he gives you the choice to follow with him or to leave and dwell somewhere else.
But the preamble tells us what posterity gets out of this. It's not that posterity is bound to it. I am not bound.
Bound. I didn't say bound. See, you're using a word in your mind that I never said.
You said covenant, and covenant binds two people. Look, in the Old Testament.
No.
Whoa, yes. It comes, listen, the word covenant comes from the Hebrew, kurak barith, which means to cut a deal. And just like Moses cut a deal with God. Mm-hmm. And what did he do? He got chopped. He got a little circumcision going on to seal the deal. Because listen, hold on. Mm-hmm. I'm trying to explain. Mm-hmm. Under the covenant, they both had obligations and duties to each other.
Amen.
I don't have an obligation or duty to the government other than
the government isn't the state. This is where I think you're making a mistake. The people are the state. I have a covenant to my brother by God, period.
I don't think the people are the state. The state's a geographical boundary.
The people are the state.
The people aren't the state entity. That's not.
When you want to prosecute somebody, you have to say in the people of the state versus blah, 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 right?
Well, that's a fiction, yeah.
Why would you have to do that?
I don't say the people of the state. I say the state or let me give you an example. I prosecuted. So I'll tell you what we have. It says the Commonwealth of Virginia, versus the defendant.
Yeah, and the Commonwealth of Virginia is the people, not the entity. I'm sorry, not a corporate entity. You're using the power of the people to prosecute.
Using the power of the people don't look. Power comes from the power comes from the Constitution. That's it. The people established the Constitution many years ago before I was.
Wait, guys, hold on. Who wrote the Constitution, sir? You were in Virginia.
You're cutting me off. I want to finish.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, the people establish the Constitution, which
So
sets
who's
up power.
is what I'm trying to ask you. You're saying the piece of paper. What's before the piece
Dave, let me finish. Let me finish, bro.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yes, I agree. The people set up the Constitution. I agree they established it. The Constitution sets out powers for government. This is all basic stuff. I agree with all of that. That's not the issue. So when you say you're making more of it than it is, when I say the Commonwealth of Virginia, it's the entire state, right?
That's
it's not
the
just
people.
people, it's everything.
The people.
It's the corporate state, it's the people, it's everything.
Okay, so the people, when you bring in the corporate state, the people, by inherent right, possess all political power in that state, right?
When I don't bring them in, it's just
you can't, sir. I didn't ask you if you bring them in. I asked.
Oh, you said when you bring them in. I said I'm just saying I didn't bring them in.
I said the people possess all political power in Virginia, right?
The people that live in Virginia and
sir, the people possess all political power in Virginia, right?
The people in Virginia possess power in Virginia.
Power or all political power?
Well, they don't possess any political power over the executive.
Yes,
when the executive when he's elected for 4 years, what power do they wield over him? Answer:
sir,
none.
Yes, they do. Did you not read? So you're talking about Virginia. I will take you there and show you what you're saying is not true.
We got to bust out. We got to bust out.
Sir, let's open up. Let's see. This is going to be good. I'm happy you said that.
Let's read the law.
Open up the Virginia State Constitution and see if you're correct. Because this is something that I didn't write it.
All right, it's going to be good. Go ahead.
All right.
Pull up a general platitude in the Constitution and tell me how that applies. Go ahead.
Hey, Jaron, open up the dang state Constitution of Virginia, please, so he can see this beauty. This is some good fire.
It's not a beauty. It's a horrible document.
Yeah, no, it's amazing. It's beauty. I love it.
Yeah, no. Anything written after 1855 is done.
I'm there.
Man, this thing is
Article 1.
Jaron, can you open up the preamble for him so he can hear just the spirit of the law? Then we're gonna go.
No, I've read it. You just need to quote what you're quoting.
I'm gonna do the first 3 because what you said was wrong, and I'm gonna open what you said wasn't correct. We got power. The people of Virginia got power over the executive, legislative, and the judiciary, and I'm going to prove it to you.
No. Wait, I didn't say you didn't have. Okay, look, there's a difference between practical power and wielding your votes in office. You have no power once they're
vote in office, sir.
I'm going to tell you right now. Listen, hold on. When you say that the people established the Constitution for their posterity, of course they did. I'm not denying that.
I made a bold statement. I said they have all political power. That's what I said. I'm making a statement way more bold than anything you're saying.
Okay, so David, if I possess all political power, I can walk into the court and reject the court. Is that what you're saying?
Amen.
Can we just read the law?
No, that's foolish.
Read the law?
You want to let the Constitution tell you?
Go ahead, I want to hear. I want to see. Show me where I can do that in the Constitution.
Go ahead, Jaron. Go ahead, Jaron.
Preamble of the Virginia Constitution.
Mm-hmm.
Quote, a declaration of rights made by the good people of Virginia in the exercise of their sovereign powers.
Their sovereign powers. So they're claiming they got sovereign powers as the people who created the document. Keep going, Jaron.
Which rights do pertain to them and their posterity.
What rights pertain to them and their posterity out of their own mouth? Keep going, Jaron.
As the basis and foundation of government.
The basis and foundation of government in that state is what the freak they say because they're the sovereigns and they're making the rules. Keep going, Jaron.
This is the text of Section 1, quote, that all men are by nature equally free and independent. And have
men of the state are equally free and independent. Y'all notice when it refers to the men or the people, they're independent. Keep going, Jaron.
Have certain inherent rights.
They got inherent rights, and they just told you which.
David, let him finish reading, David.
Oh no, I gotta have the people understand too, because there's a lot of people listening too. I'm gonna give you what I told you I would give you. Keep going, Jaron.
Have certain inherent rights of which, when they enter into a state of society, they cannot, by any compact, deprive or divest their posterity. Namely, the enjoyment of life and liberty.
Let me explain for the people, guys. When they get into a compact or an agreement to make a society, they can never, by the compact they create, remove or take away the right of their children and children's children to have what Jaron is saying now. Go ahead, Jaron.
Namely, the enjoyment of life and liberty with the means of acquiring and possessing property and pursuing and obtaining happiness and safety. Text of Section 2, Virginia Constitution, Article 1, Section 2, quote, that all power is vested in and consequently derived from the people.
Stop. Did it say some power?
All of it.
All power is with the people, in the people, comes from them, and they can't lose it. Keep going, Jaron.
That magistrates are their trustees and servants.
They're what?
And at all times.
They're what?
Let him finish, David. Come on, man.
Okay, go ahead.
That magistrates are their trustees and servants, and at all times amenable to them.
So they're accountable to you at all times. Please give him number 3 so he can see what the people can do.
Hey, look, guys. I have read this document over and over. I know it like the back of my hand.
Okay, stop.
What's the point? What's the point?
What does number 3 say the people can do then? Without reading it off the screen, if you got it in front of the screen.
Which you mean Section 3 or Section 2 of the Bill of Rights?
Section 3. What does it say?
Section 2 is the people are the source of power in Section 2.
No, Section 3. Section 3, what do the people have the power to do with remedy if the government isn't acting right or administering?
Well, does it say remedy? It just says at all times amenable to them, and you're reading
number
into
3, because you said you know it by the back of your hand.
The number 3 is talking about government. The government is or ought to be instituted for the common benefit, protection, and security of the people, nation, or community. You're
reading it. I'm asking you not to read it, since you said you know it like the back of the hand, and tell me what remedy the people have when the government is out of line.
The remedy is, in Section 3, is that a majority of the community can come together
and do what?
And change it, reform it,
How?
alter it, or abolish it. When in the course of human events it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which bind them to another, and to assume among the powers of the earth a separate but equal station to which the laws of nature or nature's God entitle them.
So why would
they have the right to abolish it?
We have power over the executive.
But not an individual does not have an individual doesn't have any power.
Wait.
You've got to get together
we don't wait. Did it not just say we have a right to defend our life, liberty, and property as men individually, just ahead of us, or what we just read?
It's not talking about defending your liberty individually here.
Sure, it just said it. Please, can somebody read that to him again? Number 1. Please, Jaron, read number 1 so he can hear what it said. What every man has the right to do. Please.
Every man has the right to acquire life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. You know why they said pursuit of happiness, David? Because it used to be life, liberty, and the pursuit of property. And they didn't want black people to be used as property, so they changed it. Jefferson changed it to happiness, and everybody followed suit.
I can tell you that black people used to own property, sir, back in the day. Along with white people, we were sharecroppers.
The biggest slaveholder was in Louisiana. It was a black female. I get it. But that's not the point. The point is slavery is wrong. And that's why it says life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Okay? Because they did not want people to think of other men and other women as property, period. I lost you.
No, I can hear you, but I think you're kind of going off on a tangent there.
Yeah, no, it's not a tangent. The issue here is, look, this is a general statement. It doesn't say you have an individual right.
Federal, you told me that we didn't have power over the executive, and then you stopped me when I was showing everybody we got power over the executive.
No, that's not true. Not true at all.
So do we have power over the executive?
Who is we?
The people.
Of course the people have power to vote the executive out.
I didn't say vote. Okay. Now, Federal, the 3 texts we just read ain't say a dang thing about vote nobody out. So why would you put that in there when that's not what we read?
So you want me to just pick and choose what parts of this Constitution I enforce?
You ain't enforcing none of it.
Well, wait a minute. What about Article 5 in the executive?
Sir.
What about local government?
I just read to you what the people have the power to do because that's the subject we were talking about, the people's power.
Yeah, but and the Constitution says. Wait, hold
on. Let me get this out. When I try to show you what the people reserve to them darn selves as sovereign over the state, you don't want to play there?
Do you pick and choose what parts of the Bible apply, or does the whole Bible apply?
I pick and choose what part of the lesson I'm going to preach as a Bible preacher, and the men and women like the Bereans, when they listened to the scripture, they read the scripture to see if it said what the freak he said. Now that I told you...
Do you pick and choose what parts of this... Well, no, you answer my question, David.
You pick and choose for the day you're teaching a lesson exactly.
Wait. No. Do you pick and choose what parts of the Bible apply to you, or do you say the whole thing applies to me?
You pick and choose what part of the Bible deals with the issue that you're trying to deal with. That's what God tells us to do.
Where did God say pick and choose parts of my word that apply to me, that apply to you only part time?
I didn't say that. Why would you add words to what I say? Does the Bible?
Because you don't want to look. You don't want to concede an obvious point.
Does the Bible? You're not going to have a Bible discussion with me. So does the Bible not say when men come together in the church that each man is to give a part based on what God gives him, and each one of them can speak and take turns based on what God gives? Yes or no?
I don't know. You have to put it in context for me,
sir. The Bible talks about if a man has a word, he can give it. Each man in the church can give a word as God has given it to him. Did the Bible not say that?
Yeah, but what's that got to do with whether you apply the whole Bible to yourself or not?
What you're picking and choosing to speak about at the time you're having a discussion, and the Bible.
I didn't talk about picking and choosing at a time. I just said I'm making a point to you, which is this.
Can you apply to what I just did? See, I can, preacher. Listen, preacher, give me a second. Give me a second. Hold on, wait.
Give me 1 second.
And I shut up. You said that the people don't have power over the executive. That's what you said.
I didn't say that. I did not say that.
Okay. So let's go back.
Yes, you did.
Let's go back.
Yes, you did.
You're missing my point because I keep getting cut off, and I can't get the whole thought out. So you're misreading what I'm saying.
I don't realize you cut me off to talk about the executive when I was asking about political associations and covenants. That's what
I'm trying to show you that the rest of the document tells you how.
Okay, sir. So
if you pick that part, you have to take the other with it.
When you decide, first of all, what you have to understand is the government is limited by the Constitution, as you said earlier, not the people. So you can't say you have to do it by this way when we are given many ways to get remedy that you haven't brought up. You can't just say, well, you get to impeach or you get to vote. That's not what the freak the law says. It doesn't say. So, okay.
Yes, it does.
So the only way to get remedy is to vote? Really?
The only way to get the governor out of office is for you to vote him out.
That's not true.
The other way to get him out is he can be impeached by the legislature.
And the whole government can be removed from maladministration, though, right?
If you want to have a civil war, sure.
Is that what the law says? Show me in any constitution where it said if you bring forth your power to exercise and remove the whole government from maladministration, you got to have a civil war. I will pay you $1,000. You said lawyers like money. Let's get that action in. Show me.
All right, let me get my address because you're going to send it.
Show me.
I just told you when in the course of human events it becomes necessary. I was quoting,
sir. I said, show me.
Whoa! I was quoting the law of nations. Are you kidding me?
That's not our Constitution, sir. Try again.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. Show me in any of our constitutions, sir. Vattel's work is not our freaking constitution. Show me in our constitution.
That's not Vattel. I don't quote Frenchmen.
Show me in any constitution of ours where it says if we exercise our right to remove the whole government from maladministration, we have to have a civil war. I'll pay you $1,000.
Well, I never said that you have to have a civil war.
You just said it. Why would you bring up?
I said you're going to end up with civil war, preacher. Sir, don't put words in my mouth.
You can't say that.
That's being false. You're being false. No. Do not say.
Exercising our rights, we'll have to have a civil war.
David, you continually rephrase what I say.
That's what you do.
And manipulate my words against me. I did not say.
You added words to what I said multiple times.
Can I finish? You can let me finish?
Of course you can.
Yeah, you keep interrupting every chance you get. You interrupt me.
You did it too, and you don't like.
I've been letting you talk. I've been letting you talk.
That's not.
How about we do this?
That's not.
How about we do this?
You jumped in and talked about a civil war in the middle of the time of me talking. That's how we got to this.
David, maybe we should have some ground rules so we can have a real debate if you want to debate. I'm trying to have a friendly discussion and impart knowledge to you.
But at least we should be able to do the same thing. If you get to say, David, we can have a civil war, and you can jump in, then I should be able to jump in. Now, if you don't want to do that, tell me no, and I'll stop. But
okay,
I'll ask you to do
when you say abolish the entire government, that's a pretty strong statement. And if you don't think
it's in the contract, it's in the contract.
Here's what's happening. Federal, hang on. Here's what's happening. You're missing the point in the maxims of law where it says, and you know this from the Bible, that the derivative power can never be greater than the original from which it is derived. You're missing that, homie. And
Oh
in
no,
my
no,
head-
brother, I agree with that.
Okay, so hang
But if
on.
you agree
Hang
with
on,
it, why
hang on.
wouldn't you just
I
read
had
what
this
it said
exact same
and let
conversation.
everybody hear it and say, amen, that's what it says. That's what I don't
Okay,
understand.
okay. The Constitution, the words you read,
Mhm.
they say what they say. Are you happy?
No, you read it. I'm not happy.
Look,
You read
look,
it. You left out some of the words. Can
my
you
position is
wait,
my
can you just
position.
read number 3 for everybody and I'll shut up so everybody can hear what it says. And then if you want to give your rendition and say, well, this is what you think will happen, I'd be cool with it. But why
Right.
not read it to the people the way it said it so they can hear it and know what they got the power to do? And I'll shut up.
I'm glad to do that, but I'm going to give some context.
Wait, hold
My-
on. Can we first, before you give context, read it so we can hear it like you asked me to do? When I was trying to interrupt and show people with Jaron, you said, okay, just read it. So can you just read it for everybody what section 3 says? They got the power to do. I'll shut the freak up. I'll let you have the floor. And then if you want to give the context, go ahead. I'm cool with that. But can you at least just read it in this plain sense so everybody can hear it?
Brother, I'm not going to ask you. I don't want you to shut up.
No,
I want you to.
I'll shut up and be happy to. I'll sit at you.
No.
and-
What I want to do is just let me get the context. It'll take less than 10
No,
seconds.
Can you just read
But-
it first so everybody can hear what thus said their forefathers? Like when the Bible is
I'm going.
read-
Okay, watch this. Watch this. I'm going to read section 3, and just before I read it, I want to just tell you this.
Wait.
My
I can't
my position is, as we read this, we're all going to hear the same words. We're all going to hear the same words, and I'm going to tell you that the way I read it is going to be different than the way David reads it. So here's what it says. This is section 3 of the Virginia Bill of Rights. It's entitled Government Instituted for Common Benefit. The government is, or ought to be, instituted for the common benefit, protection, and security of the people, nation, or community. Of all the various modes and forms of government, that is best which is capable of producing the greatest degree of happiness and safety, and is most effectually secured against the danger of maladministration. And whenever any government shall be found inadequate or contrary to these purposes, a majority of the community hath an indubitable, inalienable, and indefeasible right to reform, alter, or abolish it in such manner as shall be judged most conducive to the public weal. There you go. That's what it says verbatim. Now it's hard to hear that because I think it's like eating cardboard when you hear these things. But when you read it, it basically says the majority of the people can change it. That's what it says. They have the right as a majority to reform, alter, or abolish it.
Amen.
So how is that done? It's not done with one person walking into court. It's done the way the sheriff on our phone call did it.
Okay, so
He got a majority involved.
yeah, well, no, actually, he went to one sheriff first and got the sheriff to turn it over. Then he started going and teaching other people, and that's
How do you convert 1,000 people? It's one heart at a time.
I did not get a majority involved. I did not.
You got a majority of the right people. Otherwise, you wouldn't have gotten it passed.
3% of the people are the ones who fought for America. So when you say a majority, that's relative. But if
Majority is 50% and a feather. And the good sheriff, absolutely, I'm going to call you sheriff if you don't mind. You absolutely got a majority of the legislature to pass it. Now, you didn't get a majority of the community because probably a majority of the community didn't really give a rat's butt.
Amen.
Only the commies did.
Amen. So,
Yeah.
so the issue is that we have went one-on-one with government officials, including judges, and they've seen the law and understood it. And they're like, hold up. Whoa, I didn't see this. Or hold up. Whoa, I see I made a mistake or something wasn't right. Or you know what? We're going to go ahead and drop this and let it go. And we didn't have the whole nation do it. We individually protected our rights. When he goes and talks to the sheriff, that's called remonstrance. When the sheriff is doing it wrong, he's doing a remonstrance. Some people say remonstrance. He's
It's
doing
remonstrance.
He's doing an affidavit.
Hey, it was only 31 of us. 31 of
He's
us.
given address or notice. When I got the Arizona audit, I got the Arizona audit with one affidavit to Karen Fan's house, 127 affidavits of witnesses who had something happen out of the ordinary, which we call maladministration. We sent that notice to Karen Fan. We sent it to Trump. We sent it to Steve Chukery and the Board of Supervisors. and we got the audit in Arizona, and no attorney and no court wanted to do it.
And they still didn't.
They still do.
They didn't. They didn't do an audit.
They did do a full forensic audit in Arizona. Yes, they did.
Kurt Olson brought suit to do that.
No, I'm talking about in 2021 before Kurt Olson was dealing with Carrie Lake.
Well, Carrie Lake case is a secondary case.
Carrie Lake didn't go for a full forensic audit. She didn't do that.
Yeah, but they didn't do a full forensic audit.
No, they did a full forensic audit in 2021. They did. I actually led Karen Fan to do it. I can see.
All right, I can't speak to that because I don't have direct knowledge. I don't know.
I have direct knowledge because I was on the phone with Karen Fan instructing her how to do it when Perkins Coie came and tried to get her. I can show where I had messages going to her and emails telling her what to do, what to say in the midst of the fight to make sure we got the audit. I was the one who did it. I can show you the notices where I told her to pick Jovan and Colonel Waldron's team. I can show you where I taught her how to get subpoenas through the Mason's Manual of Legislative Procedure when she didn't know how. And the attorneys for the legislature said it's not possible. You can't do a subpoena when you're out of session. I went to Mason's Manual, proved to her that you could do a subpoena. Her and Warren Peterson did it. I can prove it. And I have.
Okay, great. David, I love it. I think that's great. And I want to just make something sure that everybody here knows. I'm excited that people are getting out there and trying to get things done and get things changed. No question about it.
Sir, we've got a lot of things done. A lot.
Great. And I want to dissuade you from doing it. I came tonight because I was told to come and talk about common law. I can talk to you about.
Hey, national. Can I ask you a question?
Federal, you mean?
Federal, whatever.
That's good. A federal farmer. That's the name I chose. And if you know anything about your constitutional history, that should ring a bell for you.
I like it because I farm, but can I ask you a question?
Yeah, ask away.
What is you've said that you are schooled in common law.
Well, let me say schooled. I have studied our history of common law. I have read. I'll give you an example. The most widely read book on common law in the founding era is a 4-volume set, first published in 1628 by 1728 by Sir William Blackstone. I've read probably Jefferson had over he had a god awful number of books in his library. I've seen the library, and I've probably read, I don't know, I'm going to say 20% of the books that he read. The others are in languages I can't read.
So surely you can give us a definition of common law.
Sure, I
What
can.
is that?
Sure, I can. But I don't look let me say this. Let me give you guys my position, because I know that some people believe, they looked at Black's Law Dictionary and they think Black's Law Dictionary is definitive. It's not.
That's not my question.
I know.
That's not my question.
I know it's not your question, but I'm going to define it for you. Okay? Common law is before I go into it, let me just add this preface. Lawyers today don't even know what common law is because they don't study. They have no. I'm going to, but you have to let me talk uninterrupted so I can get it out to you, because I want this to come out.
Right.
I want you guys to go and look up, because if you look up where the founders started and what they studied to be law, it's a deep, rich history. I mean, the common law is a beautiful thing. You have things like common law marriage, which I'll talk about in a few moments. I used that example the other night. But common law is common law is a body of law. It's comprised of 2 sources. The first is the moral law, and the moral law has been binding across the globe at all time. It's the unwritten law. It's been there since time immemorial, according to Blackstone. And what is the moral law? Well, I think all of you know what it is. It's the 10 Commandments. It's why in Virginia we still have what's called common law murder. Why? Because no one needs to write a statute to tell you that murder is wrong. You know that it's wrong because God implanted it in every man's heart. That's the morals law. That's part of the common law, right? So I'm giving you one body. So the moral, to say what is common law, you would first say, what's it comprised of? It's comprised of 2 bodies. One being the moral law, which we just talked about briefly. And by the way, somebody used the maxim. You brought up maxims. You guys like maxims. Somebody brought up the maxim, ignorance of the law is no excuse. Well, that's true, but that doesn't apply to statutory law. Why? Because and this was recognized in a case, 1991 U.S. versus John Cheek, where a guy said, I didn't have a duty to file my taxes. And the court said, oh, yeah, you did, but we think you had a good faith belief that the law didn't apply to you. We really believe that you believe that. And so ignorance of the law is an excuse for you. That maxim.
You don't believe common law. You don't believe common law is judge created.
Absolutely not. Well, let me back up. Judges should not be creating law. Judges should be discovering law.
Amen.
And I'll get to that. It's a very important distinction because that changes in 1906. And I'll get to that point in a second. So the common law, you have this body called the moral law, where ignorance of the moral law is no excuse. Okay? You know it's wrong to cheat on your wife. You know it's wrong to cheat on your husband. You know it's wrong to lie. You know it's wrong to steal. You know it's wrong to murder. Now, I don't want to sound sanctimonious and self-righteous because I am, like the Apostle Paul, I am chief among sinners. You know, when I get to heaven, I'm going to be on my knees crying when they open that file drawer. That file drawer is going to go on for miles. And I'm going to bury my face and say, please don't show me this stuff. And I hope every one of you feels that way. So that's part of the common law. That's the moral law. The other part is what they call custom, usage, and habit. And that deals with more commercial type arrangements. And I can give you examples, specific cases to help illustrate what that is and what that means. Just like the offer, acceptance, and consideration. We talked about contract in the very beginning. And you only need, as a famous case once said, a peppercorn to constitute consideration, because lawyers would fight over what's consideration. You know, did they make an offer? Did they accept it? Well, they did, but there's no consideration. The contract's not enforceable. And so they would fight over it. And so you have these maxims that come into play. So custom, usage, and habit, that would be the other part of the common law. Now, how it was administered in court was very complicated. Don't get me wrong. The common law was a good thing. And I'm sad, very sad, that American law has changed so drastically and so significantly. The founding father, I would say up to about 1900, lawyers from that point up to that point would not recognize how law is done today.
Can you explain to us? Keep going, but can you explain to us why it changed as you're going? When you're done with what you're saying, can you explain to us why around the 1900 to 1930?
Okay, so good. That's a great question. Remember, I told you I consider law to have stopped in 1855. Why do I say that? Because it was shortly after that we began to see what I call bastardization of the law. And so you see in 1855, Darwin writes his book on the origin of the species. That's not the entire title. Don't check me on that. I know the title is much longer. But that was his book, and it had an impact. But by the time we get to 1880, 1890, Harvard Law School, run by Christopher Eliot, changes the motto. And the motto is et lux et Christum, et lux veritas et Christum, in the light of Christ, truth. And it changed to just veritas. And if you have any Latinophiles out there, there's no V in Latin. It's veritas, but we all know V's as V, so I'm going to leave it as veritas for truth. He removed the most of the motto that was created at Harvard and just replaced it with the word veritas. Why is that a problem? Because all of you know, John 8:32 says, the truth shall set you free. But that we often forget John 8:31.
Make you free. Make you free. Go ahead.
Okay, well, make you free. But we often miss John 8:31, which is the precursor to knowing truth.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. Starts with an N.
But John 8:31 is more important, right, Pastor? It says, if you continue in my word,
then ye are my disciples indeed.
Then you will know the truth, and then the truth will set you free or make you free, however you want to put it. So my point to you is this. When he did that at Harvard, he tried to remove Christ from the law. Now, I'm not one of those who believes in the separation of church and state. I think that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. It's not in the Constitution. It's taken out of context out of one of Jefferson's letters.
Amen.
Because there's no separation of God from the church any more than there's a separation of God from the state. You know, the Romans tells us that the God set up the civil authority to punish who? Evildoers.
Evildoers.
Yes. So Now, this brings us up. You say, oh, Chris, what does this have to do with law? Because it has a fundamental, it's a legal revolution that occurred, a revolution, a war in law towards the end of the 1800s. And so what happens is Christopher Eliot then hires another guy whose name is Christopher Columbus Langdell. Doggone it. Charles Eliot. Yeah, Christopher Columbus Langdell, whatever his name was, Langdell. Christopher Langdell. It's unfortunate that he used that first name. But anyway, Langdell had this new method of teaching law. He called it the case method because he believed that the law evolved.
Amen.
You see, he believed that Darwin was right about evolution and that evolution not only applied to the sciences, it applied to law, music, art, literature. So even as a result of that theory or that philosophy in 1906, you can go look it up in the Harvard Law Review. You'll probably have to find it at a law library, and I don't remember what volume it is, but it can't be too many. I seem to think it was September of 06. There was a big ruckus at Harvard over the case method because that's not how law was practiced or taught.
Yep.
In fact, back before that time, lawyers thought it was an anathema, a curse to say case law.
Yep.
But even today, look, I admit it. When I walk into court, judge says, hey, you got any cases? Yeah, judge, I got case law. It's on this, this, and this. I have to.
Hey, Federal, real quick, my people can tell you that I tell them there is no real such thing of case law because judges, they're not granted the authority to write law. They can confirm, reaffirm, and enforce what the people have as custom and usage, but they can't create it. And it's deep. You're saying, right. Go ahead, though.
Yeah, so they can't. And so 1906, the Harvard Law Review, the students noted that there's a riot, not a riot, I say a riot. There was a revolt, and a significant number of the faculty resigned in protest. But guess what? By that time, what's going on at the turn of the century? You have the communists coming into power in Russia. You have the communism, that idea of communism starts to have, and by the way, Karl Marx is in between Darwin here and 1900. You have these ideas permeate and come across the waters to us, the poison that comes to us.
Yep.
And so what happens is they begin to adopt the case method, and that's what we have today.
Yep.
And when I go to court, judges will often say to me, well, I find, Mr. Kucherov, the law has evolved. And I've said to the judge, when they say that to me, well, Judge, what's it evolved into what? How do you know it hasn't mutated? I start using their own terms against them, the Darwinian terms. And the judge looks at me and goes, well, I said, well, you said evolved. You're using a scientific term. A lot of evolutions are mutations, and mutations are bad, Judge. So how do we know this isn't a bad mutation? And the judge says, well, I'm changing the law. I said, well, just say that. Let's drop the charade, drop the sophistry of evolution, and just say what you're doing.
But you know what, Federal, what you're saying is powerful, because here's the thing. What's happening is they tried to change the fundamental law in order to create something called case law, where they can create administrative and statutory claims and then go outside of the fundamental law, outside of common law, outside of the constitutions, in order to deal with issues that they never had jurisdiction over. And this is why Thomas Massey recently came out and said, listen, you can't, Gorsuch, Kavanaugh, and Thomas Massey came out saying, look, you cannot take things that are in the fundamental law or the Constitution, customs and usages, turn around, create a entity or agency, and then grant them authority to do indirectly what you can't do directly to the people. And this is exactly what we're facing. They're creating, and the Bible explains it this way, and you hit on something good when you talked about them using scientific terms. The truth is they're not using scientific terms. They're using words of art, and they're trying to call them scientific. For instance, in the Bible,
I would agree with that.
Yeah, you'll see in the Bible where God says, don't deal with those who are given to change. He also says, he warns us not to make league with those or share a purse with those who would make mischief by a law. And then he says, they're going to do corrupt and evil things by science falsely so called. See, the science of law stayed the same through immemorial antiquity. It grew the same way and you are the first person I heard hit it dealing with the Bible, because it started with the word of God. And one thing that the bad actors in government and courts and attorneys try to do is they try to tell you common law started, in the, 1200s, 1600s, not realizing that the first law coming from God is how we see how law works and how these issues are covered. And then God gives his word telling us how to do things. And so Christianity is part of the common law. Things in the Jewish faith are part of the common law. God from the beginning is part of the common law, but scholars have tried to remove us from the ideas of that. And I've seen scholarly journals.
I would argue that God is the common law.
Amen. He is. Because God creates the first law that's common to all men at the time of Adam, and then including his wife. And then
it also explains, for instance, why Confucianists, why Islamist people, why other weird religious beliefs, why communism, for instance, they all have laws against murder, right?
Yep.
Well, we can best explain it with the common law principles, that this is why they have laws against murder. It's not we agree with their systems, but even they recognize it.
Amen.
They're forced to recognize it.
Because it's written on your heart. And that's the funny thing, that when people try to take God out of the Bible, like for instance, when you look back in New Hampshire and Massachusetts and you pull up some of their stuff before the 1700s and you look at how they tell, hey, the way that the courts were ran, men prosecuted in their own way in the plain English language, and they didn't have any crazy rules, and most of the time they didn't even need attorneys because it was so simple. And they went by the common law. They used the jury of your peers. And then you had a time where the courts or the king started punishing people for maladministration with star chambers courts and the such, right? Tribunals. And then the people started begging as high officials, hey, can we just be tried in regular courts under the law by a jury of our peers? So God has shown it all the way back in the book of Corinthians, all the way back in the book of Matthew, all the way back in the Old Testament. He's teaching the knowledge of witnesses and how to establish every.
David, before you go there, can I jump in and just elucidate a little bit on that Star Chamber?
Go ahead.
So you mentioned Sir Edward Coke, who was one of the preeminent jurists who really organized law in a meaningful way for the West, for us. Now, obviously, it's relegated to history because modern law schools don't teach Sir Edward Coke. They don't teach Cook's Institutes. I wish they did.
You're right, 100%.
But what most people don't know is that Cook is also a human being, and he's tarnished. One of the famous cases, which you may remember, is Sir Walter Raleigh. And he put Sir Walter Raleigh in the Star Chamber. This is Cook who did this. Cook, who knew justice and who violated his own principles, he puts Walter Raleigh in the Star Chamber and brings out affidavits against him. And Sir Walter Raleigh said, what? Bring forth my accuser that I may confront him directly. Yep. And Cook refused to do it. And by the way, they called it the Star Chamber because there were stars in the ceiling. They had painted stars in the ceiling. But the Star Chamber was dreadful because once you got hauled in there, the die was fixed. It was all rigged. And what ended up happening, Sir Walter Raleigh got drawn and quartered. Drawn and quartered.
It's Amos 5:26. Like, see, this is one thing. Like, see, this is why I look at the Bible. So in order for me to understand the common law well, I had to go through these different things, and I had to look at the Bible. And me having a really good, somewhat photographic memory and really good auditory memory, I could go back and remember the things in the Bible that most people wouldn't remember. And then quickly in the middle of a situation where I'm reading the law, I'm reading about the Star Chambers, I'm reading about people working in a court of what we would call a court of record before Black's Law 6, right? You can, before 5th, I'm sorry, where you had an independent tribunal, you had the court moving by the common law, not statutes and codes, etc.
I promise you the court wasn't moving under common law when Black's Fifth was produced.
No,
Promise you.
the definition in Black's Fourth is different from the definition in Black's Fifth. They changed.
Yeah,
it on purpose.
but yeah. Well,
Yeah.
let me put it this way. I know you guys hold a lot of stock in Blacks. I'm just telling you. I can tell you whatever you guys think. First of all, let me say this: how many lawyers do you know? Not even Daniel Kelly, by the way. I know Daniel Kelly. He wouldn't sit and talk to you all at all. Why? He doesn't have time for this. Now, I do. I love talking to my fellow man about this stuff. But the idea that Black's Law Dictionary is important in the courts, I'm just telling you, it's not.
Well,
you may think
it's a law dictionary. Here's why it's important to me. Because attorneys who tell lies, Jesus Christ, the best teacher that it ever existed. When Jesus Christ fought Satan, he said, "It is written." When your enemy in the courts, even your enemy, uses something statutory against your clients that's not legitimate, they don't have anything in writing that could go against what was in writing in history that was hidden. So when you come and you show, hey, we're going to deal with a certain procedure, we're going to do it this way because this is how the courts do it today, and the other side wants to do the same thing, there is nothing that they have in history. I'm sorry, there's nothing that they have now that could erase what was written that was hidden from us. So if I could even show that there's a definition of court of record that's different in a dictionary and that somebody's doing it wrong, there's no attorney in America that can out-argue what's written.
Okay, but wait a minute. Let me suggest this to you. Whether I agree with what you've said about a court of record or not, I'm not going to go into court and solely rely on Black's Law Dictionary, because if I do that, I'm going to lose.
Let me ask you a
That's
question.
the only authority I have.
Let me ask you a question. Should the whole court move by what's in the Constitution? If it's
Of
dealing
course
with
they
somebody's
should.
constitutional rights?
That's the ought. That's what we ought to do.
Okay,
That's not what actually happens.
So is the court doing wrong if they won't follow what's sworn to in the Constitution?
Of course, it happens every day. They commit treason.
So when stuff happens every day, how does God say you fix it?
He's going to punish us.
No, that's not how God says we fix it. Okay, so here's the thing. I'm very good in the Bible, and I understand how to use Bible methods to destroy. So when it comes to, like you, a man who's learned in the law, how does the Bible tell you to deal with nobles and kings and different people in power who are attacking the rights of the people or not acting right? How would you say God would tell you to do it?
He tells me to do justice.
He tells you to do justice. What else does he tell you to do?
Not to hide up the key of knowledge.
Okay, what else?
To make sure that I call every single one of you my neighbor, and not say, well, that's another verse. You know the verse, David, I'll give you a lawyer's insight to one verse. You know that verse in the Bible, and this was told to me by that guy I told you who died, Herbatitis. One of the first things he taught me. In the Bible, the lawyer asked Christ, what is the greatest commandment?
Love your neighbor as yourself.
Wait.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Why did the lawyer ask Christ what the greatest commandment was? Well, don't you think the lawyer knew what the greatest commandment? I mean, he's the lawyer, for Pete's sake.
Maybe
you don't know
or maybe not.
No. I'm thinking like a lawyer. You know, when you read that as a lawyer, you know exactly what's going on. You see, the lawyer knew, he just wanted Christ to say it so he could say, yes, of course, that's what I've been doing. I love the Lord my God with all my heart and with all my mind and body and strength and soul. Of course I do. That's the first law. But what did Christ answer? Because he knew the lawyer's heart. He said, and the second is likened unto it. Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself, because he knew the lawyer was going around saying, David's my neighbor. This guy's not my neighbor. She's my neighbor. He's not my neighbor. He was manipulating and classifying and categorizing. That's what lawyers do.
What about with government, though? So let me ask you this. So with government, what does God tell those who belong to him to do to get justice from a bad actor from bad actors who won't do what he said, or they're not acting in line as government officials? Because I think you believe in God. I from what you're saying, I believe that you believe in God a ton. Like, you're serious about God. So when we talk about remedy, if God is the creator of all law and the law goes back to him and they hid that from us, God's word is yay, is yes, it's firm, it's sure, it can't be beaten, it can't be broken, it's not going to move. So what is God's remedy in order, and who does he tell to deal with bad government actors who are not doing right? What's the remedy, and who does he tell to do it?
I don't understand the question, because when you ask a question like that to me, David, it evokes a ton of legal things. Like I'll give you an example. In the Old Testament, if somebody, if my ox gored somebody else's ox, I had to kill my ox and give him the meat and repay the man for half of his ox. That's a remedy.
No, I mean with
if there was murder,
with the highest.
But if there was a murder that happened, and let's say I committed murder in the Old Testament, I could flee under the lex talionis, and that's the old Israelite or Hebrew law, where I could flee to a city of refuge. And they could not get me because the lex talionis, or the law of the avenger, wouldn't. There would be some. So that's a remedy, right? I mean, but that's a different set of laws. We're under a different set of laws here, so I'm limited.
No, I'm trying to clarify. I'm talking about when there's bad nobles or government officials or kings.
We don't have nobles or kings here, so.
Nobles would be those who work in government. King would be the highest thing that you can have over you.
No, we don't have they work for us. They're not nobles.
So then they would be lesser than, they would be servants. So if your servants are not acting right, what righteousness, what power, what does God say do to fix it?
I don't think God tells you to vote them out of office. I think you just do it.
He didn't say vote either. He didn't say vote.
No, he didn't. I mean, I don't know what you're asking me, so I can't answer it.
So I'll give it to you. It's in Psalm 149, just so we can see God's remedy and who he uses to deal with bad government actors, nobles, kings, peoples, etc. Jaron, can you read Psalm 149? Do you have it in the KJV?
Yeah, give me like 10 seconds.
Man, you so slow.
I was just reading Psalm 106.
Would you drive it? You drive your tractor?
Yeah, here we go. You want me to read the whole thing?
Yes, sir. It's very short.
Yeah. All right, so this is Psalm 149, verse 1. Praise ye the Lord, sing unto the Lord a new song, and his praise in the congregation of saints. Let Israel rejoice in him that made him. Let the children of Zion be joyful in their king. Let them praise his name in the dance. Let them sing praises unto him with the timbrel and the harp. For the Lord taketh pleasure in his people. He will beautify the meek with salvation. Let the saints be joyful in glory. Let them sing aloud upon their beds. Let the high praises of God be in their mouth, and a two-edged sword in their hand, to execute vengeance upon the heathen and punishments upon the people, to bind their kings with chains and their nobles with fetters of iron, to execute upon them the judgment written. This honor hath all his saints.
So when you
praise ye the Lord.
So when you look at the saints that belong to the Lord in the Bible, God gives it to them for all his saints. If they would do what he says, to bind nobles, people, princes by the judgment written. And if you notice, even a jury is supposed to be righteous men of the land, your peers. Excuse me. Just did a little bit of workout while we were waiting. So the thing is that God gives it to his people that are saints, that belong to his body. In the Old Testament, it was the Jews. In the New Testament, it's his church. He gives it to them as righteous men to carry out the judgment that is supposed to be there. Now, what's funny is if you look in Isaiah chapter 40, 41, 42, 43, 45, and 49, you'll see where God will raise up men that belong to him, and he'll use them to go by a way that they've never gone. So he'll take people down a direction where they'll learn the law, and he says that he'll make them pick up the law and return judgment to truth. So the problem we're having right now that I said and you said is that the nation changed the way they present the law. Now, here's what's funny. Out of all the judges, when we look at judges, we don't see judges doing heinous acts in the middle of the street, like killing children in the middle of the road. Now, we find where there's judges who got caught in recent history that raped kids. We found out that there's judges who did pay for play schemes, getting 2,000 kids arrested to make money on the side. But my question, or what I would say is, why is it that the judges who have gotten in trouble for raping children or for pay to play schemes, why did they do it behind closed doors and not just do it openly? The truth is that the wicked don't do evil in the light when the people know or can recognize that their deeds are evil. So the system purposely changed the law. I say it, you say it. The people, the government and attorneys are not exercising the law like they used to. And the problem is, if people don't know God and God doesn't, if they don't have God's spirit, there's no way for them to have wisdom to be able to see how God says correct these issues. So when the wicked take a law and they twist it and turn it, God has chapters in the Bible explaining exactly when that happens. And he explains that he doesn't want the righteous judges to ever take a bribe or to take part with these people who are crouching, trying to hurt people on purpose. Now, when you're dealing with cases and you're an attorney, it's very easy to have to fight and go by the procedures that you have, because that's how the system works. And if you don't use it the way they tell you to do it, then they go against you with everything they have and you become an outcast like Sidney Powell, right? You become an outcast like Giuliani. You become an outcast like some of these other people.
Well, no, they became outcasts because they're stupid.
Well, I'll say it like this.
And John Eastman.
Well, yeah.
John Eastman's not stupid. John Eastman is, I think he and Jeff Clark and the others that are involved, they're getting railroaded.
I've met John Eastman, but here's the thing. If law is being carried out the way it's supposed to, John Eastman shouldn't be in trouble. Trump shouldn't be in trouble. Trump, for instance, Trump has a duty to make sure that elections are carried out correctly, even by his own executive order 13848. He also has a duty to carry out make sure elections are carried out correctly by Article 4, Section 4. So Trump demanding that people show him what's going on or calling around the country, asking them, that's a duty he has in the executive branch already that he swore to protect. Because if the government changes the ways of election based on Section 216 of Two Treatises of Government by John Locke, if they change the ways of elections without the will of the people saying they can do it, then they actually are doing an insurrection themselves. And those chosen in a different way are not considered the ones chosen by the people. They dissolve their power. So if Trump says, hey, you guys, I need to see what's going on here. We saw stuff shut off in the middle of the night. Mr. Harrison Floyd, if he talks to someone about what happened in the election, we, the people, have the right to assemble together for our common good. We have the right to consult for the common good. We have the right to instruct those who are in government. Georgia Constitution itself says it, that the people have the right to instruct government. So if we are part of one nation and he talks to somebody about what's going on with the elections, that's a guaranteed right in the state constitution. Guaranteed right. So
Hey, Dave,
hold on 1 second, Clayton. I'm gonna let you go right after this.
Okay.
So if somebody is doing something that's a constitutionally protected right, and then a shady gangster prosecutor can say, hey, this is RICO because you asked about some elections, or you said this wasn't right, or you said it was a fake. You tried to get them to do something that they shouldn't do, or whatever you want to say. The prosecutor don't even have the power to prosecute somebody for a constitutionally protected right. You can't do it. So the very fact that it's in the Constitution that you could do what Trump did, You could do what Harrison Floyd did. You could do what other people did. And they're prosecuting people for that. That tells me that the system, the way that it is right now, is not moving in a straight and narrow, and the law is not according to truth. Now, if you're bound, like some of these people like Eastman and others, if you're bound so they can disbar you for telling the freaking truth, then that means you can't exercise your power as one of the people freely as an attorney. Because they'll attack you. And before the election audits even started happening, or people started trying, I start seeing attorneys getting threatened that if they get audits for the people, that they're going to get prosecuted. I'm sorry, they're going to get either prosecuted or they're going to take their bar license. Now, to me, that shows that any man or woman as an attorney who stands up for the people, which the people have created the contracts or the covenant of the Constitution, if we have all political power and everything inside of the state belongs to us, how the freak you gonna tell an attorney you can't get their materials for them? How's that possible?
You asking me a question?
Yes, sir.
Brother, I'm going to be honest. You said a lot. Ask me the question again.
So how can government agents who are agents of the people tell other agents of the people as attorneys, you can't be involved with getting access to ballots or doing audits for the people?
Look, it's all screwed up now. We have to win in November. It's that simple.
Wait, but we can't vote. We can't vote, right? Because they're maladministering the elections. They're not reading the affidavits, the signatures on the affidavits. They're not comparing them. They're not turning the ballots in where they're supposed to go. They're bursting pipes in the middle of the night. Is it really possible, sir, to outvote a machine that's
well, I'll put it to you this way. I engage in a lot of different suits, which all of you would be interested in, election lawsuits, Harrison Floyd, J6 stuff. Look, I can't speak. I've seen evidence, nothing to do with the machines, by the way. And everybody beats up on Fulton County. The problem, the machines are just machines. They're like calculators, garbage in, garbage out. But they're too complicated. They're based on old technology. They don't work right. These poor government workers have to administer systems that are grossly designed, horribly designed, in my opinion. And that's what causes the error. So in Fulton County, for instance, Fulton County, Georgia, none of the counts matched up. They can't match up. Amen. They didn't do any signature verification.
Amen.
But what was was there anything nefarious? Like, you saw the video with Ruby Freeman. Well, I look at the video. It looks like she was double scanning ballots. Do I think she knew what she was doing? No. She has no clue what she was doing. She's a low-level worker, and she got,
is it
she brought a lot of this on herself.
Though? Is it when they don't follow the prescribed methods of election, isn't that maladministration?
Well, if they did it intentionally, right? I mean, maladministration is a big word. I mean, there's also I guess you could say malfeasance or misfeasance, right? If to the extent you mean inefficient administration, yeah, it's mismanagement.
Well, it's not just inefficient. It's if Arizona law says you have to give the ballots to the treasurer and the board of supervisors say, screw that, we're not giving it to you, then
I don't know what Arizona law says. I'm not an Arizona guy.
Oh, okay. So even in Georgia, if they say, hey, stop counting, we're going to stop counting. There was a exploded,
water pipe.
Yeah. And then you find out there's no order to pay for a pipe, and then they say they're going to stop counting, and then you see them on video counting in the middle of the night. Just by law and fundamental law, you can't do that. So it's maladministration. You're not administering our business correctly.
You can't certify votes when you don't even you can't even get an accurate count.
Yes.
You can't certify votes when you don't have a ballot manifest. You can't certify votes when you haven't done any signature verification.
Amen.
You can't certify votes when the votes have come from drop boxes that Georgia law doesn't allow.
Yes. So and you can't take money.
They did it.
You can't take money from Facebook. So here's the deal. All of that is maladministration, which
people, I'll agree with that. But my point to you is this is all caused by not Democrats. In Fulton County that's a
major den of Democrats. I mean, it's like 75% Democrat, although I know a lot of them are going for Trump right now. I blame that, at least the Georgia stuff, which I'm most familiar with, on Raffensperger,
Oh
who's
yeah,
the Secretary of
Raffensperger,
State,
Burt.
and Governor Kemp, and both of them are Republicans.
Yeah, Kemp, Burt.
They're the
Jones.
ones to blame.
Amen. Amen. But see, here's the problem. Because the people don't know what the real fundamental law says, and they don't know what God said, right? They don't know what God said. They don't know what the fundamental law said. And nobody's taking the time to just stop everything and say, hey, you know what, everybody? You realize the law used to be different. Like, just imagine, you as an attorney, you're brilliant. Imagine what would happen if everybody knew what you knew about how the law changed. See, the reason that people in America can't fight is because they don't know we're in a battle. They think the common law is politics. And I can show you a book where the author is telling that they purposely tricked all the attorneys and the people to believe that common law is the same thing as policy. So when you say, hey, what are you voting over? They're like, okay, well, that's my policy. No. This is the other admin's policy. And none of them know your rights. So we could have administration after administration after administration, and nobody knows our fundamental rights. That's crazy to me.
Well, they don't know their oath of office either. I mean, this is
yeah, it's crazy. So the
remnant of people that are trying to get it back. That's what I'm banking on.
Amen. Because here's what the Bible says. The Bible tells that we, as the remnant of God, will be the ones who are the pillars and ground of truth. See, where an attorney has to go in court and talk based on what they say and what they do and respect the judge and all that stuff based on what they do, we the people get to stand outside and talk about what our forefathers did. And if you look like Virginia Constitution, Section 15, it tells that the way to keep a free state is the broadest possible diffusion of knowledge. The issue is, and I told Trump's people this, I don't know if you know about it, but I said, look, you need to tell Trump, stop what he's doing and start reading from the state constitutions and people's rights and let them see what they have a right to do. See, the enemy hates Trump by himself and want to hurt Trump. But the only reason they can get away with the dumb stuff they're doing is because they can attack Trump and just put it on the news and say, hey, everybody, Trump did bad. Trump, bad guy. Trump committed fraud without even proving it. And then the people are going to follow because they say, well, the news is saying it and nobody's telling us anything else. But if Trump stopped everything and just showed people, hey, guys, like he started doing it with New York Constitution, he brought out the Bill of Rights, Section 8, and he brought out the federal Constitution and started showing people different things, and they went crazy in the audience. If Trump stopped and showed everybody what their rights are, like when he said in the address that he did, hey, I'm giving the power back to the American people. If Trump slowed down and let them hear the words of the text of the law, or somebody like you who understands, in the 1800s, they changed the law at the end of the 1800s and the early 1900s, they flipped everything and it was unlawful. It was a bastardization. If Trump and people in a powerful position told everybody this in public town halls like we're having right now, it would be so quick for the nation to flip and come back to righteousness because everybody would understand what the standard is. And this is what I told Trump's people when they tried to get me to hook up with you. It didn't get to happen. I said, hey, tell them to tell Trump what the real law is. And some of you guys who are in power, just come out and expose it to the people, because that's what God says do. See, God lets us know.
But I also think, look, everybody's been given a gift and a purpose. Mm-hmm. And some people want to study law. Some people want to hear about it. Mm-hmm. And, but the most important thing is that I think people will get it. We don't need to have all the sophistry. You don't need to read Bill of Rights to know that you have rights, right?
Wait, but why did God do it that way then? Why did God have them open the book of the law and read it to the people once so everybody could hear it and then say amen? So if God, the greatest teacher in the world, God, sat everybody down and said, let's read this word and see what's up. If you want to do it or not, here's the terms and conditions of the law. Do you agree? Why in the world wouldn't it be good for Trump or anybody up at that level to do it? Everybody ain't going to just get it because for the last 100 years, nobody got it. So if we couldn't get a magic bullet with everybody sitting down, shutting up, not talking about it, and this caused our nation to suck, how the freak is it going to change without doing something different?
My contention is that you have to change the way law is taught, because
Amen.
right now,
Amen,
the law schools are cranking out factories of lawyers who will never agree to changing this, to changing the system, to going back to the way it was.
Yeah, that's why you got to have the people do it, right?
Now, I don't want to go back to common law pleading, and neither do you. It's a horrible system.
Well, no, because
it's complicated.
We, the people, have been able to stand on. We would be able to stand on our rights and just say, "Hey, we understand that this is a right here that you swore to. You can't interfere with it." And they'll say, "Oh yeah, we all did learn that. Yeah, okay. Trump did come out and say it, and the attorney who deals with Trump came out and said it. We know the truth now. You can't lie to us. So you can't hide that from us now that we know." And that's how God says it. God tells us not to be partakers of evil, but to reprove them and do it openly so all might fear. So if Trump came out and told the truth, if you and Trump came on video and y'all just start talking about the law in front of the people, everybody will watch it because people watch Trump. If Trump has a rally, millions of people gonna want to be there. If it's like a video rally, right? If Mike Lindell throws something and Trump comes on his channel, 80 million people, 100 million people gonna come. So there's no reason why somebody like you who has all this knowledge and Trump can't just openly come out and just say, "Hey, everybody, you know what? We're gonna have a town hall. We're gonna just start looking at the law and see what happened." If regular people heard what the freak you just said about how they bastardize things and change things, it would shake America now. And not
I
in a
don't think
bad way.
so.
You don't think so?
No, because the educational systems, and look, our system is no longer a republic. I hate to tell you that. I had the opportunity to sit down with Justice Scalia. By the way, I'll just tell you a quick story. Justice Scalia asked, there's several law students. When I was a law student, I met him, and I think there were 7 of us, and we're sitting in a room, which is very, very rare, by the way, to be able to speak with a Supreme Court justice one-on-one like this. And he spent 2 hours with us, and he asked me, or asked all of us, what do you think my judicial philosophy is? One of the kids asked him, "What's your judicial philosophy?" And I said, he said, "I'm a textualist." Next question. I said, "No, you're not." And he goes, "What? I'm not a textualist? You mean I don't read the text of the Constitution and apply it? Is that what you mean?" Now, remember, I'm intimidated. This is a Supreme Court justice. And I said, no. Well, okay. Well, why am I not a textualist? Let me hear this. I said, because I read a case called U.S. versus Boyles, where you said, you were on the circuit court then, and you said judges make, I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear it. I said, but you said it. He said, I said it, yes, but I don't even let my clerks bring up that case. I messed up. I screwed up. Are you happy? And I said, I'm sorry. He said, well, do I get a mulligan? Are you going to give me one? Can I not screw up? I said, okay, I'll give you that. And then he said to me, so, am I a textualist? And I said, well, in the case of Employment Division versus Smith, you employed a balancing test for the First Amendment. And we don't use, all right, never mind. You're right. I'm not a textualist. But Scalia, it was a great argument. So that's a little story, an anecdote, but he was a funny guy. But he said to us, what amendment do you think is the most damaging to the Constitution? And some people toyed around, and I said, well, I don't think it was 1. I think it was 2. And he said, oh, what 2 is that? And I said the 16th Amendment and the 17th Amendment. And for those of you that you don't know, the 16th Amendment gave Congress the power to tax incomes on us, the people. The 17th Amendment made the Senate a popular vote. Before the 17th Amendment, state legislatures would elect their senators and send them up to be senators in the U.S. Senate. So the senators in the U.S. Senate at that time were beholden to the state legislatures. That was their constituents, not the popular will of the people. And what did that do? It made the states part of the federal government. They had a voice in the federal government. Today, they don't have a voice. Today, they only have lobbyists. They have the states have to lobby Congress as a whole. They don't have their own personal representative anymore. Scalia got all excited. He said, that's right. And he looked at all of us and he said, listen, children, remember my words. Structure is destiny. And when you tamper with structure, your destiny is gone.
It was a pretty traumatic thing for him to say that. But when they tampered with the structure of the Constitution in 1913 and 1914, when they passed the 16th and 17th Amendment, when they had enacted this, the Federal Reserve Act of 1913, they changed the history and structure of the United States that we have to deal with right now. That's why we deal with this monetary policy that we have now. So anyway, I thought you would enjoy hearing that about Justice Scalia.
Yeah, I'll say this. I believe is simple and based on scripture. God is a God that says he will raise up people to make the crooked path straight. And he tells us not to remember the old way because he'll do a new thing. So I understand that there are people who will make things crooked. They'll write things, they'll add things to the text to cheat people out of what's right. But that's only part of the story. The other part of the story is God says, I'll raise up people to fix it. And that's where I stand. I trust in God 100%. God cannot lie. God is powerful. God is mighty. And here's the thing. God takes nobodies and he brings them forth to do the unthinkable when others think it can't happen. And so when
David, I don't mean to cut David, I don't mean to cut you off. I'm sorry. I have got to go. But I've enjoyed talking to you all.
You as well.
Feel free to contact me.
Yes, sir.
The fact that we may disagree, look, I try to do the best I can. But just know there's lawyers out there that are good lawyers. They try. And just because the law ought to be a certain way doesn't mean we can always do it that way.
Well, I understand.
You have to do what's pragmatic and prudent. You got to make good choices, good decisions.
Well, keep your eyes open, because where they might try to block lawyers from doing things, we the people, by God, are going to bring that freaking fire, and you're going to see some more big changes, and we're going to talk junk about it and blame God all over Twitter so you can see it. And I promise you, if I'm lying, I'm dying, you're going to see thousands more wins, and we're going to tell you about us doing it before we do it so you know it's us.
Okay. Well, look, vote Trump in November. See you guys.
Amen. Have a good one.
Yep.
All right, everybody. So we got to have good discussion or whatever. It's awesome to be able to get people on and hear what they think and hear what they believe and hear people's knowledge and wisdom. We got to hear some beautiful understanding that he had of things that happened long, long ago. And you guys get to see firsthand into the minds of lawyers. We've had lawyers that were idiots and dumb and stupid who couldn't have a conversation and hated the rights of the people. And then we get lawyers who have more so an understanding of what's happening in the law, how the law got flipped and changed. Chris Brobst, I love your car, but we got to realize that we're going to be able to hear different lawyers. Now, one thing that I want you guys to see and understand is that we, the people, have learned what God said about our power. And I want you to realize that we often hear that as attorneys it's very difficult to do things like the law says in a court, where he said, I know that court judges can't write case law. Y'all heard me say judges can't write case law. He said it too. But then he said, but when we're in their court and we trying to get stuff done, I just kind of answer it, So we got to understand, guys, that it's not going to necessarily be attorneys that's going to free this nation, because the attorneys have a respect for the system they're in. And they see, y'all hear me talk to a judge say, well, case law, an attorney, case law. I say, dude, show me any constitution in America that says a judge can write something called case law. And what happens is it gets real quiet. There's some issues, there's some problems, but I can come out and say that's some freaking bull, because I have no allegiance to any bar, any system, anything that says we got to use the court a certain way. As a matter of fact, I showed you guys through Jaron's reading of the Virginia Constitution. I was going to read Massachusetts Constitution, where it says that the states are political associations. He said he didn't recognize that language. When I asked him, I said, hey, are the states voluntary political association? He said, voluntary? I'm not quite getting that language. I want you guys to realize that. When we discussed the language that's in the Massachusetts Constitution, it was not recognizable to him. Now, not being mean, because he had a lot of knowledge and information and wisdom that I did like about the common law and different things from Lord Coke and all that stuff. But there, you can see that there's some things that don't register in his mind. And like Virginia Constitution, when he said you don't have an individual right to do certain things, we took him straight to it. It said it's an individual right. When we went to Section 3, we can see where Section 3 said you can remove the whole government from maladministration. I think anybody who heard what was said, was read, can understand in simplicity what the freak that said. So, guys, we need to understand as a people, this is why we need to have these town halls. Because even the best of the best, when it comes to attorneys, a lot of times they cannot say things that's going to mess up their license. They can't say things that a judge is going to get mad at them over. When we as the people, the judge works for us. We ain't coming in there begging for the judge's permission to do what we already have the power to do. We just freaking do it. So I hope that you guys got to see this. I hope you guys will share this everywhere. And guys, notice when we had that discussion, the term sovereign citizen didn't come out once, right? Because the same scholars that he reads are the same scholars that I read. The same constitutions that he would use are the same constitutions that I would use. And notice when I wanted to prove the point, I used what was written. So now when we're only looking at what's written, there is no sovereign citizen, no, this ain't real law stuff. No, I'm opening up the real law. Let's get that action in. And y'all notice me. I'm like, show me where it is. Let's get that action in, right? So any attorney in America, any judge, any government official, I'm going to hold them to the same level of accountability. Show me where it's written. Show me where it's written. And if you won't show me, that just simply means you ain't got it, right?
Hey, Dave.
Yes, sir.
So I just wanted to kind of just the same thing, that exact same conversation happened in a little bit shorter time frame, because I only had about maybe 3 or 4 minutes to talk to Dan Kelly. But where it went was exactly where he went when you started talking about we have rights and we can use our rights to instruct our government to tell them to do things.
Yep.
That's when he said, well, you're talking about revolution. That is exactly what Dan Kelly told me. I'm like, oh, hang on a second. I never said that. He's like, you're talking about revolution. I'm like, no. I'm not talking about violence. I'm saying using my rights.
Yeah, if I got a guaranteed right already in the Constitution that tells me I could do something, this ain't no freaking fight. It ain't even got to be a big discussion. I'm going to do what the freak I got the right to do. And here's the thing. When I open up the law and it says that we have a right in the Constitution to replace everybody, notice when he read it, none of us heard it different than how he said it, did we? It literally said we can get rid of all y'all. Just like Marjorie Taylor Greene said the other day. So this ain't nothing crazy. It's what the freak they swore to. So if I hire you and your clown name is signed a contract that says I can remove all y'all at will, don't get mad at me if I don't like what you're doing and we all remove y'all. You swore to it, right? So the idea of not trying to look at the Constitution as a contract is for that very reason. Because really what happens is when people get in power and they're used to the power structure, they start submitting. They start looking and saying, well, the way that the system is set up, I can't necessarily just go and do what y'all do. Right? So the attorneys have a hard time because they feel like that can't work because that's not what I would do in the system the way that I know it. Well, I'm not you. I'm not bound by what you're bound by. So dang sure, I'm going to do exactly what the freak the contract says. And I hope y'all see that. It's hard. When people know what the contract says and you say read it, it's hard for them just to read it as it's written, because the implications of what the freak I'm saying is so big that it shakes everything they're used to, right? Because we read the same text saying we can remove bad government at will. I asked him, I said, hey, do we have all political power? Do we have all political power? I kept asking. Now, he couldn't register the people have all political power. It was hard. But then he came out and said, okay, well, the people wrote the Constitution. I'm like, yes. And do we have all political power? And so when you hear something like that, that literally says this. When I say we got all political power, it says, yeah, the judge you respect that you won't tell him he's wrong about case law, the judge who's attacking your clients, I'm telling you, we can remove him, the executive, and everybody else, and your whole system, the way that you're used to it, falls, and the people restore it based on the law and what's written. Now, that's a hard pill to swallow because that means all your education, all your knowledge, all your wisdom, everything you've been using to make a living dies in 1 second.
Yes, and when I was doing that with Dan, I was just like what you said. You reprove them when they're wrong, and you do it because, well, he wasn't in office at the time, but he was running. I was reproving him, and he didn't like it, right?
Yep.
And he said, well, he asked me, well, how long you been doing this? I says, not very long. And he says, well, I've been doing this longer than you've been alive, Sonny. That's what he said, right?
And see, that's one thing I can't get down with. When somebody tells me the number of years, I'm like, wait, so you're telling me your system is wrong and they did the law wrong? Yes, they changed it in the 1800, 1900, 1930s. Okay, so then why the freak are you going along with how it's wrong? Well, I've been doing this for so many years. Listen, you could have been beating your wife for 30 years. That don't make you an expert on how to deal with marriages.
Damn straight.
If the system is wrong and your anus been playing in it for 9 decades, your anus is wrong. It's no other way to explain it. And this is what I don't think people see. They say, well, we just got to accept it. No, you decided to be in a profession and you are tolerating bull to keep yourself in good status.
Not only tolerating, profiting from it.
Yes. And for me, I'm like, screw that.
Yeah.
I'm going to call it out the way it is. If you see, first of all, I'm not getting in your club, because if I get in your club, you're going to expect me to carry out things the way you say in your club. But then when I try to tell what's right, you're going to say you can't do that because we don't do things like that. Right. So I'm not trying to get in anybody. As a matter of fact, I'm going to just tell y'all something. My dad, when I was a little boy, my mom said, oh, David is super smart. He's going to be a lawyer. My dad said, no, he's not. He said he can't be a lawyer because he's not going to lie for a living. That's what my dad said. So it's funny, 30-some years later, right? My God let me learn the truth, and I end up going against attorneys who will hold on to their license and their process and lie, or allow a lie to happen in their face, right? Because what's happening is treasonous. People are literally throwing people in jail for stuff that's not even crimes that they swore to protect. They're attacking the trust. But you got to realize the approach is so different that I'll come out and say, heck no, I'm standing on this is wrong, and I'm going to show everybody they're wrong, right? You got to correct things in the law and tell people what's right as judges, attorneys, government officials. Now, if judges don't ever get to hear people tell them what the real law is because they're doing the law wrong, and the people as attorneys will never come out openly and disrespect them by telling them you're breaking the law, you're doing 100% wrong, and you need to go to jail, because that won't happen. The Bible tells us evil continues because judgment does not happen quickly. So in other words, if we all get together and say we'll be lawyers, but we're not going to go against the system all the way, we're going to fight cases in their procedures, under their rules, under what they say, we'll fight it that way. But, I can't just walk in court. And this is one thing that kills me. When people say I can't just walk in the court and say it like that. Well, if you know it's the dang truth, and you're not allowed to walk in a court and tell the dang truth, then that means that the court is not moving according to truth, and you need to rework the system. So you need to go to all the legislative body members and say, hey, you know that the judges and attorneys got y'all writing bills that's unlawful, right? Did you see where you swore that you wouldn't do that? No, I didn't see that. Yeah, well, they getting you to sign your name to this junk, but this is treasonous. What? That's happening to me? Yeah. They literally doing stuff that'll get you put in jail in your name. Oh, shucks. Well, maybe I should stop passing bills that says they could do stuff to people. Amen. Right? But be honest. Can that ever happen if the attorneys won't do stuff that won't please the court? If they just go at the court and say, hey, judge, first of all, you're not the court. The person who brought the case is the freaking court, and they're full of crap too. But both of y'all breaking the law, and this is not what the law said. I mean, think about this, guys. I gave a solution. I gave what's called remedy. Your forefathers said, in order to keep a free state, you have to give the broadest diffusion of knowledge. I just gave remedy in front of y'all. I don't give a freak if I ever talk to Trump. I don't worship Trump. I love what he did for the people. I love him, but I don't worship Trump. I don't ever have to speak to Trump. The gentleman who was just on the call can go to Trump and tell him what we said tonight, and they go on video and win the nation back by letting everybody learn the law like our forefathers who beat the king said we could do. If he did what the law said do to fix this, Trump and this guy would flip the nation within 90 days. The whole nation would be different. The people would have their rights back. Every time Trump get on something, people start watching it. Trump freaking put out a gym shoe. I can't even get the freaking gold gym shoes because everything that Trump does blows out of control. But they won't stop to talk about the law and teach the people their rights. If it's the people who gonna do it, how the freak you not gonna go tell Trump? Get together. They should drop every dumb thing Trump is doing right now. And when I say dumb, I mean like arguing with people over cases or continue to come out and say they're so rude to me, they're so mean to me. None of that junk matters. Trump can open up the law and teach people whatever the law said. And he can help Trump and they can show where the law was twisted and the whole nation would flip. It's a dang shame if you that close to Trump and
I'm
you
actually
won't tell him this.
Yeah, I'm actually getting more upset the more I think about it. For all the stuff that he knew about history and when it changed, and he knows it all. And you were agreeing, I agreed. You know, you've told us this, and he knew it.
Yep.
But he's still doing the opposite of what he should be doing. I couldn't believe it.
Notice what I asked him said. How come you and Trump didn't get out in front of everybody and tell baby tell? Because the Bible tells you if you got the truth, you speak it on the mountaintop. You don't cover it. So how in the world do you have that much knowledge and truth and wisdom and you don't freaking tell Trump? See, this is why I get a little frustrated because people in Trump camp talk to me and he knew about one of the things that I dealt with. I don't know if he had it right or by name, but he knew about stuff I dealt with because he knows Trump's people who I was talking to show the stuff. So now he can clearly see that we're talking about some of the same things and y'all can see it. And y'all can see me adding in. Y'all can see me showing everywhere he talked about in the Bible. I give the verses before he gives them. So I give the words of the verse, right? So the thing is, he's not ignorant to what the freak the law says. So why the freak is Trump not telling everybody? Why the heck I ain't got to be around none of them and don't care to. I'll go right back to driving my hot rods in my own little life in the quiet. But when you know this much and you right next to Trump, and y'all don't freaking go give a news report to everybody that they're breaking the law, trampling everybody's rights, and it's treasonous, why the freak wouldn't you tell? What would be the reason that, even after tonight, if they don't get their anus out live and start talking about the law, if they don't do it, it's a dang shame, and it's an atrocity to the nation if him and Trump don't get together right away and Liz Harrington and start freaking telling. Now, I don't talk to Liz no more. Liz, if you're on here, I hope you see it. You just heard me and the guy talk. You should be getting with Trump and him right now and telling everybody, nobody ever got to talk to me again, and I don't give a freak. But to not help America right now, when we'd have had the nation stolen, ask Trump about Archbishop Vigano. He told Trump they were going to try to steal our rights in the elections. Trump knew and had a letter. And if y'all not going to get up and tell, that's some freaking bull. And I'm going to just call it like it is. To any of y'all, you can save America right now. Stop everything y'all freaking doing and tell everybody the freaking truth and let this brilliant man who just came on show the people bit by bit how they stole the law from the people. I shut my anus up and I'll go disappear into the sunset. And y'all can freaking have all the glory y'all want. Just blame God for it, please. But y'all can have all the glory y'all want. But this other stuff is some freaking bull. It's a hoax.
Dave, can you give us some backstory on who this guy is? And y'all had some talks before, or can you tell us anything?
So I never talked to him before. Liz Harrington, who I was talking to dealing with Trump, who I don't talk to anymore. Liz wanted to set me and him up in order to be able to help him show Trump what was up. So Liz wanted me to get with him to help with the Harrison Floyd situation. So the reason I did the affidavit for Harrison Floyd and the lady Travion Cuddy, or the notice that I had all y'all sign before they did all this crazy stuff with hearing why they were in the case. A lady named Today on Twitter told me about Travion and asked me to do a document to help deal with the charges that they had against her and what she were doing. Notice I said in front of him, hey, you know, your client got a constitutional freaking right to talk about what's going on with the elections when they're not following the law and to hold them accountable. I said that right in his face. So Liz wanted me to do a document, or wanted me to talk to him to help him fight so Trump could see that I helped somebody else get a victory, right? She just like, man, you should help him. So in honor of Liz, who I don't talk to no more, I did a document for Travion Cuddy and Harrison Floyd before they took that case that Harrison had and said, we need to relook at if we had the jurisdiction to do it. That's what the freak I wrote in the document. You can see that I said he had a right to do what he was doing and put the judge on notice, not as a amicus curiae brief, but as one of the people having the right to instruct government. Thousands of people saw us do it. A lot of people turned it in, right? And then we see something happen, and I can't say nothing about nothing, but if he say we need to rehear the situation and we don't know if she had jurisdiction to prosecute him, kind of seemed the same. I don't know. I don't know what Mr. Who was just here, Mr. Farmer put, which his name is Chris. I don't know what he put in the case. I know what the freak I said, and I know what y'all said. So we see some weird stuff happen. And we also did the same thing with Trump before they got rid of some of the charges. We showed affidavits and showed where we ordered Trump to go take the ballots in 2020 and how he couldn't be guilty based on the contract. And then out of nowhere, some of those charges left, which I said they'll start killing charges if we show in the law that they're breaking the law with the charges. So we wrote notices, and two weird things happened in the same way after we wrote the notices with exactly what we told them to do. We see it happening. So you could say it was the attorneys, you could say it was, anybody. I don't give a freak, but I know what we told them to do. Now, what you got to understand is if we let the court see that they're breaking the law and then they start changing the way they apply the law, either the attorneys wrote something in there that was exactly what we said, or we're just as smart as the attorneys because we write the same thing the judge responds with. So if the judge says, oh, you might have prosecuted them wrong, let's go back and look at everything and go back over it. The only way you can do that, and we wrote it ahead of time, is if the attorney did it too, or what we did worked. So we did this with the ATF, and the judges in the ATF say, the Supreme Court say exactly what we said in every situation. We did this with the no sovereign immunity. We did a notice for it. Supreme Court came out 9-0. And said no sovereign immunity. We did it with OSHA. The Supreme Court came out and said you can't deal with people's private rights with OSHA. We did it with a ton of different entities, and it always has happened exactly the same. And I don't give a freak if people say, David, you're right, or we're giving you credit. Just say, hey, at least every single time Dave and them write something, the judges agree, even if it wasn't Dave and them that did it and the attorneys did it, which we don't see the attorneys using maxims and telling these things and the fundamental principles of law. But if we're getting it right every single time that you so-called get it right, and then the cases just happen to change a week or two after we do something and you must have did something too, then praise God, we must just be smart like you. But if you ain't doing what we're saying and stuff is changing, then something is weird. Now, I ain't got to take credit for a dang thing. I don't give a freak. I ain't got to meet nobody. Ain't none of y'all got to call me or talk to me. I don't give a freak. But God is going to let we the people win. And he going to show who's right and who's wrong. So I think that the brilliant people like this man who got all this dang knowledge, don't just hold that junk in court and go against people in court. Take your anus to Trump. Trump come out live on TV tomorrow. Trump need to have an everyday rally with the regular peoples, right?
Amen.
And he need to start teaching the law and how they broke it with this other guy, Chris, who did all this study. And notice, he said, David, I think it's going to be the remnant of the people get it back. And I said, heck yeah, that's who doing it already, right? We don't have them helping us. When we save the businesses, some of these guys can look and try to be the judge and say, well, David, we don't think that was, you caused that. You want to talk to the 200 entities? I'll give you their phone number, and then you come back and tell us what they said. and look at the cases, and then you tell me it didn't happen, right? See, a lot of them will speak and try to wave away all the fire we freaking bring because they can't understand it. But when the other person tell you, then I want you to tell them their line, right? Because I don't have to stand up and say what I did for hundreds of businesses when no other attorney. I'm not an attorney. No attorneys was doing that junk. Let's just be real.
That's why they always ask for a citation or a case.
A court case. Yeah. So I said, I'll give you the dude's name. Go pull up the court case real quick and see if it really happened. Now notice he told that they stayed open. So how the freak did that happen? They stopped prosecuting. They stopped. Oh, he lost. Well, why the freak did his entity stay open all during COVID? Because the LLC might have lost. The PMA didn't lose. That's what got him out of the jurisdiction, right? So I'm telling y'all what really freaking happened with real people when no dang attorney would help. And we got wins. I said to him, we got a full forensic audit done. He said no full forensic audit happened. I'm like, how the freak you know if you wasn't here? How do you know? Well, he said, well, I don't have firsthand knowledge. Of course you don't, because you weren't part of it. No attorney was. I was there. I can show you documents from the audit, right? So this is the thing, guys, is that it's very difficult for some people to accept the fact that God has done with us what he's done with us. But one thing you can see no matter what is if we don't do this, ain't none of these dang attorneys giving up everything to help us. Right? When they say
we just saw it.
Yeah, we can't. I don't want to, I'm like, dude, go call Trump and hook this junk up now. What's up?
And he said he's never used a constitutional right in any case. Remember what I said? Which one did you use and which maxim? He's like, well, I've heard of maxims.
Well, it's a shame because he's a brilliant, bad mamma jamma with knowledge.
Yeah, you knew a lot.
But see, the thing is, the Bible tells you not to just be hearers of the word, but be doers. You can't know a whole lot and don't put the no to action that God says put. So when I asked him about binding the nobles, the Bible tells us that. The Bible tells us that the wise man will tear down the oppressor of a city, the confidence thereof. He'll destroy it. The poor wise man. So God never said in the Bible that the attorney is going to fix things for the people. He ain't never say that. Never.
Dave, how does a guy so wise and smart and brave, maybe not wise, smart and brave, how does he get stuck on not realizing that the rights travel across state lines?
Well, that hit me too, because he said that's only in that state. I'm like, you don't understand the word inherent, because he said inherent comes with being human. I said, no, inherent comes from God. Right. And he believes in God. See, and that's part of the poison.
Yeah, he and Dan Kelly got taught by the same guy, so it's the same argument. I'm laughing the whole time.
Did you not hear? He told why it happened. He said this guy was an atheist and became a Christian. Let me tell you, I'm pretty sure that guy never became a Christian, because you have to understand the definition of Christian. I was going to ask him that. We didn't get to it, but I guarantee you, I'll save it. I guarantee you, if I ask the gentleman what's the definition of a Christian based on the Bible, he ain't gonna know. So that guy who taught him, he don't know. And Dan Kelly, he don't know. So when you hear an atheist who turns to being a Christian, that's like asking Carrie Lake, what's the rights of the people? Carrie Lake was involved with all types of belief systems that had nothing to do with Christianity. And now trying to ask her to pray, she just did a prayer online and she was struggling. So when you get somebody, you say, well, he became a Christian after he was an atheist, his atheist belief systems don't just change because he becomes somebody who says they believe in God. The Bible says you have to use the engrafted word and have a washing by the word in order to get rid of the foolishness that was in you. So if we don't renew our minds, we still have foolishness from our old ways in us. So when I hear him say, well, this is what you get from being a human, or as men, we have this right, but he don't say they come from God, I realize, oh, shucks, he don't have it all the way. And I've heard good things about him, and I like his knowledge in a lot of areas, but he's missing the Bible in a way. Like, for instance, I made some points, and he said, well, it don't say it in the Bible that you could pick your government. I said, that's a lie. Right? And then I took him straight to the place without thinking, without opening up the Bible. I said, dude, didn't God say that the Israelites could have kings? He said, no, they had kings in neighboring places. I said, where did they get their kings from, sir? Did God tell them to go get a king? No. Okay, so then God let them pick their government, right? And then when the people of Israel came and said, we want a king like our neighbors, God said, you really don't want a king, right? They're gonna do this and do that to your kids, and they're gonna take your vineyards. And then God told them what was gonna happen. They still wanted a king. God said, okay, I'll give you a king, but I'm gonna pick him, right? So their first king was the one who went after David, right? A man after God's own heart. He was trying to kill David. So what you got to understand is God let them pick what the freak they wanted. He gave them wisdom and said, you could be dumb if you want to, but I'm telling you, you're not gonna like it. But if you want to go play in the dirt, go play in the mud, I'm telling you, you ain't gonna like what you're gonna get up with. Now, the sad thing is that when somebody thinks they know, and he made arguments saying you can't, that didn't happen, God never did that in the Bible, he said that with certainty. So in other words, he's playing in an area he don't know and saying this is what it is. Then when we say in the Constitution, hey, look, in the Constitutions, and I'm not saying this to dog them, I'm saying this so y'all can see, because we're the ones who got to fix the nation. Most of these people ain't gonna drop everything they're doing to come help us see the truth. And this is what I want y'all to see. A lot of people will deny what I say, but then they can't show me otherwise written. So when I say, didn't it say this written? Right? When he says you don't have an individual right over protecting your rights, I'm like, hold on, I'll take you there right now. You want to go read it? Right? So it says, we the people have all political power. It tells you every man has inherent rights and the right to protect his life, liberty, and property defended on his own. Is that not there? Did we not read it? Right? So off the top of my head, even a guy who studied under the best common law teacher in the world, and Dan, there's another Dan that says stuff like that. A guy who studied under the best common law teacher in the world, if I open the door to show the law, I let him read it, and he didn't want to read it like it said it, but it was right there. And y'all can be the judge. Y'all tell me by thumbs up. When I asked him, when he said the people don't have a right to protect their rights, did I not show it inside of the state constitution of Virginia? So notice he told me he dealt in Virginia. So once he said that, I said, oh, great. So I'm going to, off the fly, I said, I'm going to use the one you said. So then I took him to Virginia and showed him what Virginia said, and it said the opposite of what he said. So he had all the knowledge of the old writers. He had this different information of the common law. He knew that they changed it, but the dang contract called the state constitution, he didn't know it said that in there, because I asked, he said, it don't say that. I said, I'll take you right to it. And I used the state he picked. I didn't pick my own state, right? So
the way he read section 3, man, it almost seemed like he hated reading it.
He didn't want to read it. You could tell. And that's the thing. Psychologically, my schooling is in psychology. He had so many mental blocks when he had to read section 3. He said, I'm going to give you a teaching first before I do it. Then he said, hey, y'all, look, if I read this, y'all not going to hear it like I would hear it, or, we're not going to agree on what it says. I'm like, no, dude, I think we pretty much agreed straight through. I ain't hear no argument after we freaking read it. But notice the hesitancy to read it. When he quote what he wants to quote from Blackstone or from Black or from, whatever, he was fast and sharp. As soon as he had to read that part that said that people can take completely over, he hit the brakes.
Yeah, his tone changed.
Everything changed.
That was so funny. That is a record moment. Like, Riley, if you don't do it, I'm going to do something with that, because that was really, it was funny.
He did the same thing yesterday when I talked to him. His tone changed when I started reading, when I started talking about just the definitions. He was like,
wait, did you notice the discounting of the book? He said, with that Black's law, the judges don't care about that.
About that. That's not, I use Bouvier. And so he's like, he was trying to shut you down, Riley. I heard that I was only like 5 minutes I was there, and I heard him do that, and you did your best, but he just has an arrogance,
disdain for the written text. And that's the thing. Like, whenever, this is the funny thing, and I tell y'all all the time, I say I will go against any lawyer, any government official, Mark Elias, any one of these dudes, any day of the week, any judge, without practice. Because here's what I know. Yo anus ain't gonna fight me in what's written. And I told him, I said, dude, y'all ain't got nothing for somebody who got what's written in the old law. You can't rebut what I say. And notice, where could he, when I quoted the dang written law, where could he rebut? He said, we're not going to agree. But once we stopped, he held his peace. Why didn't he come out and say, well, I don't agree. It says you could throw everybody out. You know exactly what freak it means.
He went to majority. He's like, oh, it says a majority. And then he was like, he had to back off that.
So here's the thing. The thing is, as people in America are watching them destroy our gas prices, pipelines, freaking bringing swarms of people through the border, people dying, kids getting raped, you got to be a foolish person to think that the majority ain't ready to toss anybody out who is stupid. You got to, the only thing stopping them from removing everybody who's doing unlawful things is the fact that we don't know we can do it as a whole. That's the only thing. That's what I say. Trump tell, right?
And the majority, it ain't the majority of the whole population.
It's not. It's the majority that comes over the situation. So if people look and they say we don't like what's going on, and they say let's come together and assemble, and we got people coming to assemble and they want to deal with the issue, and the people hear about what's happening and have the ability to come, and they decide we don't want to come, that's not going to be people who are going to be there making determinations. But the people hearing the truth changes everything, because the whole paradigm gonna shift. So I promise y'all, like, if Trump wants to talk about, these cards that he had that were NFTs or something, so many people showed up to see the NFT stuff, it was crazy. So if Trump came to tell people about their rights and property, people go and their ability to fix the nation, they gonna go crazy and love him.
The freak over.
Yes. So all this junk about telling me what won't work when you won't do what God said do, God tells you to show the people the truth. When there's lies in the presence, tell the truth like crazy. Now, if you notice, whenever I say get with Trump and just get everybody out here and start talking, there's hesitancy. Because what happens is every time I say something that uses wisdom to show how God fixed stuff, what happens is everybody who's an attorney start realizing, like, man, I'm not going to be able to use my license anymore because the people going to know. Like, I can show you in some of the same books he read that me and him talked about. He said about how things work. He said, well, the star chambers and this, that. And I'm sure he's surprised I brought it up and how we could prosecute government officials with it, right? I mean, without the star chamber, with regular courts for maladministration and malfeasance.
He's like, they're mean.
Notice that he said, you don't want that. You don't want that. You don't want that. I'm telling you, you don't want to go back to common law. No, dude, because we see in that same book, a couple of pages before what I quoted, it tells you that the people didn't need lawyers and it was easy to plead our own cases or prosecute them in our own way. So when he says it's hard to use the common law, dude, we use plain English pleadings telling what the case was, and the judge dealt with the merits of the case. I know what the freak is happening when you say that. You know your whole business as an attorney ends tomorrow. If you bring Trump out and let everybody find out the truth, all that junk is going to end. And if y'all want me to, since they done did this junk, I'll do a free webinar for everybody and show y'all anus where it says that in the law, we didn't need no attorneys. The common man could do their own cases. And I'll read from the same book he was quoting.
Amen. Let's go.
So that's the thing, man. Is like, I'm here for the people. I don't give a freak about none of that other stuff. I don't worship any man. I love Trump, but if Trump won't come tell, it ain't nothing I can do but tell the people. I want the people to win. I want the people to be free. I don't want them to let your kids get raped anymore. I don't want them killing our women when they bring people in from different nations and give them the ability to vote. I ain't down with that junk. I'm not part of the club. I don't give a freak who you are, how well you dress, how many endorsements you got. Screw all that. If you're not going to love the people, you full of trash, right? So this guy knows Trump. He should be calling Trump tomorrow, tonight. He should be sending Trump a text message right now. They call him boss. He should be like, yo, boss, check this out, DIS. I know that tell the truth. I know so much truth, the only truth and nothing but the truth. Let's get on live Rumble right now. Let's get on your Rumble channel. Just make some sparks. Everybody gonna tune in. People all over the place, right? It'll make some headway. And then they can let God, all I would ask you is just give God the glory. You ain't got to bring me. I don't want to talk to y'all. Y'all just do what the freak y'all want to do. Tear some junk up with the truth and let the people know so the people can have a fair chance. I don't want fame. I don't want fortune. I ain't trying to rub elbows with nobody. I don't give a freak, right? But if that don't happen, something is wrong. And notice once again, y'all notice I didn't get called a sovereign citizen. You didn't hear it. When you heard it, don't say that. I brought him right to it. Then he had to say, okay, it said that.
Hey, he told me last night that his dad was a sovereign citizen.
That's deep, right? That's deep. But the dang law be's what it be. Now, listen to me, y'all, please. If y'all ain't gonna hear nothing else, just realize I'm a regular freaking dude taught by God. God led me through the scripture, the law.
Amen.
And I'm a
Amen.
nothing, nobody Negro from the ghetto. I'm gonna tell y'all like I tell everybody else. Dusty
Liar!
Negro. I can't grow hair. Hey,
You're a liar.
I can't grow hair on the top, right? I'm a regular dude. But here's what I'm gonna tell y'all. If God can take a nobody nothing dummy like me, and y'all can see me go at the law with him for this long, and me open up actual law, open up the state constitutions, and if he would have stayed long enough, I was gonna hit him with some fire when he said, "Oh,
That's why he left.
hey, this voluntary association stuff, I don't know about those words. I was about to lay it in right in front of y'all. And somebody listening quietly gonna go tell him, hey, this is what he's planning to do to you. I love him. I like him a lot. I think he's cool as heck. Go ahead, Daphne.
You're not an ordinary dude.
No, I'm an ordinary Negro from the ghetto.
You are not you're lying.
I'm not lying.
You're lying.
No, he ain't lying.
Did you see my hair on the top? Did you see my hair on the top?
You're not an ordinary dude. You're the leader of the free world.
No, I'm a small frizzle
of the free world.
No.
You are.
Hey, I'm a small frizzle nizzle for shizzle.
Hey, that dude is regular, built up by God.
You want me to tell y'all what? Look, God is the mighty power that's leading us, and God has built all of you guys up for a time such as this. Y'all then took over Twitter. And Daffy, I heard that you were part of the reason this was set up. You and Leaf, you guys asked for this, and I heard you guys by name today. People mention you guys. You guys.
I called you out last night when I was in Shelley's space, and he was in there, and I was talking about some of your common law stuff, but I did want to. I came up only for one brief point.
What I do wrong?
I wanted to say something, and we lost Chris, so I can't tell him, but. When he mentioned the president of Harvard University taking Christ out of their motto, okay, because of Charles Darwin. Well, Charles Darwin is supposedly known as being an atheist, but he's really not an atheist. And the reason he's not an atheist is because he's a Freemason, and because he believed in Satan.
Yeah, he was a Jesuit. He
believed in Lucifer, and because he believed in Lucifer, he believed in a higher power. And if you believe in a higher power, you're not an atheist. And so that blows the whole atheist thing to the ground.
Yeah, he was purposely a liar.
So they took the whole Christ, truth, I am the way, the truth, and the life. I am, they took the Christ part out of Harvard. Now, Harvard used to be a Christian, kind of like a seminary. What do you call those? They were called, what are they called?
Like seminary school or Christian college?
Theology, studies theology.
That thing was a Bible college.
You know what messed me up about that?
All of the oldest universities were Bible colleges. One of my great grandfathers went to Harvard, and two of my great uncles, as I've said many times, signed the Declaration of Independence for the state of Virginia. and they were, you know, they were orators, they were Christians. But the removal based on of Christ from the common law back when they were pushing Darwinism was in complete ignorance of the fact that he was a Freemason. So it's sort of like it erases from history the concept of atheism. Atheism doesn't really have a ground to stand on when you remove Darwin, because Darwin ushered in the whole concept of atheism and science in the system of education. So if you just get rid of that, then it's like it takes us all the way back to pre-Darwin, if you will.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to bring that up because I don't know if he knows that or not. And being Chris, I don't know if he knows that.
You know what hit me hard about that? What hit me hard about that was that in his mind, he thought the freaking motto on Harvard has anything to do with what the law is. So if somebody can go and they can change a building, I don't give a freak, because God's word is still God's word. God stands as true. The law stands as true. And if you say the nation has changed because of what they did at Harvard, screw Harvard. Harvard is an invention of men's mind. The law of God is eternal. So if you think that you can lose the natural right to what God gives us based on what a dumb school does, you missed the mark, right? You honor the education system too freaking much. When I look at schools, I graduated from Wayne State University, played football for Central Michigan University. I don't give a freak about what the school says because they're not in any.
My dad went to Wayne State.
Really?
Yeah.
The Tartars?
He went to Wayne State, and then he went from Wayne State, he went into the Air Force, and then he was in NORAD, and then he went into the CIA, and he then left the CIA, supposedly. But he was a Wayne State, he went to Wayne State. My grandparents, my grandparents used to live in Canada, and they were, they owned like 175 square miles in Canada.
Wow. And were they near the border?
In Manitoba. And my aunt married the son of the Prime Minister of the Canadian Parliament.
Wow.
And then my grandfather wanted to work for the government, and so he was a design engineer for the Department of War. He designed military tanks. And then my dad wanted to be in CIA, whatever. I don't think he really wanted to. I think he kind of walked into it from being in the Air Force. But where my family comes from Canada and then came into the Detroit area.
Wow.
So we owned land in Canada and Detroit.
Deep.
And
Can y'all
we're practically
if y'all got
cousins,
a house near,
Dave.
If y'all got a house near Watson or West Grand Boulevard, y'all got to hook me up. Let me buy it from y'all. I want
I don't think so.
Hey, hook a brother up. I got to buy some stuff there. Like I want to own some land there and property there. And I like those small mansions near West Grand Boulevard where the Henry Ford mansion is and all that near Woodward. Super beautiful place.
I think I've been there, but I just want to share quickly, when I'd visit my grandmother in the summers, my brother and I used to take my dad's car and we would go out, we would drive off the freeway exits, the 25-mile-an-hour exits at 75 miles an hour.
Ooh, what do you have, a Viper or something?
No, my dad had
a Porsche.
No, he did have a Porsche, but this was in his Saab 900 that had fuel injectors, and it also had nitrous in it.
Hey,
that
if
I know you would
make a turn,
appreciate because you like hot rods.
when you said I made it one of those freeway turns, we used to call the death exit because we used to have stretch Busas and ZX14s and stuff, like nitrous bikes, turbo bikes, built motorbikes. And so I had one that had I got it for 10 G's. It was a built motor Hayabusa with a long swing arm on it, 8 inches over. And we used to go like race off of I-75 in Clay. But there was that one exit that we call the death exit. If you get up and if you go 40 or 50, this one exit, you come up and it has a 90-degree turn like right away and it's hard to see. And it bends you all the way back around and there's some trees and stuff. I have seen people hit that curb and literally fly into the trees and die because that's such a slow turn. So when you said, oh yeah, we get up on that turn and we turn, I'm like, yeah, you had a Porsche or something that handles extremely well or you would die.
Well, the thing with that area is apparently there are only 12 police officers on duty at any given time. So, and it's kind of like a free-for-all. Like you could do whatever you want. One time my dad was speeding through, like we were going to dinner one night and he was way over the speed limit right in the downtown. And the police officer pulled up to his side and he's like, cool it, dude.
I'm not going to
pull him up. He didn't pull him over. He just was like, you need to slow down.
wave his hand down. Yeah, I'm not going to say I've been 200 mile per hour in Mexico. I don't know. The federales are cool. They're like, here, go fast. Detroit is another animal. Somebody almost hit me one time and I kind of got pulled over in Detroit and got a warning. But I was on a motorcycle and a guy in a black Lexus. I was over near that White Castle on Evergreen. No, Evergreen had a Kentucky Fried Chicken on one street. It had a White Castle down some, way down near University of Detroit, University of Michigan, Dearborn. But in between there, I think it was near Finkel. I was riding and this guy in a black Lexus was just being nasty and he just flew up behind me so freaking hard. I thought he was about to hit me. And I'm like, what? Like, they'll rob you or do stuff, knock you off your bike, but he really just was coming. And so I thought I was going to get hit. So I grabbed the throttle and just cracked it all the way open, right? And the bike went up in the air and did a really big wheelie and it was like, woo, woo, like flying, And so I go through the intersection. It's like, boom, right? And the guy gets stopped at the light. And then one of the Detroit cops, they were in a truck, pulled out. They pulled out and I saw the lights flashing, right? So I started to get over and I'm like, man, are they getting me? Because I was so far away when I saw the lights that I'm like, maybe they're just going after somebody. Let me just pull over. So I pull over. The cop comes laughing. He's like, dude, I know this thing is fun, but you got to slow down. I said, dude, did you not see that black car behind me? He's like, oh, yeah. I said, dude, the black car ran up behind me so hard that I thought he was trying to kill me or run me over. So I just cracked the throttle and went through the light and was out. And he said, well, you know how much I clocked you at? I'm like, no idea. He said 100. So the bike got there extremely fast, But, when it comes to somebody trying to harm you, you don't really try to slow down and see. It's kind of like if somebody starts shooting, you don't turn around and see who it is. You take off first. Like that's a black joke. Like brothers were like, yeah, somebody start busting. Like it's a little bit different between the white community and the black community, right? Black dudes are like, pew, they just take off running, right? In the white community, y'all a little bit tougher than us. Y'all say, hey, it seems like somebody's shooting. Maybe we should go check it out. Right? That's one of the jokes that we talk about in the ghettos when we talk about how like our white counterparts go to the military and like put themselves up first. This is why I say you never really want the white America to know exactly what's happening as bad actors because they defeated the king, right? They're just built different, right? So a little hood joke for y'all, but we got Pilsner with his hands up and we had Walter with his hand up. So we're going to let some people talk.
Well, I just got to share my story about how how it feels when you get about over 140 miles an hour. And there weren't a lot of sections I could do that in California when I had my 300 twin turbo ZX, with hard pipes and Wolf turbos in it. Even though I had a wing on it and I had ground effects, your car does not operate anything like you think it does at 155, 160 miles an hour. So I only did it once, and just to try it out, because I do like speed, but I don't like the feeling of not being contacted to the road. I felt like, oh, I see. The car is not. It's kind of flying, and it's not actually contacting. The rubber is not on the road, so I don't have control if I go any faster. And the car was capable of going more. So, but I don't do that anymore. I'm a father, so I can't. I've got a bike that is an electric bike that goes 35 miles an hour, which is pretty fast. I sometimes wear a helmet, and I'll get that thing, on the road and just go 35 miles an hour on it. And that's my danger limit now. But I just wanted to appreciate the controversy that was happening in this space with Federal Farmer. I think some people cringe at it, but I really enjoy it because it brings out the truth.
Amen. We got to see it. And anybody who's too weak to hear truth, they're in the wrong neighborhood. Because if we're going to take back the nation and do what's right, we have to speak the truth. And just notice, like, for the people who are here, let's just be real. If you just felt way better hearing the truth and seeing what was written, like, a lot of y'all have heard me talk about the law and say, hey, we can stand and fight in the law with the best of them. And then y'all heard me talk not against, but talk to somebody who deals with the law. Somebody who's doing cases. He's doing the case for Harrison Floyd right now in Georgia, right? So y'all hear me talk to a guy about what's in the law. Now you can see, dang it, this dude says the same thing he says to us, to this guy, and shows where it is real time. You can see all that stuff people like to say about sovereign citizen this and that. That junk don't work when you're dealing with somebody who knows the real law. It don't happen.
Did you notice how he started to listen to you more?
Yeah.
He didn't interrupt you as much, and he wasn't as loud. Maybe he got tired. Maybe he was eating dinner. I don't know, but
no, his heart got pricked, bro, because when I started saying stuff about the Bible, I can tell he believes. And when I started saying stuff about the Bible and he started calling me preacher, he knew that I knew what I was talking about.
Well,
and
so
then
I think there's an opportunity, more time in the future to talk to him, because I don't know a lot of lawyers that would even do anything he did tonight. And like, if you continue with him, can you imagine? And if he actually is in contact with Trump?
Well, he is in contact with Trump, 100% I know. And Liz Harrington told me about this guy. And she said, David, I would just want you to talk to him. I don't talk to Liz anymore. I would give her love because Liz was teaching Trump stuff. And I know that Trump wouldn't have came out with it if Liz didn't do it. I never talked to Trump directly. So she deserved credit and praise for it. We don't talk anymore now, and we probably won't. Not because I did anything mean or anything like that or nothing like that, but I don't think we're going to be talking, and it is what it is. But she told me that he was unconventional and he was like, he knows about the common law, and she liked him a lot, and she told me that he talked about the Bible. So when I say, oh, I know you believe in God, I know you believe in the Bible, I know it because she told me. So the thing is that he brought up the name of the guy. And the thing is, somebody came online one time. Two people came on that won. One time said that one of the people said they won with the affidavit and documents like we use and gave testimony himself. The other person, and he was acquitted. The other person did something similar and he won his case. And he's been on here with us too. So far, the two people that I know of who won their case for January 6th are people who listened and came on. One of the gentlemen was here earlier, and I didn't get to get him a mic.
Yeah,
Yeah,
James here.
James. Yeah.
And
So
yeah, I guess he had pounds.
yeah, so people who actually won in real life without an attorney doing it for them told us they won and came and talked with us. So it's crazy that so many people had attorneys with January 6th stuff and they didn't win. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds did not win. And then the two who we know won, and they're out free laughing and joking, came directly here and told us what they did to win. Ain't nothing that an attorney said do. So for me, it's crazy. Somebody said suicycle. I posted my ZX14 with nitrous. If y'all look at that bottle on the bike, it was a nitrous bike. So I've been 200 miles per hour with that bike, and it had nitrous and the biggest engine on a production bike. So I just put it up there for y'all to see. But the thing is that so to me, it's crazy when it's so hard for attorneys to understand what can win when they have no history of winning in that area. So it's kind of like standing with Carrie Lake, right? Carrie Lake couldn't get standing for election stuff, just like Trump couldn't, just like Giuliani couldn't, just like Sidney Powell couldn't. So then when Carrie Lake told that I got her standing, why the freak is it an issue now where attorneys can't admit that I got her standing? It's like, David, I just don't think it will work like that. I don't give a freak what you think when none of y'all could do it, right? Why are you trying to be the judge of what you can't do? And I'm not being mean, but in every situation, y'all lose every single time the same way. Then I show Carrie what they were doing wrong. I got the email from the woman in New Hampshire that Carrie talked to about how I got her standing. I got the text messages where Carrie said she gave it to her attorneys. So I showed everybody. So why do I have to keep going through these attorneys who don't have the ability to win at all, not even a little bit, can't even get basic standing, and they want to be the judges of what can work? It's crazy to me. It's like, well, show me where your stuff is working, Dave. I'm like, shucks, show me where your stuff is working. You've been in school for 100 years. Nobody.
Hey, Dave, isn't it kind of like the Pharisees that knew the law but didn't really talk about it, but they made up all kinds of little other things that nobody could follow?
And it's not working for them. This is what the hardest thing in the world for me is. When your junk don't work and you take so much pride in it, I can't look at you right. I can't look at you normal when you keep losing in everything you try to do, and then you want to tell us what works in a court, or you want to judge the thing that we do that's different when we got wins and people saying, like, when I say, look, dude, I got 200 entities that I can show you where we got victories. Show me yours, right? And they say, David, there's no way a court would do that. You don't know because you weren't there. But the dang people I work with keep telling you this Negro Dave saved my whole business life and everything. So why the freak can they tell you what the testimony is? And then you say, well, I need to see a court case where the judge tells me you won. Well, first of all, show me the court case where the judge told me you won. Because you go by that junk and it don't work. So attorneys en masse sucked at helping people during COVID. And when 200 businesses will say, Dave Jose helped us on Indian tribal land, he helped us in New Jersey, Arizona, this place, that place, and I tell you what the entity is. Like, dude, if I'm lying, you should be able to embarrass me in front of everybody. I tell you the freaking name of the company, tell you to call the dude, tell you I give you his number, and you're going to tell me what didn't happen? You're not even a first-hand witness to what happened, but you're going to tell me no way a judge will let you off. The freak you talking about? We did it over 200 times. And it's out there. Like, I showed the videos of people saying, yeah, my entity was open when everybody else was shut down. Everybody else who tried went to jail. I didn't go to jail. So is that not testimony of what's true? Jesus tell you in the mouth of two witnesses, we can establish every word. So how in the world do two witnesses, 200 witnesses, five entities in a very close area say they did the same thing with me, we won, and then the government left us alone? They say, well, you got to show us a document from a judge which they're not even judges, they're administrative hearing officers, but you show me a document from a judge saying we let you off because Dave Jose did some event, something. And notice the word, they like to say, there is no magic bullet. No, there's a freaking remedy and an answer, and I had it and you didn't have it. That's what's real. right? I'm telling you what I did on live video where everybody could embarrass me if I'm a lying dude. Y'all could easily call the dude up and say, did David help you? Does David have documents with you? You could do the research, but none of them will do it because they know I'm freaking telling the truth. They're just intimidated by the fact that a nobody nothing Negro from the ghetto who didn't go to law school is winning like crazy. That's the real.
Liar.
They're hindering. They're hindering.
Yeah, well, they're doing Luke 11:52. Woe unto you lawyers, for you have taken away the key of knowledge. You hit that jump? You are not going, I'm sorry, you've hindered those who try to enter. They see people trying to enter into the truth. They try to hinder them, and they ain't going in themselves. So notice, when I say the law is this, and then they say, well, imagine me trying to go to a lawyer and use the law. Go to a judge and use the law. Wait, you're a lawyer, a man learning the law, and you're telling me to imagine what happens if you take the law in front of a freaking dude with a robe on? Come on, man. Freak out of here.
Hey,
Right?
I gotta drop some testimony. Daphne keeps chiming in, calling you a liar. I have not caught David lying
I'm
one
joking
time.
when
I
he
know.
says he's just an ordinary guy.
I am
He
just
is.
lying.
He is. No, he is. God's using him in
I
extraordinary ways.
can't grow
but-
hair on the top. I'm over the hill. Look, I done been through a midlife crisis twice. I owned a Corvette. I got the fast motorcycles. I went up the hill, came back down on the other side. Can't grow hair on the top. Can't dunk no more. I'm working on that. I got to get my muscle back. But yeah, I'm over the freaking hill. I'm like the dude who can just get the hot rod and just drive around and try to look cool with his loafer shoes on with some socks pulled up to his kneecaps.
You wear loafers?
Dave.
No, I don't dress like that, but still.
Hey, Dave, did you notice the only thing he could try to return to rebut you was the law of nations?
Oh yeah, I said, show me any constitution. He put out the law of nations. I said, bro, stop. Like, are you serious? You gonna give me the law of nations to show what our rights are in America? I said, pick any American constitution, any constitution in America, show me. And then he went to the law of nations. I said, oh, Lord Jesus. But that's the funny thing, he wouldn't even argue that in court. He wouldn't bring up no dang law of nations in court. If you go look at his pleadings and see if he talks about the law of nations, you ain't gonna find that junk.
Dave, it's so routine for attorneys to show off their
Dave, can I
big
just say that
lobes of brain and intelligence.
every
but
single lawyer.
Hey, Pilsner, hold up. Can you hear Celestial?
Oh no, sorry, Celestial. I can't hear. Let me drop.
She was going.
Okay, sorry,
Sorry.
Celestial. Let me drop down. I
you
can't
know,
hear her.
they come in showing that they have a lot of knowledge and a lot of capacity for, using their brain matter. But then, like he said, that he knew the constitutions like the back of his hand, and he knew them. Then why in the world? How did he miss that that's what they're supposed to obey? How could he miss that with such brain mass?
The funny thing is, I told him what was in it. I was speaking the words of the Constitution and asking him questions, and he was saying that doesn't register. And I knew you didn't really read that. Not with any real. You didn't read it with encoding the information with understanding and wisdom, because when I purposely said voluntary this and that, he's like, I don't know nothing about that. That don't register with me. I started laughing in myself. Because when y'all hear me have an argument with government officials or attorneys, I'm not really in the arguing. I'm 10 steps ahead of them, asking them questions, manipulating where they're going to go. Because I know he's going to fall down the trap every one of them says. So I'm like, hey, so voluntary association, compacts and contracts and the such, I'm saying the buzzwords that make them go crazy, and I'm asking them, yeah, go ahead and tell me about that, because you know it like the back of your hand.
And he knew 46 and 47 or state constitutions. Like what?
Well, he said he worked in Virginia or something. So once he said he worked in Virginia, I'm like, oh, okay, I'm gonna have a party with you, because you're telling me that you're telling me which one you use. Now I'm going to go take it real time and make you tell me. And then you notice I told him, I said, let's read 1 and 2. I said, tell me what 3 says. And then he started reciting it. I said, sir, I didn't say read it. I said, tell me off the top of your head without looking. since you know it like the back of your hand.
He didn't even
Now,
want to go to 3. He wanted to stay on 2 and just keep telling
but
you 2.
notice he started reading 3 to y'all. I heard him typing to look it up. So I'm like, dude, if you know it like the back of your hand, just tell me. He didn't tell me out of his brain. He turned to it and started quoting it word for word. I said, bro, you cheating, right? So the thing is, you could have a lot of knowledge put together, but if you don't use it, you're going to lose it. You can have a lot of knowledge put it together. You can put it together, and if you don't exercise it in truth, it's not going to have power. So when he says the judge ain't going to react this way to what you're saying, no, you're just playing by the rules because you're intimidated by the one who seems to be over you. I say, screw that. I'm going to tell you what the exact truth is, and my results are different. Now, you can say, well, David, I've been doing this for 50 years. Yeah, that's great. I've been doing it for like 50 minutes, and we're getting wins, and people are giving testimony. So I don't really see that as a negative thing. When you tell me you've been doing it for 30 years, 100 years, whatever, like there's a guy from New Hampshire that calls himself a constitutional and common law genius named Dan Itze. He challenged me in front of Chris in personam jurisdiction and was talking about, yeah, I had a name of the #1 common law teacher, and I was the only one to wear this name, whatever, blah, blah, blah. And I've been doing this for 20, 30 years. I told this dude, I said, dang, cuz, you've been doing this for more than half of my life. So how many people you tell? I mean, I tried to tell the legislature, how many people did you teach? I mean, we can't all teach everybody. Wait, dude, you say you knew this junk for longer than I've been alive, and you're using that to establish authority over me. I'm known forever. No,
Hey,
okay,
Dave.
show me your fruit.
Walter, I think he wanted to speak.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
He
Go
can't
ahead,
raise
Walter.
his hand, though.
You're supposed to be after Pilsner. Walter, if you're still on, please unmute your mic.
I am. I appreciate the opportunity.
I'm so sorry, sir. Please forgive me.
No. I've been getting educated for almost 2 hours now here, listening to you guys, and I'm glad for it because this isn't the first time I've heard of you. And just to give you a little bit of background, I do have a question, and I'll ramp up to it, but I just feel like I should give a little background and context so you understand where I'm coming from. I'm a first-term state representative out of Minnesota. And one of my constituents is a pastor and former legislative chaplain by the name of Dale Witherington. And he has founded an organization called Restore Minnesota. And it's kind of, it's not difficult to describe, but it's unique in that it's kind of modeled in the way that the old Tea Party groups used to be, where it's very decentralized. It's organized by county. They have what they call community action teams. In various counties around the state. They obviously, the goal is to eventually get into all 87 counties. But what their mission is to try to activate Christians and get them involved in the political process. And before I was elected in 2022, and prior to being elected, I was involved with this group, the Wright County Community Action Team. And after getting elected and getting sworn in, I've had much less opportunity to hang out with them week after week. And at some point, they came across your teachings on common law and fundamental law and have really latched onto it in a major way. And I've sat down with the guy who runs the local county group, and he took me through a PowerPoint presentation, kind of giving me the basics. And I sat there and I listened to it and I thought to myself, yeah, this makes sense. Yep, I agree with that. Yep, this is all legit. I'll get to my question. My question is kind of like, next step. Like, where does this go? Once you get to the point where you've served somebody a notice and they either haven't responded or they have, and it isn't to your liking, like what's the next step? But just to give you a little bit more context. So we had recently and I know different states do these things in different ways, but in Minnesota, we kind of have like a mixed caucus / primary system where the party will endorse its candidates that it prefers, but then they still go to a primary if there's a challenger. And so we're in the season now where we're going through these endorsing conventions, and Wright County is a pretty big county. And there are, off the top of my head, 2 or 3 senators and probably double that of representatives. And we all kind of get endorsed at the same time. And that was a couple of weeks ago. And at that convention, we all got served notices from these friends of mine regarding immigration. And it was kind of funny because none of my colleagues, my legislative colleagues, really knew what to think about it. Because I'm the only one who had any sort of briefing and as to, what this even is and where it comes from. And so that's kind of an interesting situation to be in, where they don't know whether to freak out or to just ignore it, or what even the basis of it is. And I'm sitting there in very short order trying to explain to them how it works, but it's kind of the blind leading the blind, because I've had some exposure to Jaron Jackson's breakdowns of how it works. But I know just enough to be very, very dangerous. Right. And so I went through and my state senator and I signed an affidavit that I put together in response to the notice, taking issue with one point that they offered in their notice, but otherwise agreeing. And we'll see where it goes from there. But that's kind of my question, is like, how does this unfold? And I've sat here and I've listened to you talk for the last hour and a half, 2 hours, talking about the number of successes that you've seen. It sounds like in criminal cases, or perhaps civil,
and all types of different things.
Okay. And so, because to me, in like, you talk about the resistance, and I came in the middle of talking to federal. And so it's kind of interesting listening to you guys have the post game on that. And that resistance that people run up against when they hear this, I can very much relate to that, because I'm thinking of it in terms of like how it works practically in the quote unquote real world. Right. So when you say something like, or when my friends in Restore Minnesota say something like, well, we the people have the right at will at any given time to just remove all the trustees who are violating their public trust. In my head, that goes to images of chaos and riots and revolution and armed conflict. And so I think, is that what they're saying? And I know they're not, because I know these people and they're normal, decent, law-abiding people. But there's what I'm gathering from what I'm hearing tonight is that your priority seems to be, let's educate people as to what their rights are and how these processes are supposed to work, and that there will be some inflection point of education past which it'll start to manifest in legal and political processes to the benefit of the people.
Well, let me make it clear to clear it up for you. So let's say, like, and we could take 1776, the Declaration of Independence. When the independence of the people of America was declared, was there any war at the point of declaration?
Anticipated, but not actual, yes.
So there was no war, and they said, we are declaring, as is our right, to be free from this and stop it, right? So this is when they were under a king who was aggressive. So in your own state constitutions, you swear that the people have a right to reform government if you do wrong, to take their power back. You swear that they have a guaranteed right to be free and not be under lockdown or whatever, right? So let's just take you. When you swear that you're going to do the right thing by the people and somebody shows it to you, right, and they let you see, do you at least agree that it says that they are free and that you can't punish them?
Yes.
Okay. So you, as a good man, when you see that it says you can't mess with their rights in the state constitution and you swore to it, you realize, okay, this is clear. I said this is what I was going to do, and that's what I'm doing. So anybody who wants to be right are not looking for a threat to do right because they're doing right because it's the right thing to do, and that's what they swore to do. So when you look at how America is set up, it's set up where we the people have all political power. So if we have all political power and we come to you and show you, hey, you know what, you've been writing statutes by mistake that says that you could take our house, dog, kid, grandma, everything through a process that's not lawful and we didn't do anything wrong, then you as a good man, you're going to say, you know, I can kind of see what you're saying. Yeah, that's not right. So what happens is when we come together and talk to good people, which most government officials didn't get in to rip people off or hurt people, they're going to stop and say, hold on, I didn't know that was in a state constitution. And then somebody like you who can see that, yeah, this makes sense, you're going to tell other people in the legislature, hey, you know what? It's very simple, guys. I know you might not have read what we swore to. I know attorneys tell us we can do everything. But right here, we swore that we wouldn't do that. So what's going to happen is the good people in the legislature are going to share the truth. And when they share the truth automatically stops bad actors from acting wrong. It automatically does it. So you're going to find that most of the people in the legislature are going to say, hey, this is here as plain as day. Now, the bad guys in the legislature and the bad attorneys, here's what they're going to do. They're going to say, okay, so what if we tell them we don't want to respect their rights? Screw you because we got the guns, right? That would be a very dumb decision as everybody is figuring out what the law is. See, there's some people across the nation who got prosecuted as elected officials for pay-to-play schemes, for raping people, for doing all types of bad stuff. But one thing I can guarantee you is that they don't go out and do those crimes in broad daylight for a living. Why? Because they're afraid that people find out they're breaking the law. So the idea for criminals that you're breaking the law is sufficient for most people to say, wait, I'm not trying to be wrong. I'm not trying to punish people. No, that was a mistake. Let me fix it, right? So most people in government are not bad criminals. And this is something that a lot of bad actors in the law world, they think, oh, every government official is a terrible, evil worker that just wants to hurt us. That's dumb. No, there's good people in the legislature just like me and you, period. Now, what we have messed up with as the people is taking the time to learn the law well enough to come in front of you guys with sense, with understanding and knowledge, and just showing you guys what it says and giving you the benefit of the doubt. Because once we do that, we can come together and have an understanding of what's there with peace, with knowledge and wisdom and the love of Christ, and everybody can have a chance to deal with things right. Now, as you do that, the paradigm shifts because everybody starts learning the law, the people and the government at the same time. So then what's going to happen is the government, like we see in the ATF cases in the Supreme Court after we gave them notice, they start killing all the cases of ATF, right? When they try to stop people from having weapons, when the range case, when they said you're no longer one of the people because you had a felony, the court said, no, you can't do that to the people. That's not in the Constitution. Why is it happening that way? Because the paradigm shift. So it says in the constitutions across the country and in the fundamental law that if the government there should be no means for redress and you say we're going to ignore you and do whatever we want to do, then the people in peace can vote together, not with your help, and remove everybody in office for real. Like literally say, we're not contracting. Because the Constitution is a contract, we could choose not to contract. And if we do that, the John Locke's 2 Treatises of Government tells us when the government starts making laws against your rights and property, they dissolve themselves. When they change the ways of election, they dissolve themselves. They get rid of their own power and give us right to recapture it and write a new legislative. Now, to understand how serious this is, when the king was doing people wrong, they didn't have the internet. They didn't have the ability to drive 70 miles per hour down the road and get somebody else the law in another county. Right now, we have the internet where we can tell the truth about the law, push a button, and millions of people can see it overnight. So what happens is when we start learning the law, which we got to start learning when COVID happened and everybody's at home trying to figure out what the heck is going on, they start reading the real law. And as they read the real law, it's not some crazy sovereign citizen made up stuff. It's what did the government swear to? right? So as everybody comes together, think about it. It took 3% of the people to know what was right and fight against the king to remove a king who was a ruler that was evil. Now, our forefathers said, look, this is our government. We're no longer making king. Not a single one of these people are going to be in power over us. They're going to just be servants. And if the servants refuse to do us right, we can just take our power back. Now, everything is cute and fun when you are in a position where you're harming people on purpose and you got everybody on your side. The law doesn't change very much. But as soon as everybody figures out that you're breaking the law, now the paradigm shifts and they literally will exercise their power and remove you. That's happened in Michigan already. So there was 2 different officers in Michigan, I believe, that was not following the law. The people realized that they didn't have the right to do it. They came together and started teaching the law. And when they started teaching the law, they voted and removed a whole town board in one day. The people actually voted them out, removed them, and locked the door and set up for new elections for a new person who wanted to do right. That happened already. And then it happened again, I believe. So with another person in Michigan. So right now, the people understand we don't have to make war with anybody to take our power away. We can show where it says in the text, and every government official swears to it ahead of time, that we have a right to reclaim our power. And if you refuse to do your job, if you say, screw you, I'm going to take everything you got, I'm going to make money off of your family, I'm going to take your kids and get paid for it in a special program, I'm going to take your cars, take your house. You can do that, but what's going to happen is everybody's going to know. And if everybody knows, then they're going to vote in their own meetings, assembly, to remove you. And it's only going to be so long that people get to just blatantly do wrong on purpose before people find out. So I believe the best way to handle things is to just talk about things peacefully and understand the truth, and people can repent for the wrong they did. And I say forgive people, right? I say, look, if somebody did something to harm you and cost you some money, but they'll repent and do right and make you whole and fix the situation, let them off. Let them be able to enjoy their family and have love and talk to them about the love of Christ. But the way that the law works is, if you're taking stuff from the people and you find out in the law that it says that, I can pretty much guarantee you're going to prison. And the thing is, you're going to have a trial by jury just like anybody else, but just realize the Supreme Court right now is in the middle of a situation with the scholars and attorneys over the ATF and the administrative state. And the scholars, like in New York and different high-level colleges, they're saying, we don't understand why the Supreme Court keeps giving wins to the people and they're not giving us wins. They won't give us wins over this stuff. So the most brilliant attorneys, which would tell government officials, look, just ignore these people, throw their notices in the trash. I'm like, you can throw the notice in the trash or the affidavit if you want to, but 2 affidavits given to you and you not responding and throwing them in the trash and not trying to help in some way. Two affidavits, if you look in your state constitution and you just look up what happens when there's 2 witnesses that you are helping a foreign actor or adversarial party over the people. So I'll just explain it. So in the state constitution, you swear to protect the people's rights and property. Well, if you have an adversarial agency that you're letting bypass the Constitution and you're giving them aid or comfort, it's in your bills or Declaration of Rights that if any person should give aid or comfort to an adversary, they're guilty of a crime. So when you swear that you're going to protect the people's rights and you know darn well it says it in plain English and everybody can see that we can stop and start being nice and do right, then I would say it would be wise to do right, because literally you'll go to prison for life messing around, for real. And I'm not trying to be funny and I'm not trying to be aggressive. I'm saying the law. So take the law the way that it's used against the people right now. If somebody commits a crime, and sometimes they're not even committing crimes, the government has no problem right now throwing people in jail quick. So just understand, when the jury knows that you're breaking the law and everybody's giving you every peaceful opportunity to do right and you ignore it and you say you spit in their face, that same jury who loves the idea of prosecuting bad government actors and they never got a chance to, they're going to prosecute you to the fullest extent of the law. And they're going to give you a lawful trial. But if you see the light of day, if you've been ripping and running over people's rights, hurting people on purpose, taking their families away, stopping them from seeing their grandma, and you think you're going to get away with it, I could just tell you, the people are going to give you the same amount of mercy you give them. And this is why I say, let's make peace and love and fix stuff and talk to each other peaceably, because I know how the heart of man is. When the heart of man realizes he can get retribution against you for the evil stuff you do, he's not going to play with you. That's why the Bible says when you are walking on the way to court with your adversary, agree with him quickly, unless he throw you in prison, and he gonna take everything you got. So God is wise, God is good, and God tells us, fix this stuff and make peace before it have to go anywhere crazy with the law. Now, I'm not saying I don't tell anybody to do no violent, shady, stupid stuff where they're fighting anybody or revolting or nothing like that in the street. I'm saying we're gonna use the peaceful law, and I know the heart of man. As soon as the pendulum swings the opposite way, everybody who ignores gonna pay the price for their ignoring. Every single one. And by justice, it's only fair. But I believe we need to talk to each other and just do what's right, because God loves, God forgives. Why the heck can't we love and we forgive? So that's my answer.
Well, that's very, very helpful. I wasn't sure what I was expecting, but that's way better than whatever I was. So I appreciate it. And I'll be diving into background on this a lot more. Is there a place that one can go to kind of get a list of sort of these case studies where this has worked out?
There's thousands of people all online who's talking about it all the time. I don't keep a list because there's so many wins. I can't keep up with everybody's stuff. And a lot of times they're coming and telling me. I do have some of my Rumble. Some people have them on Odyssey. Some people just got them across the country. There's people here right now that you can ask them if they've got victory, and they'll tell you themselves they have. If you know Jaron Jackson, he dealt with a federal case with the rock star and his friend that they were getting hit for $2.5 million from the federal government. Jaron, it was going on for quite some time. Jaron wrote a 1.5-page document, and the case was killed like within a week or two. Jaron can let you know about that. There's 100 and some people who got their kids back. I can get some of them to talk to you. The guy who's down below, the sheriff, he used the process to go to ex-sheriff deputy. He used it to show his sheriff that he was breaking the law by causing people to get licensing to carry weapons when they already had the right in the Constitution, and he got victory. Then they got victory in other counties, and then the whole state, the legislature became a right to carry state because they realized they were breaking the law, making people get a license. So there's a ton of them, you know? But what I would say probably you should look at more than anything is you should look at the state constitution and tell the people, tell the government servants who work with you to look at it. Because really, the way that things happen is going to be based on what you swore to. So I would say you guys should look at what you swore to, and you should let your actions be driven by what is the punishment that the law says I have for not doing what I swore to. Because there's one thing to convince yourself that it works based off of how many people tell you it works. It's another thing to realize what you swore to and do right because you swore to it, right? Because that's what a jury is going to ask you. Did you do what you said you're going to do?
Yeah, so I appreciate you putting it that way, because that's another sticking point in my brain. I mean, again, going back to this whole concept of people resisting what it is that you're saying. I think part of it is the recognition of something that Steve Day says. He says that we're not a country of law, and we never have been. We're a country of political will, and we always will be. And I think what he means by that is that the words on the paper only have the intended effect if the people abide by them and insist upon their enforcement. And that seems to be kind of the spirit of what you're talking about. You want people to be aware of what the law is and what it says and why it's true.
It didn't used to be like that. The way that it used to be is when you act as a government official, you used to and do wrong, they used to punish you immediately.
Mm-hmm.
And so what happened was the government purposely tricked everybody out the law so they wouldn't know how to do that. And then they hid the state constitutions in all the schools so you wouldn't know what the state constitution is, so you can't keep up with the trust indenture and do what's right. And nobody can hold you accountable. So what's happening now is there's a return back to everything going back to how it used to be because people are learning now and they realize. So when I say resistance, please don't believe that people resist us all the time. When I say resistance, I'm just talking about a few attorneys that think they're smart.
Okay, fair enough.
So I can show you where dumb attorneys who think they're smart come against us and we destroy them in their face and laugh at them and they pay us money. You can look at Nick D. He's a guy who's down below. You probably see him on my page if you look. You'll see 2 checks in his hand for $16,500, right? He got $16,500 from a job he never worked. And the dumb attorney told us, oh yeah, you don't have a contract with us. You can't use the law against us. You won't be able to defeat us. We don't give you a job. You didn't get a shot. We whatever. And he tried to stand 10 toes down. And then they paid $16,500. It happened with a hospital. They paid $75,000. We didn't even go to court. So I like it when people challenge me or do stupid stuff because they think, oh, you could just challenge. I'm like, good, then be an example, right? Because the attorneys who did the same dumb stuff, we're going to go after them next. If you told the legislature or some entity that you could rip the people off and you think that you're just going to get off with paying us $50,000, $75,000, $15,000, you got another thing coming. Because we are going to make sure you get prosecuted for being dumb and sticking your chest out. So I'm full of love and mercy. But when somebody shows me, oh yeah, well, I'm an attorney and I'm going to tell the government to do against you, that's called tortious interference with a contract. We have a contract with the government to do what we say. And when you go tell them to do the opposite, we'll keep a record of it. Then we're going to subpoena all your emails. And we're going to see if you were talking stupid junk, like, oh, well, we're just not going to do it because there's nothing you could do. We got the biggest guns. Okay, keep thinking that, right? Good luck to you, right? Because the way I told people before the ATF fell, they were going to fall. They're getting defunded right now. Did you know that?
No.
Did you know they lost in like all over the place? The Supreme Court is running them over. The federal court is running them over now. The ATF can't stop people from having ghost guns. They can't stop private owners from having weapons. They can't deal with frames and receivers anymore. All that stuff they were throwing people in jail for. You know they can't do that no more, right?
I'm glad to hear it, but it's the first I'm hearing of it.
Yeah, so this is the funny thing. We'll destroy the power of an agency and the attorneys don't give full disclosure to everybody across the nation, but they'll say dumb stuff like, they can't sue you. You remember there was a thing called, not sovereign immunity, but qualified immunity a couple of months ago. You remember? I know you know about the government thinking they have qualified immunity, right?
Yeah.
So I wrote a notice to the Supreme Court. A couple of thousand of us joined. You realize 9-0, the Supreme Court said there's no such thing as sovereign immunity now, right?
Again, first time I'm hearing.
Okay, so when the Supreme Court says you have no sovereign immunity for the dumb stuff you did against the people, that means they can sue you and they can prosecute you too. So I'm gonna tell you, my next notice is gonna be to get the Supreme Court to tell the whole government we could prosecute everybody in government, and I bet you they do it. So before we did the sovereign immunity thing, I told people I was gonna do it, and it happened. Before we did the ATF one, I told people ahead of time. Ask Jaron. Tell Jaron to share with you the video testimony of me telling people 2 weeks to a month ahead of time what we're going to make the Supreme Court do. And then he'll show you in every single situation I told people before it happened. So my next one is to go after the attorneys and the government officials who think it's cute when they ignore. And the Supreme Court going to tell and throw everybody under the bus, and then everybody going to start prosecuting people. Guaranteed. Guaranteed it's going to happen. By God. Not me, but by God. So I don't spend a lot of time. Look, the last guy in New Hampshire who told me not too long ago, we were on a call, he said, I need you to prove to me that it works, whatever. I don't think you have any remedy to get to people. I said, sir, I already sent y'all affidavits that you swore to do stuff and you didn't rebut. And the affidavit unrebutted stands as truth. And I showed him in Trump's own cases how Trump got beat by that same thing. And I told him, sir, I did it to you. I said, you don't have to ask me to prove it to you. I'll use you to be the proof. And I'm not playing. I'm so serious. Because when I know people are not seeing their kids and families and they got forced to get shots to keep their jobs, some of them are dying. It's all fun and games when it's not you. And so I like the challenge. I know what God's word says and how God deals with things like this. And we're right at the head of everything flipping. As a matter of fact, did you hear Marjorie Taylor Greene come out yesterday or day before yesterday and say that we, the people, have the right to remove the whole government, every elected official at will?
I think I did see that, yeah.
Where did that come from?
Talking to you folks, I guess.
Did you know that the people in the federal government right now are saying they'll turn in everybody who did wrong and prosecute each other?
I had not heard that.
Yeah, well, there's people already telling on each other and willing to prosecute each other over this stuff. And they're not hiding the fact that the people have the power now to remove whoever we want to and take back the government and start over. So you should think of it as weird. That never happens. So what the heck is going on that people are talking that way when it's not normal? Something ain't right. And I would love for people to realize it's not right and do right. But some people choose to just do wrong, and God has their number, and God is going to make them pay. And it sucks because I don't want to see anybody have to pay for all that evil. I want to see people repent. But not everybody want to repent. So the natural thing is God is going to fix it, and God is giving everybody the understanding, knowledge, and wisdom to fix it, and people going to go to prison for life. And that's the sad thing. I don't want to see people. I know what it feels like to not have your kids because somebody does stuff wrong in the law. And it's one of the worst pains you could ever feel. So I don't want a parent to feel my daddy or mommy going to prison for life because they decided to listen to a dumb attorney who can't win in the Supreme Court now. But I realize some people are ignorant and they're going to do what they want to do. So I'm going to just pray and let God handle the business, and I'm going to teach the people how to do it. And I'm going to ask them to be merciful, but, what can you do?
Well, I appreciate it, and I don't want to take up any more time in the space, but I'll just say that as I hear you wrapping that up, my mind goes to, I believe it was King Josiah, who had the bad daddy and the bad granddaddy, and found the law.
Amen.
And like the reading of the law had this incredibly transformational effect. I feel like there might be some lessons to apply here to that.
Well,
so thank you.
That's one of the first things God let me see. Also look at Isaiah chapter 40, 41, 42, 43, 45, and 49. You'll see that God tells us that he'll let somebody's kids get taken in order to raise them up to learn law. They took my little guys. That's how I'd start learning the law. Then he tells you that the isles will wait on his law. God will let him teach the people. The people will learn the law. God will make the crooked way straight. And then God tells you in Isaiah 49, I'm not even going to say it online, what he's going to do to the people who will not turn. That's what God says. So stuff like this happened already before. It happened, Joshua 1:9. You see Josiah destroying the wicked ways, and he even took the people who were doing wickedly and he clean shot. So God is mighty, and the people are learning the truth, and the people don't want to see this wickedness keep happening. And so I pray that people will just read the law and learn it and do what's right. And that's what's happening. Thousands of people are winning from just reading the law and saying what's right and just deciding to do it. But Walter, I definitely thank you as a legislator for coming. Please, if you can, if it's your will, teach the other legislators what they signed so that they can be free, and that the Bible tells us that if we see one that is lost and we don't show them, what's coming or the fight is coming, and we don't show, that their blood will be on our hands. And I don't want anybody's blood on my hands. I want everybody to know the truth and repent, say sorry for the crimes, and us try to be peaceful and fix stuff because nobody taught us the truth, you know? And there's some that are wicked and evil who gonna say, screw you, I'm gonna do what I'm gonna do. And I'm gonna say, well, I think God gonna he gonna make it right and you ain't gonna like it. But you know, that's God's judgment and the jury's judgment. But thank you for coming and please do teach others, dear sir. Big Pilsner, go ahead. I see you got your hands up.
Oh, there's so many things that happened between when I put my hand up and now. But just to continue off of what you just said, yes, please listen to what Dave is talking about, because God has shown him something that I couldn't see, and I've kind of done things backwards. This whole space was started on the premise of kind of explaining how his webinars have helped people. And so people who attend his webinars do things and then get remedy in their lives. I kind of did it backwards. I got remedy, and then a year later, I found out about Dave Jose and his students doing what they did. And because I was to be fired from my job for not taking, well, I refused to tell my company my vaccine status, and they were going to fire me. And I was prepared to be fired, and I was gonna do my best to put out a religious exemption in California, because that's the company I worked for, is in California. And a week before I was to be fired, the Supreme Court knocked down the vaccine mandate, and I got to keep my job, which has given me actually quite a lot of money since then. So I have financially benefited from that extremely, because I can support my family. And so when I found out, then it was about a little less than a year later, I heard Dave talking to Arizona, what's her name, or Phenom, and you call her Arizona. And then there was Derek Evans, who is a representative in I don't know which state, who was caught up in the January 6th thing. And he told that rep that, hey, you need to start following the constitutions, what you swore to. And he didn't like that. No, and Phenom definitely was like, no, what are you talking? You're attacking. Like she got all bent out of shape. It was funny, and I really wish it was recorded. It wasn't, but I heard it. I know what was said there, and it changed my life. In that 30 minutes that I heard Dave, I was cleaning my pool. I'm here in Texas. I escaped California. And that was the other funny thing, is that how could they enforce some California mandate on me in Texas? But anyway, I had no clue. And I was saved by people that God had put in place and did a thing. And then I got to benefit from it. And then I got to hear from it while I'm cleaning my pool in Texas, that I never owned a pool in my entire life. And I'm listening to Dave explain to a state representative that he should actually follow the law and the oath that he took. And I heard him have like a pants filling moment where he realized, oh, he is violating the constitutions. And then the host, the one that has thousands of people, or at the time, she doesn't now, but like 1,000 people in her spaces, she tried to protect him and then attack Dave. I'm like, what the heck is going on here? Like, this is really interesting. Why would she do that when I hear the truth coming out of Dave's mouth? And I go, yeah, I never heard about the state constitutions. I never heard, how do you do that? And he's talking about it. And I was like, it did take 30 minutes. I'll tell you that. I didn't instantly get it. But there's something where people make a decision, right? And so I don't know what Derek Evans' heart is now today, but a year ago it was flee from this truth and be protected by the woman that brought her brought him there. And ever since, I've been listening to what Dave has said. And so I've been in his webinars and heard the truth and how he reveals things. Thankfully, well, for whatever reason, maybe God knows that I'm a weak individual and he's protected me. I don't go through a lot of controversies. I'm suffering through a wife who doesn't believe in Christ. That is my greatest struggle. But otherwise, I was protected from losing my job because of people listening to Dave and from Dave. I got to keep my job, and I didn't even get to, and then God blessed me with knowing how that happened a year later. So I'm kind of a weird case. So I just wanted to bring that up because this whole space was kind of started on the premise your webinars, Dave, and I love your webinars. And I hope that God is preparing me to do something in the future, but my story is backward from Celestial's case.
You know, it's deep, Pilsner, what you said, because all the UAW people, the big three, Ford, Chrysler, and GM, they were signing those notices. My dad told me, he's like, Dave, you helping all these people, man. They trying to force me to get a shot. You better get a notice together for us, right? So I did a notice for Stellantis, which was Chrysler, and for the big, for the UAW, for them. And then since so many parents got kids that work at Ford, Chrysler, GM, they were like making copies of my stuff, and they were giving it to all the kids and their families in all the plants. And so then my dad sends me these messages, and he shows me the legislators in Michigan that were Republicans sending notices and sending letters back to the people saying, man, I read the affidavit or the notice. I realize you're showing the real law. And they started saying, like, it's the Democrats that's making us going after y'all, and they're wrong, and we're going to make sure you never have to get a shot and all this stuff. And then the head of the UAW, which is, it's an association, said, okay, we're not going to even talk about you guys having to get shots anymore. That's off the table, And so when all these people, so I didn't get to meet these people. I did it through my dad. I think my dad took 200 copies to the plant and had 200 people sign them and sent them off to the legislature. And it's crazy because my dad is like, look, Dave, you need to break down exactly how we fill this out, exactly what got to go down. And then he took the information. He used to be a chief steward. He gave it to people. And so I had people from around Michigan and Ohio and Wisconsin and Indiana. They were messaging me out of nowhere. I didn't even know who the people were. And they were saying, listen, man, I want to thank you because you got this done. Or then I had people saying my kid didn't have to get the shot. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. And I'm like, dang it, it's crazy that people in Michigan found out what I did that I'd never even seen before. It was crazy. But that shows you how good God is because, like I said, you take a dumb Negro from the ghetto who can't grow hair on the top, and God lets you see what he could do with you. And here's the thing, the people verified the stuff. Like I put up one video so y'all can see where a guy, I think he was from Indiana or Wisconsin, never met him before, never shook his hand. He talks about how he didn't have to get a shot and he didn't have to deal with mandates with the big three in Indiana. He's a big white dude with a long beard named John, super nice guy. And he's like a big burly dude with a cool beard. So he reminds me kind of like a Robin Thicke with some muscles, right? And it moved my heart because when you see these big burly men that are like men's men, right? And they're broken because they know, man, people around me getting a shot and they're dying. They're getting heart attacks and they're trying to force me to get it. And then they thank you, and it's all God because I ain't smart enough to come up with what God led me to. When you know that, it's like, dang, like God will take a nothing nobody, let you do stuff that you never thought you could do, lead you down a road that you never thought you would go down. You ain't got no reason studying the law. And this is the crazy thing. When everything first started happening, God kept letting me see Isaiah 40, 41, 42, 43, 45, 49, right? And in that text, God tells you he going to raise somebody up, lead him in a way that they never have gone, teach him how to make the crooked way straight with the law. The aisle's going to wait on his law. So in other words, there's going to be people who want to get free, and they're going to be sitting there waiting for you to tell them the truth. And you look in the scripture, and one scripture that kept hitting me over and over and over again, not God coming down and saying, Dave, this is what you're going to do, but just the Bible. And I kept seeing this scripture over and over and over again where it said, you will teach the senators pretty much. I said, I don't know what the heck this is that keep coming to my phone, but I ain't dang sure I ain't gonna be talking to no senators. I don't talk to senators. What the freak is this? I don't talk to government officials. So in the time I kept seeing this text over and over again, I kept seeing about teaching the government officials. And I'm like, yeah, I don't know what I'm reading. What the heck I'm gonna teach a government official? We don't even talk. I'm not political, right? Then I taught Karen Fan to get the first full forensic audit. Y'all saw, I didn't even get invited, and I wouldn't get invited to Mike Lindell's symposium. But the legislator who was there on stage speaking came out and said, I want to thank Dave Jose and Josh Barnett for showing me how to put notice. I gave 4,000 notices and affidavits to the other government officials, and it was put on the public record. She told, I didn't mention her. I kept everything a secret. I wasn't trying to tell people I was teaching government officials and they were doing all the stuff they were doing across the land. I like to be on the low, right? I like to be able to move around, go have fun like I like to have fun. She went out in front of 80 million people and told everything. I'm like, gosh darn it. Right? So when I tell y'all now there's government officials telling on people saying they're going to prosecute people at the highest level of government, I'm telling y'all, I told y'all just not too long ago, the government gonna come out and tell y'all that we can remove all government. And it's funny, and I wrote the notice, y'all saw it. People say, oh, that'll never happen. And then it just happened, right? So I don't even give a freak if people don't pay attention to me. Ignore me all you want to. Have fun, have a party, right? But I know dang well there's some heavy fire coming. And government people ain't playing, and the people ain't playing. And God is doing a new thing. And if you think that, God isn't mighty or he forgot how to be God, he is not playing, So I'm just thankful. I'm happy. I went through suffering and it hurt, but God is so faithful. I could see the blessing in my affliction. I could see I went through suffering and pain with what they did to me. But now that I see everybody being, I see people being let out of jail. Like another thing it said in the Bible was that God will release the prisoners and those locked up in prison houses and those that are oppressed, he'll reverse it. And I see it happening real time. When somebody comes to me and say, hey, Dave, I saw the case that had an affidavit just like yours, blah, 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 blah. They use your stuff. And I'm like, shucks, what? They didn't have to come do that, but that's God-given confirmation. When I see all the businesses that got saved and attorneys tell me what wouldn't work, and then I do it right in front of their face, it's a thing of God when an ignorant Negro is winning with PMAs all around the country, and you just heard the attorney just say, what's a PMA? I don't recognize that. So in other words, the thing I used to beat the
what a private membership association was. Like, how did he not know that?
Well, this thing, they don't really teach them like that. And so when I see them not able to get jurisdiction in Kari Lake's case, a lot of them will laugh at me and say, David, we don't believe you got jurisdiction in Kari Lake's case. I'm like, so freaking what if you believe it or not? I got the messages and the proof though. So you want to negate that? Well, David, is nowhere judge listen to you. Okay, well, she said it. She told other people, and I got the text message. So the very thing I told her to change in her case to get standing, she did it and told me she gave it to her attorney, and immediately she got standing. So either I'm just as smart as the attorney just figured out how to be, or it was me. So you can make your decision. I don't give a freak either way. I'm gonna just drive my hot rods and live my life. But if you think that attorneys are getting taught to give you real remedy, you just got to be crazy. So, I explained in front of the attorney just today, hey, you have a right to talk to people about elections and regulate your government in the state you're doing the case in. He didn't say, that's not true. He listened. I hope y'all realize he paid attention to listen. And I said, you got a right to assemble for the common good and talk about the business with government. He listened. He didn't stop me. He let me give the remedy. And then he started talking about the next thing when I was done. Don't be stupid. Pay attention to what's happening, y'all. When he says, "Oh, if somebody knew how to win a case, they would just go ahead and do it. We would just do it right away." I said, "No, that's not exactly how it would happen as attorneys, because you will lose your money for your dollars per hour." And then he says, "Well, if I could just win, I could, they could charge 30, 40, 50,000, whatever, right up front." I'm like, "True." Right? So the thing is, if you can win cases real quick, you could be very efficient. Believe me, I know. Right? So, God is so mighty that when people who can't understand try to talk away your victory, I say, so you're telling me in 200 different situations that I've been able to help all these businesses and nobody gets shut down, and that's just, I need to show you a court order when I got tons of people who tell you exactly what happened, and you could go look up. He read in the text. Yeah, they stayed open. Of course they did. I know they did because I'm the one who told them how to do it. Right? You're not telling me anything new that they never shut down. I'm telling you what I did and how I did it. Right? So the thing is God is mighty, and if you will give God a chance, he'll show you how to do unbelievable things. He will show you stuff that's mighty, but you got to trust him enough. Now the funny thing is, if you hate God and you don't want to hear what he has to say, he'll let you sit there with no remedy, and you'll be like the hundreds of cases that they tried to do over this election stuff that never. Here's what's funny. I hope y'all realize he said no audit happened, right? But I can show you Joe Von Hutton Pulitzer with the audit ballot images right now today. 2 million of them. So why is it that he believes in his mind, because he deals with Trump's people and probably Kerry Lake's people and the such, he believed there was no audit done? That was the craziest thing I've ever heard. But he wasn't there. So the word gets around in the big names to just say stuff didn't happen because you don't like whatever. But the thing is this. He said no audit happened, but I seen the ballots. I said, "Sir, were you there?" So I seen the ballot images. I seen the errors. And I wrote the documents to get the only full forensic audit in American history. And then if you just go ask any attorney in America to show where they got standing in any case to see all the ballots in the state and do a full forensic audit, what you're going to find out is none of them knew how to do it. But they'll quickly be the judge to tell you what can work, but none of them have the remedy to make it work. Not Giuliani, not Sidney Powell, not Matt DePerno, not Trump's attorneys, not Lindell's attorneys. Not a single one of them could do it. But I bet you if they have to put their money up and their houses up to bet to say that there was no ballots that were received in Arizona, I bet you every one of them wouldn't put their money up and their house up. They'll tell you whatever. But if they had to put their money in their house up, they ain't going to do it because they know, yeah, those ballots were there. So the attorneys didn't do that. We did that, by God. So we got to stop looking at these people as, oh my gosh, they know so much, they went to law school, so they're going to do right. They don't have fruit, period. They couldn't get standing. They couldn't save the businesses. They don't save the kids. And then they'll tell you, look, I can't go into court and say stuff like you say. Amen. You can't. You're right. You're right. You can't do it. And you won't do it because your money is attached to you following the system or your license, which is also your money. So, it is what it is. Go ahead, Pilsner. We're going to get ready to wrap up soon, though.
Yeah, it is late. What I wanted to say is, God bless your father, and you, doing what you did with the UAW. I'm personally very thankful for what you guys did. Because I know that the Supreme Court listened to you guys, and I was to be fired, right? And then the other thing is that with the attorney, the federal farmer, he wanted a docket number, and he is one of the best attorneys that's come into one of your spaces to actually listen to you, and that's rare. But he still was, he has to look for a he wants a docket number. Give me a docket number. And that's not how this works, right? And so that's where God gets the credit. Sorry, Dave, you're not going to get the credit.
Heck no. Hey, I don't want the credit. I just want to go back to my hot rods. Now listen, if all of y'all want to get me a supercar after we get the nation back and you see that I performed, everybody can pitch in 50 cents and just don't go buy me the cool sports car with turbos where everybody can see it, because the bad actors who I make them lose their jobs, they're going to be looking to shoot me. So we don't want to get it in front of them. But if y'all want to sin, I'll go get my nice sports car with twin turbos. Y'all won't even see me again.
No, I'm going to buy twin turbos for that.
Hey,
I'm going to buy the biggest twin turbos, Wolf turbos. I don't know what kind of turbos do you like? Do you like
we
Wolf?
we could just do some ghetto Garrett turbos. They don't even have to be ball bearing. They could be the ghetto cheap stuff.
No, ceramic bearings. We're gonna give.
No. I don't need all that expensive stuff. If I could do a big V10 or V8 with twin turbos and go 200 mile per hour, I would be so happy.
Okay, well, I need to give you turbos if ceramic bearing turbos on that car, but I'm not going to pay for the rest of it. I'm just going to give you the awesome turbos.
That'd be a deal. So if we get the nation back as a beautiful republic by God, and y'all want to thank me, y'all could just help me to get my twin turbo fast car.
Dave, I'll get you a Viper. Dave, I'll get you a Viper.
No, you can't tell me you're going to give me a Viper, because then they'll want to kill me in a Viper and they'll be looking for the Viper.
No.
That's code for another word, but on there's going to be a banner on the windshield. It's going to say bad mama jamma.
It's going to say incognito.
There you go.
Hey, where that Negro Dave at? Incognito.
Ceramic bearings in Garrett turbos. All right. But, some of the things that you said, well, let me just, I took some notes. And so when you said you went 200 miles an hour on a motorcycle,
Which time?
Like you said that in this space, I was like, whoa.
No, which time that I went 200?
I don't know. Anytime, just once. Like how, I don't know what that's like. I owned a Harley Sportster for about a year, and I realized I need a lot of metal and glass around me. I don't like the feeling of all these cars that can crush me at any second when I'm going down the highway. So I gave up the motorcycle scene. I did it. Couldn't keep it, but going 200 miles an hour, I'm just asking, what does that feel like? How much rubber do you think you control touching the road when you do that?
Well, the rubber is there. Like you're securely planted with. So depending on how big your shoulders are, at 200 mile per hour, at 180 to 200, you feel your shoulders. Like if you got big shoulders, you feel it going in the wind, like is blowing you like side to side a little bit.
You got a windshield?
Oh yeah, you tuck, but my shoulders are still wide. So like I got football shoulders. So
you're like 6'3", 6'4"?
6'4". Yeah. So it feels like, I'll give you an example.
Nice.
So sometimes those bikes pull so freaking hard that in first gear, when you're accelerating, my bikes will go 91 in first gear. And when you're accelerating, the G-forces are so hard that you can't pick your leg up to put it on the peg in first gear if you launch hard. So then second gear is just as brutal and violent. If it's a ZX14, it continues to pull harder and harder and harder. It never stops pulling. And so when you spray nitrous, it's just raw power right there. Just bam, it just hits you like somebody punched you in the back. Right? And with turbos though, so I've been 173 in a car. And with turbos on a car, it's so violent that, like, you know how you look at some of the movies and you see the street turn to a freaking circle? So if you're in a drag strip lane and you're in a car that can do 150, 160, 170.
Like tunnel vision, right?
Oh my gosh. Like it pulls so hard. And I will just tell you, sometimes it can be uncomfortable. Like I was telling Violet, I made a hit one time and I ran like 12 pounds of boost on a V8 that is probably 750 horsepower in a light car. and it pulls so outrageously hard that you could feel the car right on the edge of spinning the tires and going straight at over 100 mile per hour.
Man,
and then yeah, it's crazy. So the power is so stupid that, like, I thought the bikes were fast when I went 200, but when I felt V8 power with turbos, with a big huge turbo, the car was so powerful. I could get on the freeway, and if I'm not careful, I had slicks. If I'm not careful, when I went to Mexico, I was accelerating just like kind of chill, and then I rolled into the gas, and the car started making, so it wasn't making boost, and then it kicked on like a light switch, and I've literally had it where the car black tracked at like 65 mile per hour. It starts like making black tracks.
So you got lag, like how much lag? Like,
Oh, it's not so twin turbos. I can show you a video on in Mexico when me and my homies went to go play with the Federales. When I ran the 10 turbo car, I can show you with a twin turbo small block, I'm cruising at 45 or 50, right? And I literally push the gas, and immediately you'll see the car jump. Like, it'll pick up like it wants to lift the front wheels off the ground at that speed. And it jumps probably, I don't know how many mile per hour. What's the speed limit in Mexico?
I have no clue.
So let's just say all of it. Right? It jumped so much power, it was unbelievable. So 200 mile per hour is well, see, it's a difference. See, if you got 200 mile per hour and you ease up to 200 mile per hour, it's not really, you start feeling yourself going fast, and you see like the lines in the road, or the, let's just say, the bricks in a drag strip where you see they got individual lines every like so many feet. That jump, you can just see like one big line. It's like, and it's pulling so hard. So just to give you an idea, if you go on a football field, when you're going 200 mile per hour, it's the equivalent of going a whole football field and both end zones in 1 second.
Oh yeah. So you got to know that road, like a few times before you get on it and you do that. That's what I did when I went. I only went 160, and it was the only straight section of Highway 680 in California that I could do that on, because it was toward my work and it was late at night, and I just hopped in my car at like 2 a.m. and nobody was on the road, and I said, I want to find out what I can do. And it was sipping cool air. I didn't have a large intercooler or anything, but it was able to get up to 160. Well, definitely 155, but 100. So 200 miles an hour. I just don't know. I know what it feels like to go 160 or 155 in a car that has a wing in the back, pushing the wheels down and contacting the road in the front, also with ground effects in the front. And trying to suck it down to the road, and it felt so light. I felt like I had the control of like a feather.
Yeah.
On the road.
Did you have digital readout on your dash?
No, I didn't.
Okay. So you know how digital readout cars go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 7, 9, 12 mile per hour, right? So when I use GPS in my car and I make boost, my car goes like 10, 25, 50, 70. It doesn't count. It can't. By the time it registers how hard I'm taking off, the car literally is jumping 20, 30 mile per hour. It's unbelievable. Like I showed some people some video. If you look at my TikTok, you'll see my mile per hour. I'll roll in the boost, and my mile per hour jump from like 20 or 30 to 55, like this. I mean, just, it's unbelievable. Like, and I don't mean to talk people to death, but you know,
I just want to tell people, hey, there is something that is to this. Like, I have the bug where I like the acceleration and I like the speed, and the ability to move my body in a vehicle really fast. I like to travel. I love it. And I know that there's danger in there, when you do it unsafely. But if you do it safely, there's something that hits certain people.
It's adrenaline. It's what it is for those of us who, like, I played football, I did martial arts. I like competition. Like, even with the law, you'll see, like, when me and Professor Clements got into it, I was smiling because I was enjoying the fight. And I'm the same way in full contact martial arts. So when I tell people, I tell Violet, I said, look, every time I drive this car, I know that the car is literally communicating to me, I can kill you at any time. And I know it.
Totally
right?
wrapped up in death.
Yeah, I know 100% for a fact. But you look at it, I go against bad actors who traffic kids. So they have already told me, yeah, we're going to kill you. Like, they told me in 2017, we're going to blow your brains out when we catch up with you, right? I'm like, okay, whatever. Let's get that action in, right? So the way my dad raised me was, he is kind of crazy because I tell my dad, I say, you taught me not to fear anything except for God. And I realized that when I was little, my dad was building me up in martial arts. Like, I was from Detroit, so there was killers and stuff. And my dad would say, listen, if you don't ever start a fight, but finish it. And he said, you better not ever come home telling me you lost a fight, ever. Right? And one time he said, you come home telling me you lost a fight, you'll have to fight me. Now, my dad was 6'2", like 300 pounds, but I mean, muscle out of this world. He could jump and kick a rim. Like, my dad is the athlete of athletes. He is a destroyer. Like, he used to get kicked out of football games for hitting people too hard in his day. He'll hit you with a forearm in football and knock you to your knees as a grown man. Like, ridiculous power, right? And so he taught me martial arts. He taught me different things. He used to tell me, David, you bake when everybody else is sleeping. So when other people are asleep and playing games and enjoying their life, you be a freaking beast and be doing toe raises and squats and this, that, and the other. So I was able to jump out the gym, dunk on 7-footers, all this crazy stuff. And I never had a fear. So when I got into the law, I realized, oh my gosh, God gave me the perfect dad to make me a monster. So when the CPS workers were working with the cartels, like you see came out, they were giving the kids away to traffickers, and the lady from HHS told, and others told, they threatened to kill me. And I'm like, this guy who I taught the Bible to, and he used to be an enforcer for the Mexican mafia. He called me and he's like, Dave, what are you doing with the state that's stopping them? What are you doing? They're mad at you. And I'm like, well, I told them what was going to happen if they keep doing this to kids. Like, I told them. So he's like, you're costing them a lot of money. They're mad at you. I'm like, that's how it works. You stop them from stealing kids. And of course it's going to cost them money, but they shouldn't be stealing kids. And they know they shouldn't, right? So when I got like around 50, 60, 70 kids back, he called me again. He's like, Dave, there's some bad mother bleepers inside of Arizona right now looking for you. They got guns. He said, don't be out late at night, this, that, and the other. They're trying to kill you. And he said, are you going to stop? I said, heck no, I'm not going to stop. I'm going to turn it the freak up. Right? And so he used to be an enforcer for the Mexican Mafia. He said, man, you're a bad mother bleeper. Hey, I'll have your back any day, man. You taught me about God, but you're crazy because you don't care. And I said, yeah, dude, when God gives you something to do for him, you don't give a freak about anybody's threats, right? And so he couldn't believe it. But when they killed my friend in Florida, people were looking like, dang, Dave, you're still going to keep telling the truth. Like, I had these people come to me and they said, look, if you just stop doing selfie lives, we'll give you your own show. We'll make you famous. We'll put you around all the big people. Just do what we need you to do and don't keep doing this. And I said, man, I'm not selling out to the freaking people of America. I said, I'm turning the freak up. I said, y'all came against what was right and y'all don't want to fix it. I'm not stopping. I'm breaking everything in the way, right? By God. And so they were mad at me because I wouldn't stop. So then they hired like these fake news reporters. And And these fake guys who work with the Clinton people and started writing articles about me and all this junk and hacking people. And I told him, I said, dude, I don't give a freak about what you do. I said, you can't stop truth. The dude, I showed y'all the message. He said, well, I'm good at it. So he knows he could just do stuff to try to slow me down and make people think that I'm bad or something like that. I don't give a freak. God put me in this. My dad raised me for this. And I realized all that stuff he put in me when I was little, it was for a time such as this. And I tell you, I have zero fear, no doubts, no hesitation. When I tell y'all, I'll take any judge, any government official, any attorney, any day of the week, whenever they want to, without practice, and destroy them in front of y'all if they try to go against what we do. Guaranteed. And I'm not being cocky. I'm just saying I understand what God has made us. And I'm gonna say it like this. Y'all some bad mamma jammas. I see y'all on Twitter tearing up all these dang attorneys and bad actors who want to do wrong. Y'all use the law and y'all destroy them. And I told y'all, there's going to be nobody who could touch y'all with the law. And what happened? There is nobody who can open up any law and play with y'all. Nobody. I wouldn't even play with y'all. Right? So God is doing a mighty thing and it's fun. And I'm thankful. And I'm thankful for the affliction I went through. And I know God is going to give restoration to me and other people as we do what he said do and teach the rest of the people. But I'm telling y'all, it's not going to be long, y'all. Y'all already flipping everything. Government is doing already what y'all told them to do. And, you know, it'll be a short little while. Then we're going to be laughing and joking about all that stuff we used to see and how people told us it wouldn't work. Go ahead, Pilsner.
Yeah, I just want to say that, you know, Riley went up against Federal yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And Riley was doing a great job, but then Federer was, you know, he's a great debater. You know, he has skill,
Mm-hmm.
and so he was in the day law dictionary, saying, "Oh, well, you know, we don't. You know, I use Bouvier, and we don't use, you know, Black's law is nothing." But Riley Flack, he is a fighter, and he went into that fight, and he's, you know, one of the greatest people who like to put videos up and explain things to people. I really like what he does, and so I want to encourage everyone to do that. You know, I fail. I go into spaces, I fail, and I would back up Angry Pop when he was able to do that. You know, he's got trouble with his wife and her health, but that's what brought me into spaces and to say, hey, let's talk about this. Let's find out what is the fundamental principles of we are not telling our servants and trustees about. They don't know. We don't know them. How could we possibly teach them? So if you want to go march around or have a truck convoy, you know, what are you actually, you're saying, I demand my rights. Well, do you know what your rights are?
Heck yeah. They say, yeah, I know my rights. And then you ask them which one. And they're like, oh, shucks.
They don't are filled, they're chock filled with so many God-given rights, and every state has them, and you can use any one of them across the states. It is difficult to teach that to other, you know, Christians that I talk to. They think, oh, well, no, our rights are only in one state. I go, well, do you think that God only operates in one state? And they're like, oh, yeah, no, he's across the entire universe. So why you use a right that's in Minnesota or Florida or New York or
that's another thing. You want to hear what's funny is that in almost every state it says just because a right is not here enumerated doesn't mean that we the people have it, and the government signed to that too.
Exactly.
They signed an open-ended contract. I'm like, oh, dude, you don't realize what you just did, you know? So it's deep.
But so people, they have this garbage thinking that's been imposed by, I guess, the kind of the lawyer think that you know, Federal Farmer is not the typical lawyer. But he still has a lot of that stuff in him. But but like, you know, that video that you did, you know, like when you were in Mario's space with that woman, I forgot her name, and I did a video.
Atira.
Yeah, right, Tira. And I
Mhm.
did the talking hand thing about when she was talking, and she absolutely refuses to believe that God gave us any rights. Like, she just wouldn't do it. But I think that federal farmer is not the same way. And so I think he deserves many more spaces in the future.
Yeah.
I want to hear more about, you and him talking and others,
Mhm.
Jeremy. It and it informs us, right? Like,
Amen.
I hear people saying, I don't like the controversy. No, the controversy brings out the truth.
Well,
So,
see, people who have been trained to be soft, they don't like to see anything happening where it seems like there's disagreement and stuff like that. But the way you get to truth is by communication. We've been dumbed down and tricked into believing, don't talk to other people, keep politics out of your life. You don't talk about religion, don't talk about money. And then they rip you off, steal your religion, they teach your kids Satanism, teach your kids how to twerk in third grade. Hey, go twerk at the study hour. They do everything they tell you not to do and trick you into not doing it. So we gotta be willing to stand on what we believe and have communication. And if you're too weak and soft to see a little bit of controversy with people trying to learn and stand on truth, then go home, go to sleep, you know?
let me say, it's probably a difference between men and women. Women are going to peacemake in families, right? But men angle it up. We don't have a angling up and trying to find out what's right and wrong, and getting in a bit of a tussle. That's the way God
I
made us.
tell you, women today, right? A lot of women today who they tried to force them to get mandated shots and all this stuff, and some of the women even before 2020, like the ladies in California and stuff, you had women who were going and protesting, and they were pepper spraying them or getting rough with them, grabbing them. They were begging for a man to come stand up and be right, right? They realized like all that feminine stuff was a hoax. Y'all tried to separate our husbands from us who should be standing and fighting, and we should be ashamed of ourselves as men because God made us to be strong, like you're saying, and to stand up and protect and do these different things and have these discussions that's hard. So women can nurture and be how God made them to be, right? And see, this is another thing. If you have a good woman behind you that lifts you up and encourages you to be a monster for God, right? Like, even if you're not married, I hope y'all see when some of the older women tell us younger men, right? All of us, they're like, oh, get in there and get that good fight going. And I'm so proud of you for being strong. The power of a woman, the way that God made her, telling you to man up and be tough, is one of the things that makes you say, I know I could die, but I don't give a freak.
Yep.
Right? And this is what we have to learn. We have to get that balance back where we listen to what God made women, value it, and understand. Like, you'll see some bad mama jammas do great in business, do great in life. And there's a woman sitting at home who chose not to be the evil woman that destroys, but chose to be the woman that says, you could do anything. God got, power for you. God got wisdom for you and knowledge for you. You can change this. You can shift this. My dad used to tell me, and my dad could do this for real. My dad psychologically, with what when he trains you and teaches you, he would have you so hyped up on what you could do that you would run through a wall. Like, I've went against guys 7 feet, 6'7", 350 pounds. And my dad tell him, he'll show me a move. Like, he used to have this code thing he would do with me, right? He would be watching the game or watching the practice, and he'll tell me what to do to the other teammates. So he'll whistle, he'll go, right? And it's loud as heck, right? And nobody will know what the freak is happening at the game. You turn and look at him, he'll give you a devastating move to do to somebody, and it'll be boom, loud as heck, crack somebody, right? In a game, and they'll collapse, right? And they'll hit the ground. And my dad's like, woo, woo. He'll confirm to you, good job, tearing his anus up, right? So my dad had a way psychologically of building you up to be a freaking monster
And then he'll be watching the fight, the game, real time, and be telling you, okay, do this to him. And it'd be the biggest guy you can imagine. Bam, you do it, right? Confirmation. So we look in the spaces now, right? You look at Celestial. Celestial is soft, right? Soft woman, smile, laugh, joke. She's not old enough to be my mom, but the love she has is like a mom. And she got this soft heart, and she drives you to be a beast. And she'll say, Dave, we need to get this or deal with this or whatever. We need to tear him up, Dave. Right? And Violet does the same thing. When they start talking to me like that, it moves you to be a freaking beast, right? And they don't know it. Diane, she'll send me some stuff every once in a while. She'll move my heart. She don't know that she does it like that, but she does. CC freaking Patriot, CC Patriot will make you run through a freaking wall, right? Coolest lady ever, her and Wally, right? She called me my David. Man, she gets me so hyped up to tear stuff up and do right. Even sometimes when I'm sad and I get sad and I see like a lot of people don't love me. They love that I got Remedy. So they don't give a freak about me. I just seen that with a big name person I just seen who could be there to have Bible studies with me, learn stuff from me, and then turn in a second. I'm like, I'm really different because when I love hard, I protect hard, I'll die. And I don't mind. But when you see how people don't really give a freak about you and how quick they can turn, it's like, dang, you know? But Betty's the same way. She says some stuff to me that gets me motivated because Betty's always in the middle of the fight and sending stuff out, you know?
Oh, Betty is awesome.
She's a beast, you know?
Love
So,
Celeste.
yeah.
Look, we got Jeff Knight and we got Kenneth. These are two brothers that I know are fighters, and they're probably going to say some fire. I'm guessing.
Well, let's get them going. They're going to be the last two though, because I've been on since what time was it? 5:15. So we've been doing 5 hours already. We'll probably end up doing 6 hours today. Yeah. So please forgive me for those of you who didn't want to go long. I think that we got to have these town halls though to kind of learn and see what's really happening, get some stuff going. But maybe some good stuff can come out of it. Y'all pray for Federal Farmer that he'll get with Trump and they'll just start teaching people the real truth online. That'll be super huge and awesome. And they can act like they did it and it was their idea that nobody got to mention me, talk about me. I don't give a freak. But, you know, it could be good. So we're going to go Kenneth because I think Kenneth was first and then Jeff Knight. Go ahead, Kenneth. My bad, big homie.
All right. Thanks, sir. I just wanted to say that your PMAs do not suck. And I would recommend that everybody take all of them. So I did have one question I wanted to ask about the video that was shown the other day where Mike Lee was questioning Scalia. And Scalia said that he just ignores the unconstitutional statutes that they create. And I was wondering, like, that was funny, you know, to hear him say that to his face. But, you know, the Georgia Constitution says that the judiciary should declare that they are unconstitutional.
What they do,
he should actually take an extra step, I thought.
So here's what he was saying. He was saying, listen, we don't strike down your laws, meaning you didn't make the law. He says, but when we see that it's unconstitutional, we just ignore it. So what he's saying is, when we see you write something dumb as a legislative body member and we're doing right as judges, we'll give the other side a win and just say that junk you wrote was unconstitutional and dumb.
Okay. I thought he was just like, I thought he would acknowledge that.
No.
Like
he wasn't saying saying like we ignore it, like we don't pay attention to it. He's saying we ignore it, meaning it has no validity, like it was never created. So we're going to give the person you're trying to attack with that dumb statute, we're going to give them the win. And he's saying, and when they give judgment for the win, it declares it unconstitutional. So to give you an example, that sovereign immunity bullcrap they have by rule or statute, does every single member of the Supreme Court, liberal or not, just like we wrote in the notice that there's no sovereign immunity and we showed them why with the maxims and the fundamental law, 9-0 from liberal to the best of the best, all said ain't no such thing as this sovereign immunity when you're doing this dumb junk. Now, here's the problem. attorneys for decades have been saying, well, it's just the system we got. They got sovereign immunity. There's nothing you could do. You just got to take all your administrative remedies and exhaust them all. Shut your anus up. You didn't have the right to go after people with that garbage in the first place. Everybody ain't got to go through some dumb administrative list of remedies. It's a hoax. And now the Supreme Court told we could sue y'all dumb anus for it. So don't miss the fact that the dumb attorneys in all of our states talking this dumb junk just a couple of months ago about this. Look, do this. Go on YouTube tonight and type in qualified immunity, and you're going to see stuff where they're saying, we need to get rid of qualified immunity for cops doing people wrong. We need to get rid of qualified immunity for this entity, this entity. But the Supreme Court just said it don't exist. So why are all these dumb freaking attorneys trying to make you think they're smart? I'm not trying to dog out every attorney, but there's a lot of dumb attorneys who are aggressive who tell us, we got power over you. We can let an agency do whatever we want to, and there's nothing you could do because they got qualified immunity. Where the freak are all the big name attorneys telling them they got to repent and apologize to everybody or make cases against them for malpractice? Where they at? See, all this time it was a lie and a hoax. We wrote a notice showing that it was a lie and a hoax, and now the 100%. Supreme Court comes out 9-0. But why all the attorneys say, well, now you got the right to sue them? Shut your anus up. We had the right to sue them every single year. Yo, clown anus just didn't tell us. Talking about, well, if we could get our 1983 claim heard, shut your anus up. You let them do wrong. You didn't go find the truth and give it to the people. And now we put in notice. The Supreme Court come out 9-0 saying exactly what we say in the notice. You can say it wasn't us. I don't give a freak. So then if they said exactly what we said in the notice, at least say we were smart and all y'all attorneys talking that dumb junk were crazy. Yeah. You want to call people sovereign citizens for standing on their rights, but your dumb anus didn't know that you were trampling people's rights in court. And then that means the good attorneys didn't take the bad attorneys and get them prosecuted, or the judges. Yep. But we know it was illegal now. So now we gonna just erase all this history of these idiots putting people in jail? Yeah. Well, I've been asking people how many times do they remember the Supreme Court having 9-0 decisions? Yeah. And see, like that is rare. Yeah, and it's over stuff that these clowns told us 2 months ago that was a lie. And this is what I don't want y'all to miss. The most brilliant attorneys in America talking this sovereign immunity junk. Go on some of these websites where they talk about the people being dumb if they stand up against government, and they will tell you, you got sovereign immunity. Shut the freak up, right? And I don't want y'all to miss this. In every single case, one of the attorneys lose. So you always got one of them saying something dumb in every case. And I'm not trying to be mean when I say dumb. I just want y'all to understand. I want to use the right word for y'all to get. Man, they do freaking one of them lose in every case. Yes, right? 50% of the time, a lawyer loses. Yeah, if you got 2 lawyers in a courtroom, one of them saying something dumb. And it's the sad thing. You can pay the attorney to freaking argue the wrong thing, and they'll find ways to argue the wrong thing. So don't act like we dealing with some big righteous group of people that's been doing right. As a matter of fact, in America, we know that lawyers are often liars. So let's stop giving these people this benefit of the doubt like they're Jesus or God. And let's just be real and say, man, they say a lot of stupid stuff. They do. And it's amazing when you listen to them after being trained in your PMAs to know what should be said if you're standing for your rights and trying to defend properly. And one of my favorite things to do, I forget which case it is, but all of these things are very similar. They all argue the wrong stuff every time. But I'm listening to a Supreme Court case today, and you ever notice how they always let Thomas go first? Asking questions. He always goes first. Oh, yeah, he does them. And he says, would you please define that? Oh, yeah. And that's the And they can't define a word. You're right. But see, here's the thing. You notice how many attorneys, Professor Clements, the guy tonight, multiple attorneys tell us that definition don't mean nothing. So when you ask them to define a word, they've been trained and inbred to believe that the definitions don't mean a dang thing. It's about what the statute say. No, Words mean something, dude. Stop trying to.
Yes.
And that's why I hold them to it. Don't come in front of me talking this bull crap. Nothing means nothing. Man, get your anus out of here.
And
Well,
not only, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I'm just saying, how the heck am I supposed to know what we're talking about if nothing means nothing?
Exactly.
Freak outta
Exactly.
here,
That was, I
man.
fell out when Clement said that. I was like, that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
Yeah, you're
Like
angry
dictionaries
at
don't matter. Like what?
Yeah, you're
I don't
angry
even
at
know
the
what that
definition.
means.
Yeah, but notice they always try to. So when you know the words that they're supposed to only know, they try to talk down the word, and then you figure out. See, like when I have a discussion, I'm like, dude, I already know when they changed the law to and
Yes.
change, and when they change the definitions to make it fit. So when I'm
Yes.
talking to you and you tell me a definition don't mean something, and I say, so which definition are you talking about?
Yes.
Right? And the thing is, they have no idea what they'll say some stuff from the wrong document that they changed. And I'll say, so what about what it means right here? Well, I mean, I don't think the definitions are that important, or I don't want to argue over words, or I don't want to major in minors. I'm like, no, dude, every single word is important. Cut the freaking crap.
Yes.
Right? And it just shows, they've been deceived and they don't like to accept it, which, I'm not trying to force anything down anybody's throat, but for me, I end up in a rough situation because these same people who couldn't get people victory want to be the judge of what gets victory. And they don't
Yeah.
realize the ones who taught them didn't put it within them to get victory like that.
Yeah. So it's exactly what you always say. There's a lot of smart people out there, but there's not a lot of people who have wisdom.
Amen.
And when they are operating in that realm, in that manner, they're either ignorant or they're nefarious. Because either they don't know or they're intentionally fulfilling Luke 11:52.
Amen.
There's only two options there.
Yeah, and you start seeing it when you just say, hey, read that for me. Read it out loud.
Yes. And then also, one of the cases, I think it was Gorsuch, where he's using the 1828 dictionary.
Oh, yeah. He used the
to
Webster
define the
dictionary
term, to define
plain
the word.
And that's
Yeah.
another thing. See, as an attorney, if you've learned to deal with the code and you learn to deal with words, right? Or you deal with Latin and all this stuff.
Yes.
I'm like, dude, I don't give a freak. You're not saying anything special to me by speaking in Latin or Greek or any whatever. Shut that junk up, right? Tell me what it means in plain English. And they get pissed because now they have to explain it where everybody can understand. Now there's no difference between us and them. See, this is the thing that was done in the Bible. People try to use the words of man's wisdom so that they can stand outside and separate from you and tell you what words mean and change your understanding. I'm like, no, let's just deal with plain English stuff so everybody can understand, and let's see if you can show that what I'm saying is wrong. And that
simplicity.
Yeah, it don't exist. You got to take me to something stupid that I don't understand to bring me to some foolishness. If we can all understand and have a standard, your days of playing are over.
And wasn't it one of the cases too where they were asking the prosecutor, for the government prosecutor to define ambiguity?
Oh yeah.
And then they came later and said that definition was ambiguous. I was like, that's one of the funniest thing I ever heard.
It's so funny though, because a lot of these attorneys think they're brilliant. And then they run into so they make the same arguments with me, right? And this is the funny thing about programming. It's hard as heck to get me to get you to say the same thing as Pilsner, the same thing as Celestial, the same thing as Betty, right? Without thinking on the nose, right? But the attorneys, every single one of their arguments is exactly the same every single time, right? So what's funny is when they're trained wrong, there's some that get out of that some, but they still have some programming, right? So when I have a discussion with them, I hear them using the doctrines they heard that were wrong.
Yes.
And so then I'll play. So I'm like, oh really? Yeah. So you believe that? Yeah. I'm like, all right, can you show it to me?
Yeah.
The brakes get hit. Oh, you want me to give you a real definition now? Okay, we're going there. Yeah, we're going there.
Yeah.
Show me, right? Well, I mean, we all understand. No, I don't want to know what we all understand. Show me. You said it exists, right? You're brilliant. You're smarter than me. Look, I'm going to give it to you. You're a million times smarter than me. Show me.
Yes.
And
Dave,
then it's
it's
yes,
all
sir.
coast law and
Yes.
involve an interpretation.
Yes.
Napoleon Dynamite with his hands interpreting the law. You understand this is the way it works, don't you?
Yeah, this is the way it works now. I mean, come on, we all know this. Wait, is that the way it worked before? Well, no. Okay, so what the freak you telling me then? Y'all just y'all wanted to? I'm supposed to just accept that? Wait, but you say it's wrong too. Okay, Dave, we agree that it's not right. We agree that it's wrong. We agree it shouldn't be that way, but that's the system we have. Oh, okay. So you just gonna roll with it?
Yeah. And I was listening to another case where this was hilarious as well, where the attorney comes in, giving his whole spiel, and he's talking about, the case law or the coast law, as y'all call it. And the first question, again, Clarence is always going first, Clarence Thomas. He's awesome. He says, well, isn't there something that precedes that? And I fell out because I knew exactly what he meant.
Yeah.
And I thank you so much, Dave, for teaching the people, because 3 years ago, however long it's been, I'll lose track of time. I would have never even picked up on what he was saying. So I want to thank you for teaching the people. And I'm going to go away, man, and enjoy the space. And God bless everybody, because he is doing a new thing in our nation. So I'm really excited about that.
It's all him.
Everybody have a good night.
It is funny when they say what preceded that, because that's what we do to attorneys all the time. They're like, the statute said, and I'm like, yeah, what was before that? The legislative meetings. Yeah, what was before that, right? And then you start hearing them in their mind. They're listening to what I'm saying about what's before that, and then they get to the point where they actually catch up and get ahead of where I am, or they get away from where they were to what I'm really saying, and then they hit some like, oh, shucks. Oh, man, the Constitution was before that, written by the people. And that's what I had to ask the gentleman tonight. I'm like, listen, who has all political power? He's like, well, the legislature writes this. I said, over who? And he's like, over people. I said, listen, who wrote the state? Where did the power come from? The Constitution. I said, okay, did it come from the piece of paper, or did it come from something else? Then he's like, well, it came from the conventions. I'm like, dude, come on now. Who the freak were at the conventions? Well, and you see, it takes a while, because what's happening is they're realizing every argument they hinge on has to do with the people not being all powerful. That's why when I said, who has all political power? You notice it got quiet. It's like, right? Who has all political power? Right? And we're sitting there, and it's an uncomfortable, eerie silence. And most people who are nicer than me, they'll get you off the hook. They'll say, come on, man, the people. Nah, I would just sit there and just let it be awkward or strange, right? It's kind of like you're on your first date or whatever, and dad comes in with some big old muscles, and he's big as heck and swole. And he's like, what you doing talking to my daughter? You like her? Like, oh, shoot. Right? Is this odd silence? Sir, no. What the freak you mean you don't like my daughter? Oh, shoot. Right? Dang it. You start praying, God, don't let me die today, So what's funny is we're having these discussions, and I'm letting y'all see, because y'all are like a jury. A jury will let somebody ask a question, and they'll sit there and look at how the person responds. They'll literally be looking at the time it takes for you to say something, and they're like, oh, he lying. He full of crap, right? So when I ask who writes the Constitution, and y'all know we the people wrote it, and y'all know the powers in we the people, and you see how long it takes for somebody to just come out and tell the truth that we the people run the show, then you start realizing maybe he don't want us to know. Or maybe he realizes his power and his friend's power and his friend's power all hinge on us not knowing that we have all the power. So you start realizing something ain't right if you won't just tell. And then the next thing I did, I said, hey, will you just tell Trump and y'all just come out on video tomorrow? See, the rubber meet the road when you say, all right, let's cut the bull. Why don't you just get live with Trump and come on live and come out tomorrow and y'all just start teaching the people right now? Y'all just teach everybody that, because he said, oh, it's about the remnant knowing. Good. Let's tell everybody tomorrow.
And I think Trump would do it if they would come to him with that message.
Yes. If the attorneys would stop playing and just tell him, Trump, the nation will always fix stuff. Trump, you ain't got the power to do it by yourself. You're not a Superman. They'll destroy you. If you let all these bad actors come against you, Trump, they'll drag you out. They'll kill your next. If you win, and that you're going to cheat to stop you from winning, but if you did, they're going to just come with criminal charges every single day or stuff you did wrong or impeachment trials all year, every single time they get a chance. And you're going to waste time in the next 4 years fighting freaking impeachment and cases. So let's just be real. Until you teach the people, Trump, you're not going to be where you need to be, period. And it doesn't matter how powerful you are, how great of deals you did. If you don't educate the people, our forefathers said, you're going to lose your state. And Trump has the biggest platform in America. If Trump tells the truth to the people going to be so happy and so thankful. They're going to be dancing in the street. We're going to have a new nation and republic by God, and God is going to get the glory. Because everybody going to hear, well, somebody who believes in God told them how to get victory, and y'all going to tell. Yeah, somebody who believed in God, who say he's a nobody, nothing, don't even say his name, said God would get the glory. Let God get the glory. Right? And God will do a new thing. Everybody will learn the truth, and we'll have victory. But the thing is, it probably likely won't happen that way because the people who don't trust in God can't tell Trump to do what God said do, and Trump don't know. Trump wants to do right, Trump cares about the people, but Trump don't know enough in the Bible to discern between the bad stuff people telling him and what the attorneys are saying. And here's the thing, the Bible tells us lawyers will hide the key of knowledge. Trump don't know that dang verse, because if he knew, he would say, the wisdom ain't in them, and he would look elsewhere. But because he don't know, how can he make a change no matter how good he wants to do? It's impossible for him to understand the wisdom of God without somebody giving him the wisdom of God. So this guy who believes in the Bible, I'm like, dude, you believe in the Bible, you believe in God, go tell Trump tomorrow, get busy, knock this junk out in front of everybody, tell the whole nation what we got the power to do. You just read it, tell Trump, and tell Trump to tell everybody. Y'all know dang well, if Trump comes out in the open, so many people gonna watch. If he did a dang freaking NFT thing and a whole bunch of people came, and some people are disappointed, like, oh, we didn't like that. But man, if Trump came with the real law to tell you how to be free and take the nation back, you telling me y'all wouldn't go crazy? You telling me y'all wouldn't share it with everybody and say, holy moly, Trump is coming giving us the real law like the forefathers did when we beat the king. We really own this place. Trump telling everything. Man, it'd be crazy. It'd be off the hook. But with that being said, let me give the mic to Jeff Knight, and we gonna end on Jeff Knight. Go ahead, Jeff.
Hey, Dave, and everybody out there. God bless all of you. I just wanted to say this to all you freedom fighters out there, and that's what I begin to call the people that are studying this stuff. Look, Federal Farmer, this lawyer, I believe he's teachable. I honestly believe that. For some reason, he's one of the very few that I've, I mean, it's just something about him, the way he talks and the feeling I get when I hear him talk. But I just feel like, Dave, that he don't own the whole truth yet.
Yeah.
He don't have the whole truth.
Yeah.
And it's going to take just a little bit more for this guy to really be, to expose the people that he's fighting.
Yeah.
And when I was listening to this space the other night, I listened to it and I said, wait a minute. look, the guy that is attacking Mr. Harrison, or the whoever it is attacking Mr. Harrison, they got to put this stuff on paper and swear under penalties of perjury so that he can, face his accuser. And if this does not happen, then the due process of Mr. Harrison has been denied. And I could never get in there to say that, but I wanted to say it to him so bad because I'd been listening to this thing for like an hour and a half. And tonight I didn't listen as long as I should have because I've been resting because I worked my rear end off last week. But listen, folks, be easy with these certain lawyers that we may be able to turn them to God's side, turn them to the truth and to honesty. And I mean, there's some that you can right away. I mean, some of them right away. I have to turn my head and look. When you belittle folks that are being honest with you, and you're using God's knowledge, what God has taught all of us. When you belittle those kind of people, it's not going to turn out good for you, and sometimes you just have to walk away from them. But there are certain ones in this group of lawyers that we can help. We can help them. And we help them by giving them the truth and by sharing the knowledge of God with them and using the wisdom that God give us. And I'll be the first one to attack somebody right away that is just teaching just something that is absolutely insane to people. But
I think
you really
brilliant, bro. I think that if he lets God use him and he goes at it super hard, I think that he will be a freaking ridiculous monster. I think he can show Trump the truth and they can start teaching tomorrow and blow the back out of stuff. I think he's a beast. I think he's missing in some areas, but I think he's a beast and that he can do some good stuff and put it together and God can get the glory and we can have massive victory. But the only thing is, as an attorney, he has to drop his affiliation to put everything out there the right way and put everything on the line in order to get that victory. So I actually love the dude. I think he's cool as heck, but he got to be a beast and come out all the way or it ain't gonna work.
Yes, he's got to lay down. You can't serve two masters, sir. And this is what he's doing. But the only way you turn someone who has served this master for so long is true love and and honesty.
Yep.
And I do believe, man, that we the people that are I call you a bunch of beasts on this platform, right, man? I mean this platform is full of people that could tear your rear end up, and And I believe that we have to reach out to these people, in honesty. But when your hand gets bit so many times, and you're trying to feed somebody something, and you eventually just have to shake the dust off your feet and walk away.
I told Violet last night, and I told Jaron today. I said, I'm to the point of getting tired of chasing after people with big names who have no remedy. It's like, why the freak do we have to chase you to get you the truth when you're losing all the time? I'm to the point I'm getting tired, bro. I'm just like, I'm sick of it. I'd rather just help the people learn, do what God tells me to do, and we get victory. But I'm starting to look at some of these people sideways, bro. Like, you know what the freak to do. And, you know what to do if we talk about it. And if you don't be a monster and be a beast and just do it, then I really ain't got a lot of time for the dumb jock. I will give you mercy. I'll talk to you, but I'm not looking for people to do us right. I'm not begging. I'm not looking for them to do us right. You either gonna do it or you're not gonna freaking do it. But I'm not gonna spend a lot of time like you're important when the Bible tells us that God is mighty and God chooses who He chooses to make stuff happen.
Amen. But I just wanted to put that out there. I rested today, thank God. I worked pretty hard last week, and I'll be 60 in August. I mean, so I'm working like I'm 35, but hey, that's the grace of God, folks.
Yeah.
But I just want to say this to all of you: be merciful when you talk to these people. And like I say, I'm gonna be the first one to jump right down your neck if you just keep on and on attacking the people and the power and knowledge and wisdom of God. If you keep attacking that, then I can't stand idly by and let it happen. But when you see one like Federal Farmer, I do believe he's teachable. And I'm going to continue to try and talk to him, here and there when I can, and kind of ease the law in there to him. And I say the law, and I don't take it lightly. I say the law. I mean, it's heavy. But it's been a pleasure to listen to all of y'all for what little bit I've listened. And Dave, I've listened to you talking about your twin turbos. I'm about to order me a 302 dart block with the 4-bolt main in it.
What?
Yes, I'm gonna order me a block for a F-150, and I'm gonna build me a 347.
Stroker?
I'm gonna build me a 347 stroker.
Hey, you know, it's funny. I did some delivery today for one of my friends who needed some stuff, and I spent some time kind of far out, and I was supposed to come back and sand one half of my frame in the engine bay, and I was supposed to paint it, and I was supposed to put my stroker engine together, finish it up, and I was supposed to cut out some metal for the oil pan because I'm modifying it because the studs were too long. So I got to modify the pan. But, bro, I did the stuff I had to do with delivering the stuff to my buddy. I came back and did the space. I didn't get to work on the car. Sunday is church day. So most likely I won't get to work on it tomorrow. And then Monday is fighting. Tuesday is fighting. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. And then I got the webinar next Saturday. So I don't know if I'm even be able to work on it and have fun, man. So I was just like, dang it, But I think this space was super important for America. I didn't know that we were going to talk to Federal Farmer. And he is the attorney right now for Harrison Floyd, the guy in the Georgia case everybody been watching on YouTube and stuff. And so by God, we get to hear what some of the biggest name attorneys and the biggest attorneys in America think. And
pray for them. Just pray for them, folks. All of you. Pray for them.
So it's a blessing to be able to hear. It's a blessing to be able to experience. So I'm going to say it like this. Y'all let me know what y'all thought about the space. We gonna let Pilsner say what he got to say. Y'all let me know. Give me some feedback on what you thought about the space. If it was dumb and you think I'm an idiot, just please say, David, you a freaking idiot, dude. You dumb jerk. Right? If you think the space is good, say the space is good. If you like it, please share it. If not, just say, man, this junk was whack garbage. Just be real. It's all good either way. But please give us some feedback. Let us know what you think. Let us know if you want us to do more like this or not. And look, please believe me, if y'all tell me y'all don't want to hear from me for 6 months or a year or no more, I'm just going to go. I'm going to do what I do. No big deal. Right? But
come on, man. I'd be lost, man, if I couldn't learn something from you in a year. Come on now, you're killing me.
How I am, though. I'm like, listen, y'all let me know. Even in the webinars, I'm like, if y'all tired, let me know. We'll stop. Right? Because I don't force things on people. I'm just like, if you like it, I like it. If you love it, I love it. If you think it's whack, let me know. If I get a majority of people say it's whack, I'll stop. I won't waste people's time, But, let me know what y'all think. Big Pilsner, what's up, homie?
Well, okay. I just want to say, I definitely need a lot more of these spaces. Do more. I am for every night, but I know you got stuff to do.
Oh, Jesus, every night. I never get the car done.
This is a late one. This is like a Patriot 17, whatever storm guy, when you did those 4 days and you were like,
Jeez, oh, Pete, that was crazy.
That was crazy. But so this has been what, 5 hours, 6 hours. But I want to say, how many Leah Cushmans would we have a year ago if you didn't start doing what you were doing?
Yeah, I mean, it's worth it. It pays off. A lot of times, like when you really give people the truth, right? Like sometimes I give people the truth and then a bad actor like Clemens comes out and I have to tell people the truth and they hate my guts for telling the truth for a little while. They're like, you dumb Negro, I hate you, right? Because I'm saying the very thing that their programming tells them is wrong, but I'm telling them in love because I want them to know the truth, even if they hate me when I tell them, right? And then a couple of months go by and they realize, holy moly, he was telling the truth, right? So I go through the pain of rejection when you love the people and you'll die for them, and you get rejected when you're telling the truth. But then I know after a while, they're going to be able to see it. They're going to be like, hold up, right? This is the truth. And sometimes people are never even going to say sorry. They're going to just leave it as it is, whatever they do to hurt you, right? So.
But I saw Chris, I saw in personam jurisdiction. I saw him battling lawyers in a Twitter battle last year, and he got canceled. He got cut out of Twitter, and then he went and studied, and then he became the monster that created Leah Cushman and other New Hampshire legislators who are now following on her heel.
That's why. Well, there's legislators across the country following her for telling the truth, and she's becoming one of the most powerful politicians in America. But you're right. The reason I don't stop is because I realize there's good people who still want to go. So my joy is the good people who learn the truth. One good person like Chris can destroy a whole state of corruption. Literally.
Did you know his son was going to be as awesome as he was? I had
no idea that Andrew was going to be as good as he was, and he kind of didn't take on to me as fast when we first started. There was another guy in the group he right out tried to come at me like, oh yeah, you don't know what you're talking about. And I was like, really? So we had like a straight up showdown, and I'm like, okay, well, I'll break you in front of everybody. And I did it, right? And I'm like, listen, dude, you come here because you know that I teach the truth and I build people in the law. And I'm like, you'll see me play dumb like I don't know anything. But if you want to open the door, I'll give you 30%, and I'll watch you shiver in front of everybody because you're really not ready, right? Because like my dad told me, my dad taught me when I was little, be baking when people are sleeping, right? He taught me, study, like go hard. He used to always say, go hard in the middle of every play. He didn't give me a play to be tired. And in the middle of the night, he'll tell me, do 500 kicks on each leg, every dang kick, 500 on each leg. I used to kick until my legs felt like jello, right? So what y'all see is what I'm doing when I'm playing around against a government official. Y'all don't see how much pain and agony and study and not sleeping and sadness and hurt and when my stress level went up with cortisol, that it caused cortisol to kill my muscle and mess my heart up, I was fighting so hard to study and learn, where some of y'all be asleep. Celestial knows this. I'll be up at 2, 3 in the morning studying, and I'll fool around and message somebody, say, what the heck you doing up? Right? And they're in another state 3 hours ahead of me, so it's 5 or 6. It's normal for them. But I'll realize they're up, and I'll be studying like in pain and sadness, hurt, right? And I'm studying law stuff to make sure you guys can understand stuff, not for what I can teach you this year, not for next year, but the year after. So when I talk to Jaron laughs at me because Jaron is like, man, you were telling me something with this, that, and that. Or I went and saw one of your old webinars, and man, I see where you were setting up the government, the people who did wrong, to fall into a certain trap 2 years ago. Right? And then he'll say, oh, I see where you were preparing the people and you told them, hey, watch this. I just taught you something that's unbelievably huge. You don't realize that I just told y'all, do y'all? And Jaron will watch and say, oh my gosh, you told us 2 years ago in a webinar exactly what you were going to do to use the law to make the government stop. And then I'm watching today, and every single step you did it exactly like you told us, and nobody thought you could do it then. They were doubting you in the video. He could see they were doubting. He's like, that's crazy, right? So when I tell y'all, man, I got stuff I want to tell y'all, I'm like 3 to 5 years ahead of what I'm telling y'all. So when politicians say, I don't see that happening, I'm laughing, right? I'm laughing because I realize exactly what the Bible and the law said do to make it go where it needs to go. So we're not behind. We're not in a bad situation where the nation is struggling. You'll see I'll talk to government officials with full confidence, laughing, knowing, hey, exactly what you think is going to happen is the exact opposite of what's going to happen. So you can think you bad if you want to. You could think that you could just keep doing whatever you want to do and nobody's going to do anything. But I promise you, government officials already told they're going to get you. So you can play, but it ain't going down the way you thought. And you just got to understand with the Supreme Court, I told you guys in every situation when we did a notice, what it was going to do, how it was going to happen. And then, people can say, well, that's just happenstance. Yeah, because you weren't there when I was explaining the whole process. But since you think you smart, I'm just going to let you sit there and try to figure out with your level of knowledge when you got programming. And I'm not going to tell you. I'm going to just enjoy it and laugh. And here's the thing. The people ain't buying that bull. The people are seeing that we, the people, by God, are winning and giving God the glory, and ain't no attorney in the country doing it like that. So when the attorney's got to say, I'm going to try this and I hope I get a victory, or maybe the court will give me whatever, yeah, you're guessing. You're playing because you know the system sucks and you ain't going to do what it takes to get outside of the dumb system. So as long as you're playing law, I know that you're not going to get victory. So, I don't really care if the people who I love by God are getting victories and having freedom. I don't give a freak if attorney agrees that they think what I do works when I keep doing it. Just stupid. Go ahead, Pilsner.
Yeah, just real quick. I mentioned what Chris and his son are doing in New Hampshire, but what Clint and Summer are doing.
Oh wait, can what you said about New Hampshire and Clinton? What's funny is when somebody tells me the government won't listen to what we're talking about, but then Leah Cushman was on here today and she's going around the country. She's doing video going wild around the country where people are doing exactly what a lawyer tell us the government would never do. As y'all were speaking earlier, the gentleman said, "Oh, the government not gonna listen to that stuff you say," and somebody said, "Hey, Leah Cushman, right?" I'm like, dude, the government is sitting on here that we talk right now doing what you say they won't do. See, this is the funniest thing in the world. You will tell me what the freak don't work that's working where you don't realize the government is in your present right now. What you can't do in a case, I got them doing in real life, and you don't even realize is happening. And you got the nerve to sit here and tell me what won't happen, and you never tried. And that's what I tell people. These people often will say things that they don't know. They ain't got no idea. But go ahead, Pilsner. I'm sorry. You got me worked up.
Yeah. Well, do you think Cushman is some kind of insane person who reads the constitutions and just says a bunch of garbage because she wants to? I mean, is this helpful to her?
Yeah.
Or do you think that it actually is what is put on her heart, knowing and seeing what is written in our Constitution?
Yep.
And doing what is right, and there are very few who do that.
Yeah.
But I just want people to know that in Wisconsin, you got Clint Keller, Kyler. I'm sorry if I messed up your last name. Sorry, and Summer Cook, who are both working
monsters
the same way in Wisconsin to do the same thing, and they're just a few months behind. I think Chris and Andrew's effort.
Yeah, and that's the thing is that, they know Chris and Summer by name. I mean, Clint and Summer by name. So when people tell us what's not possible, like Clint went in, did a video ordering them to make impeachment articles for the WEC lady. And they did exactly what he said within an hour and 45 minutes after walking out. And I'm like, dude, if you see the dude doing a video telling him to do with a dang notice, and then an hour and 45 minutes later, you see them do it, and they did that for him twice, shut your anus up about what don't work, dude. Like, it's crazy. Well, the judges don't like. Show me an order of the judge saying it. Dude, he didn't go to the judge. He went to the legislature. He took a video, showed y'all anus what was coming, and then they did it. Why the freak do we have to keep trying to prove to your clown anus that it ain't what it is? So it just get crazy, dude, that it's like, well, you got to prove to us. I'm like, dude, y'all don't win. Why should we be proving anything to you? You're actually a waste of time. Like, we could be doing more of what we do rather than trying to prove to you that don't work, right? And it's the same thing with like the audit in Arizona. Well, you will never get an audit in Arizona. I'm like, hey, y'all want to see us get an audit in Arizona? I went live on Twitter and told people, that'll never happen. They'll never give you the ballots. Mark Elias said you're not going to get the ballots. Well, the board of supervisors said you're not going to get the ballots. I'm like, hey, y'all want to see me make the legislature come back to work? I'll send a notice and an affidavit right now. I bet you they come back. That won't happen. The attorney said it won't happen. Other government said it won't happen. Then we do it, right? Because I showed y'all the video where I told we'll make them come back to work. So then after making them come back to work, I'm like, you know what? Only 6 came back to work. We need more. I'm going to do another notice. Then 20-something came. Then I'm like, hey, y'all want to see them get the audit done and do a subpoena, blah, 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 blah. You can't do a subpoena when you're out of session. Shut up, Kelly Townsend. You don't know the law, right? Shut up, attorneys. You don't know the law. I bet you we do a subpoena and they give us them dang ballots. That'll never happen. Okay. So then we taught Karen Fann how to do a subpoena. We walked through the whole freaking process bit by bit. Oh, Perkins Coie attorneys coming. There's 70 of them. They're going to shut you down. Shut up, idiot. Watch this. We're going to give notice to the court and watch he say we got the right to do this. We gave notice to the court. Then they got a common law right to freaking do what they're doing as the legislature, even when they're out of session. I told y'all. Now, y'all done went around with these slimy attorneys who told you we couldn't do it. Now, when they ever going to apologize for this dumb junk they told y'all? Because we went through the whole process watching people who call themselves patriots saying, well, the attorneys told us it couldn't happen, and the judge, they're going to take it to this Perkins Coie pre-company judge, and he's going to knock it down. And I bet you they don't give you the evidence of stuff that happened in the audit. I'm like, okay, watch this. We're going to give notice, and we're going to tell Karen Fann and them that the stuff belongs to us, and pick Jovan to do the audit and this other person. And we're going to get access to the stuff, and we have a right to get it, and nobody can block. And guess what happened? Jovan is still giving evidence out today, and ain't nobody sued this dude. Why? Because they understood the freaking law, and no attorney did it. So all the dumb attorneys telling us you can't do this, you can't do that, you don't have power over the legislature, you can't petition. I went straight to Karen Fann and taught her as a right of the people, and no attorney could block it. She first brought Paul Gray and attorney Warren Peterson. Warren Peterson tried to tell me you can't do a freaking petition to the legislature. I smacked him with an affidavit the same day and told him, hey, if you can rebut me that we can't petition any part of government, including the legislature and not just the court, then freaking do it if you can do it. Now, people will say that's a lie, but I swore to it, and Christian Lamar had the affidavit on his freaking page so everybody can see it. So if I'm lying, I'm dying. The attorneys ain't going to swear that what they're saying is true, so they could go to jail. I swore. So the affidavits telling Warren Peterson what the law was, he couldn't rebut. And we got the audit. And Karen Fann didn't bring him back to another meeting or Paul Gray. She met with us one-on-one. And see, they'll try to laugh and say, oh, well, what did that audit accomplish? It showed the people that we, the people, can use a dumb Negro to freaking get an audit and tell the government what to do and put them under control to get what we need. So if I can do it, that means that you guys can do way more. And the attorneys told me, and all of us the whole way, it was impossible. So we move the government bit by bit through the legislature in a way that's never been done in American history, with attorneys telling us we can't do it. So don't let them tell you, oh, well, it just don't work that way because we don't know how. No, you're just ignorant of what God said. So don't tell me my God is limited because he needs your knowledge to do it when he could take a dummy and do it, right? So if he can take a dummy like me and do it and get it right, and no attorney was able to get it done in America, then don't tell me that's not a win for us. Don't tell me that's not a win for God. Don't tell me what we the people can't do. Shut your anus up, sit in the corner and play by the rules you play by, but don't interfere with our job. You know what I'm saying? So forgive me, y'all. Once again, I
Hey,
got really
Dave.
worked up. What's up, Jeff?
Hey, it's like this, man. The things of God are foolishness to the
Amen.
natural man.
Amen. That's right.
You all right?
You're 100%
That's the
right.
way it is, bro.
Yeah.
All right.
100% right.
Good night, Dave.
Amen. So we're going to leave on that. He just gave a good word, right? The things of God is foolishness to man. So to a natural man, a man that don't understand the spiritual things. And he's right. So we're going to end on that. I love y'all. Give me some feedback. Stay out of trouble. Y'all be cool. Peace. Let me know if y'all want me to do another space, deal with some real law stuff. I think I told y'all I was going to teach y'all something. I forgot what the freak it was, but somebody can go back and let me know if y'all want me to. If not, just say, David, get your anus on out of here. Get on down the road, right? I'll catch y'all later. Y'all be cool. Stay out of trouble. Peace.
Peace. Love.
Amen.